Support the author Threads of Hope by Blizzard 1273. Let's begin. Izuku Midoriya dodged the incoming tendrils of spikes and nails. He needed to land a solid punch on the decay body of All For One. His attacks were becoming relentless, drastic, but also predictable. He jumped into the air, using the ever-fading embers of One For All to their maximum. He thought it was all over when Kurogiri blocked his way, opening a warp gate to who know where. That was until Kaken suddenly appears and destroys the last remnants of Kurogiri's body, leaving All For One as a sitting duck. "Don't let me overtake you, Izuku," Kaken said as he fell, leaving just Midoriya and All For One as the final two in the air. "All For One, I can never forgive the thing you've done. But you aren't some incomprehensible monster like you think you are," Midoriya said as he charges the fist with rainbow light. "No, stay back," All For One pleaded as he tries to block Midoriya's attack with any of his quirks, only for them to not work at that moment. "You aren't a demon lord, you are just a sad, lonely man." As Midoriya says this, his fist collides with All For One's outstretched hand, crumbling through it to reach the man body. In that moment, the vestiges of One For All and Shigaraki reawaken, striking All For One from the inside while Midoriya hits him with all his might on the outside. Suddenly, time starts to stop, color inverts, rumblings in spacetime start to appear. In a faraway place, outside of what can be comprehended as spacetime, alarms erupted from a strange device. It was spherical, with a golden gear surrounding the sphere inside. The sphere showed constellations, stars encircling a large machine, then spoke in a robotic woman's voice, warning paradox detected. Universal stability of universe 1247 decreasing. The alarm caught the attention of a certain being close by. "Ugh, what's the problem now? Better not be Mark again, or I swear, I'm destroying that spaceship, permanently," the being said, letting out an annoyed groan. Closing the tome it was currently reading, it moved over to the device. Touching it with cold finger, it zoomed in, showing a glitch in a certain star-like object. Gazing upon the machine, the being's eyes then widened as they let out a tiny gasp. "Oh, it's you." The beings grinned madly at the picture, showing one Izuku Midoriya. "It's finally time. Guess I owe Saria 20 lumen now, heh." The being then took out a cube-like object, similar in size to a Rubik's cube. It was black in appearance, with glowing purple line coursing through the cube. On the top was a large eye-like shape, glowing the same purple color. The being twisted the cube around, similar to a Rubik's cube Oswell. It twisted extremely quickly, with precision that could only come from long-time practice. Space seemed to divulge around the entity, and in a split second he vanished. Midoriya finished the punch. Rainbow light shining through and punching a hole through the darkened clouds, showing the light for the first time since the war started. As he was suspended in the air, time froze. The entity appeared next to the young boy, inspecting him closely. "Ah, there's the problem. Two entities cannot occupy the same space, especially keystone beings such as yourself. This must be what caused the paradox to form," the entity stated with a sort of snark in their voice, encircling the young boy. "I must say, I am impressed a mortal being so young can produce so much power as to break his own reality. A few seconds later and this world would have gone bye-bye. Oh ho ho, I'm going to have so much fun with you. But right now I have a job to do, unfortunately." The being floated over to Midoriya and put a hand on his shoulder. Then its hand went into the boy's shoulder, grabbing hold of something inside. They pulled back, showing another Midoriya. The entity held the second one and by his shoulder, totally inanimate. "Now, what to do with you?" the entity said, making a thinking look, squinting his eyes, putting his opposite hand to his face in a V formation, stroking the bottom of his chin in a cartoonish fashion. The cube floating seamlessly in the air next to him. "I could probably bring him back with me, but Saria wanted him for herself." Then a smug grin plastered upon his face. "But I don't need to listen to that uptight jerk. Especially after she cancelled my birthday party the day before. Revenge is best served with a middle finger after all." After a couple of seconds, they shrugged. "All right, you're coming with me." He looks at the first Midoriya. "Your story may have came to an end," then looks at the second Midoriya. "But yours has just begun. I wonder how you'll write it." I should probably get back before time starts again, can't let there be two of the same keystone beings in one place after all. He then telekinetically twisted the cube, creating the same distortion and space form before, then vanishing with an extra passenger along for the ride. Everything went back for Midoriya. 1 second he was talking with Shigaraki in his mind, then his was in the air, then nothing. His consciousness started returning slowly, wondering if he collapsed after all that. It made the most sense. He had just defeated the most evil being in his world, adrenaline was the only thing keeping him fighting at the end. But when he opened his eyes, he was confused at seeing the night sky, with the stars glistening above. Why was it nighttime? Was he knocked out for the entire day? If so, why wasn't he in the hospital? He immediately felt his sore muscles coming back with a vengeance. Groaning on the floor, he tried desperately to get up, pushing through the pain and soreness. He then got a good look at his surroundings and was shocked to see that the night sky was all around him. Where the wall should be was instead a clear glass that showed the outside. The room was lined with gold, with columns that looked like quartz connecting the floor with what should be the roof. It almost looked like a dome. Midoriya then looks at the ground, as it was solid golden color, with small specks of blue in between. Ah, you're awake. Good, good. I thought you were going to sleep forever, goes to show I need to learn more about humans. An unfamiliar voice said. Midoriya turned his head around to the center of the dome. A golden control center was neatly tucked into the center of the room, with a glowing blue sphere in the middle. Sitting on the chair was a person, or what appeared to be a person. Sorry about leaving you on the floor. As you can see, I don't really tend to have a lot of stuff in my workplace that isn't necessary. I knew I should have gotten that couch on sale, but no, Saria said it was cutting into the budget. You know, I may not need it, but I want more than just the bare minimum for my office. The stranger ranted, as he got up Froth's seat and made his way over to Midoriya. With him getting closer, Midoriya could see the figure much more clearly. If Midoriya had to describe him in 2 words, he would be a bipedal rabbit. His head was the most notable distinction, white fur covering it with 2 long ears, tipped with 3 spikes at the end, and a top hat to add. He had large purple eyes, with a second pair of white eyes inside his ears. The creepiest part about his eyes were the black lines that appeared above and below, giving the look of scars over his eyes. He had a short muzzle, and a large smile, showing 2 buck teeth in front of other human-like teeth. White fur lined his body, while the parts that were visible, that being the hands and feet. He wore a black suit, akin to a magician, with stars shining around the suit, glistening while he moved. His legs were more akin to an animal's with the knee joint bending backwards, with small paws at the end. He walked over to Midoriya with a certain grace in his step, holding his posture upright. He then stopped before the boy, purple eyes glowing as he stared down the boy. Midoriya didn't know what to do, the eyes were of a predator watching their prey struggle, taking it all in with delight. The entity then gave a hand to Midoriya. Do you need help getting up? He said with a kind smile adorning his face, though his mouth did not move when he spoke. Midoriya, sensing no malice to the gesture, kindly took the rabbit man's hand. Only to be shocked and convulsed back onto the ground. KKKAAGGGH, Midoriya screamed out. Ha 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 ha. The entity laughed, black tears coming out of his eyes, mouth staying closed the entire time but the jaw can be seen moving. Oh, you idiot. You fell for the oldest trick in the book. And you're supposed to be the hero of the prophecy? You can barely take on a joy buzzer. Midoriya's emotions were hitting the high point right now. He had no idea where he was, he doesn't know where his friends are, and to top it all off, this rabbit man just electrocuted him out of nowhere. Ugh, can someone please just tell me where I am? After the entity was done laughing, wiping away the last of his tears, he then turned to Midoriya. Apologies, I do this with every new guest. Here, I'll help you up without touching you. He said as Midoriya felt gravity halt as he was lifted into the air and planting on his feet. There, that's better. Yes, now for introductions. Another voice said, this one being more feminine. The rabbit entity shook, eyes wide as he turned towards the new entity that had just appeared in the room with them. Shit, hey, Saria. how have you been? Brought you the boy you wanted. The rabbit stuttered as Midoriya looked at the newcomer. While the first entity resembled a rabbit, this one resembled a moth. She had 6 piercing blue eyes, her face covered in similar white fur. She had long flowing hair, glistening gin golden light, with 2 fluffy antennae on top of her head. She wore a long flowing dress, color in gold and blue tones. She had 4 arms instead of 2, 2 of which were folded between her chest. The most mesmerizing thing about her was her 2 giant moth wings, spanning double her length. Elegant patterns and symbols adorned them with a large eye at each tip of her wings. She had a smile on, but hers was more of an irritated one, with her eyes glaring at the rabbit man. Ah, yes, Blizzard. Thank you so much for getting him. But I did mention I wanted to meet with him first, did I or did I not? Saria said with an air of irritation behind her friendly demeanor. Yes, well, I needed to make sure he was all good. No temporal anomalies, you know the usual. Blizzard said, trying to find a way out of this as soon as possible. Really? I thought you hated that part of the job, as well as most of your duties. Well, you know, this kid is special, and it's been my day off, what is going on? Midoriya finally cut through. Both being looked at him. Saria's glare softening into more of a motherly smile towards the boy, while Blizzard looked relieved that the boy spoke up. He almost ran out of excuses. My apologies, where are my manners? Saria floated over to Izuku, and he could now just see how big she really was. She towered over both Blizzard and Midoriya by a good 6 feet. My name is Saria, goddess of order. I control the balance of the laws of all the multiverse. She then bowed, using 2 of her hand to outstretch her dress. And I am Blizzard, primordial being of chaos, at your service. I allow the flow of chaos to run seamlessly through the multiverse. Sorry, for shocking you again, I have to keep up my yearly quota of chaos. Blizzard said, taking off his top hat and bowing himself. That last remark a glare from Saria, eyes glowing. Blizzard shook underneath her gaze. Midoriya's brain couldn't comprehend what she just said. Gods? Multiverse? That shouldn't be possible, this seems stupid. How were gods real? What? What do you mean goddess? Gods don't really exist. And multiverse, what? It's true, young man. I mean, explain where you are. Blizzard said as he gestured to the room they were currently in. Oh, okay, if you're really gods, why am I here? Where exactly is here? Midoriya asked, he didn't really want to believe. Well, first off, we are in the Hall of Elytrium. A space beyond the boundaries of spacetime that allows us to look at all universes without the trouble of being found. Saria said, allowing Midoriya to process the information for a second before Blizzard began speaking. And the reason why you are here is, well, you. Blizzard pointed at Midoriya, further confusing the boy. Seeing this he explained further. Do you remember your last punch you used? Midoriya nodded, not knowing where this was going. Well, you see, you used enough force that it temporarily broke spacetime. In essence, you shattered the boundaries of reality. Midoriya's eye widened. He broke reality. He was strong enough to break through spacetime. He didn't know what to believe anymore. Furthermore, you caused a paradox in your own reality. Blizzard continued. Paradox? What does that mean? Well, Midoriya. The correct term would be distorted paradox, meaning that you created 2 universes in time that existed in the same space. Thankfully, your power only affected you. So technically there was only 2 of you that occupied the same space at the same time. Essentially creating a paradox. Blizzard is correct. Beings such as yourself cannot occupy the same space. Doing so would cause spacetime to collapse around you, forming what you humans call a black hole, that would have torn through the fabric of reality. Saria said. This was all confusing to Midoriya, but he kinda, and I mean kinda, understood. So there are 2 of me's in my universe? He asked. Correction, there were 2 of yous in your universe. Blizzard spoke. I was able to take you away from your other counterpart before any major damage could take place. Wait, if it's fixed, can't I go back? Why am I here? Blizzard looked at Saria, who sighed and nodded. As we've said, beings such as yourself cannot occupy the same space, but you are unique as you are what we call a ketone being, meaning one that keeps the universe intact. There can only be one keystone being of the same person in each universe. So to save your world, we had to take one of you away. Saria looked at him with sorrowful eyes. I'm sorry, you can't go back. Midoriya's world shattered around him. What? Blizzard then spoke up. We said that it was only you that was affected by the paradox. If the entire world was affected, we could have just sent you with the second world. However, that didn't happen, and now we have you. Don't blame yourself, kid. These things happen, surprisingly often. You aren't alone on that front. Midoriya looked down at the ground, tears rolling down his face, closing his eyes to stop the threat of a tsunami. He couldn't go back home, to his friends, to All Might, to his own mother. Everything is just gone. Though we can do something else. Midoriya looked back up at the two, his green eyes gaining back some of the light that was lost moments ago. It's unorthodox, but we can send you to a different world. One where you don't exist. Technically speaking, it won't affect anything. Blizzard then opened up his cube, showing a data board hologram. We could send you to somewhere that would match your dimensional readings, then we could conjure up some files, make them believable with your background, and you can live to be yourself. Maybe a new change of clothes too, and a shower. Saria glared at him again, which made Blizzard freeze once more. Midoriya has a thoughtful look. Why, are you doing any of this? Too worthless compared to you. Blizzard and Saria shared a look. Saria took commanded. You see, you are certainly not the first to have this happen, but you're more special than you think. Midoriya raised his eyebrow, with a questioning look. You see, there is a prophecy that has been passed down, spoken about a hero with a heart of gold. While many have mostly fit that description, your timing on the matter makes us believe that you are the one they talk about. The threads of reality have been shaking as of late. Darkness has been seeping into the hearts of man more and more. We've located the main source, but due to our roles as mostly observers, we cannot take action unless it is relation. Which is where you come in. Blizzard pointed towards Midoriya. We've seen you in action. You have the talent, the power, the heart, and the will to persevere through any challenge. We are hoping you can go where we can't, and in return, we can try and help you get back home. We may not be able to send you back to your original world, but the multiverse is endless. It will just take a long while to find one that can fulfill all your needs. Midoriya was shocked by this. He then asked, two don't have the power. My quirk one for all is gone, only the embers are left. I can't be the hero you want without it. Saria looked somberly at the sad teen. Blizzard, seeing this, put on his thinking face for a few seconds, then, for some reason, a light bulb appeared above his head. Hold that thought. Blizzard walked over to Midoriya and ruffled his hair. Midoriya was confused by this before he yelped in pain as Blizzard had plucked one of his hairs from Midoriya's scalp. He then twisted his cube around and vanished from sight. Midoriya stared in awe as the god left, while Saria raised a few eyebrows at watching her partner leave unexpectedly. Is he always like this? Midoriya asked. He was just as confused as the goddess. Unfortunately, yes. He is a trickster and prankster when he chooses to be, but he likes to make people happy. While he is the incarnation of chaos itself, he takes his role very seriously. Saria says. A minute passes before Blizzard finally comes back. With a bigger smile on his face than before. All done. We are good to go. What do you mean? Midoriya asks. Don't worry, all in due time. Just needed to cash in my favor I've held. You won't have to worry about your power problem if you help us, that's for sure. Saria looked at Blizzard questioningly, before he stared into her eyes. They stared into each other's eyes for a good while. Midoriya felt uncomfortable being in the middle of this. Saria's eyes then widened before she smirked at him, making the bunny blush a little. All right then, everything is set. She said. What was that about? Don't worry about it. We can communicate our thoughts through eye contact. He was just telling me the plans and I approve of them. Thank you, my lady. Don't push it. Doh. Okay. Now then, Midoriya. It is your choice to make. We aren't forcing this onto you, but the world we can send you to is in grave threat, with or without you. We will help you every step of the way. Blizzard said, throwing his arms out in a dramatic fashion. We need to know if you can be a hero? The choice is yours, my friend. Midoriya looked at the two. They were helping him, in their own, strange way. And though he didn't know to what extent their game was, his heroic nature was screaming to help those in need. He didn't need to know who they were, just that he will be there to protect them. With a heavy sigh, he spoke. All right, I'll do this. Excellent. Now before we send you there, we will need to change your clothes first. Saria snapped her fingers. Suddenly the limited edition all-might shirt and his combat pants were replaced with a white collared shirt with a red tie, with a gray zip-up jacket, and gray khakis. Next, I will warn you that this world doesn't have quirks. It doesn't really matter if you use your powers, we don't care, but take that into consideration. Blizzard said. I've also made your file into their Japan's database. It's mostly based on your own personal life, so sorry that I threw in a couple of reports of being bullied. It makes this more authentic looking. Midoriya inwardly flinched at that last part but nodded. Now, for the final thing on our to-do list, I will warn you this may hurt. Midoriya was confused at first, then felt the pain of a bat swung at his head, knocking him out cold. Did you really have to do that? What? I can't be the magic isekai bus? Come on, it's funny. Now help me drag him to the dock of Hano City. No. Well, you're no fun. Ryuko Matoi makes her first steps off the ferry. Her blue eyes looking towards the mountain that was Hano City. There it is, Hanoji Academy. She says, taking a deep breath before marching forward, only to then trip on someone underneath her. Wah. She catches herself just in time. Elated with rage, she glares down at the newcomer, who groans awake. Ugh. Midoriya groaned. He felt like he got hit by a truck, or maybe a bus, he didn't know, as his head was pounding at the moment. Ugh, my head. Hey, wake up. Izuku jolted up, hearing the screaming in his ear as he turns towards the person above him. She had a white collared shirt with a red bow tie, which was covered by a navy blue varsity jacket. She had black hair, with a red bang which curved toward the side, and her eyes were bright blue. She also had what appeared to be a silver guitar case on her back. What the hell, are you sleeping here? You almost tripped me. Are you out of your mind? She barked at him. Ah, sorry. Two don't remember Ak. He tried to speak, but the pain of his head stopped him, having his hand hold his head to try and stop the pain, futile as it may be. Ryuko's angry face turned more towards concerns as she saw the boy in pain. Are you okay? She asked, as Midoriya tried to raise his head, smiling weakly. I'm fine, my head just hurts a bit, that's all. I'm sorry for blocking your path. He said. His head was starting to ease up on the pain as he took in his surroundings. He could take in the smell of salt water in his nose. He then turns his head towards the giant mountainous city. Eyes now widened at the sight. Where am I? Wait, Blizzard, he hit me over the head. He didn't tell me anything else. Where do I go? What do I do? Now that Ryuko got a good look at the kid, she could see the Hanoji uniform on his body. Are you going to Hanoji Academy by chance? Midoriya looked up at the girl, then down at his clothes. They did look uniform-like. He then looked to his left and found a yellow backpack right next to him. Ah, I understand, I think. I still need to talk with him about beating me over the head. Why wise, I just got here. Someone must have hit me over the head when I arrived. He lied, well, half lied. He was hit over the head, just not from anyone around here. Ryuko didn't notice the nervousness and took it as face value. Fair, people around here can be assholes. Guess that hasn't changed. He then raised his hand for a handshake. To Izuku Midoriya. Nice to meet you. Ryuko relaxes her face and put up a confident smile. Ryuko Matoi. She then shakes Midoriya's hand. Now come on, we're gonna be late if we don't hurry. Alright. He said as he follows Matoi. I have no idea what Hanoji Academy is or even where in the world am I. I should just play along for now. While they were walking, he quickly checked what was inside his backpack. It looked just like his old backpack from back home. He found pencils, pens, couple of notebooks, a wallet with a good few thousand yen that should last a month, some small snacks, and a phone. Perfect. This was most likely Saria giving him supplies. She seemed to be the more motherly of the two while Blizzard was just a nuisance. He reached in for his phone and used the maps feature to find out where he was. He found out that they were on an island called Hano City, off of Tokyo Bay. This place was home to Hanoji Academy, one of the most pristine academies in all of Japan, sort of. On the walk he couldn't find any bad reviews of the place. Any. That was definitely suspicious in his eyes, as at least UA had bad reviews every now and then. Something was off. As they made their way through the market, Matoi stopped at one of the stall and bought 2 lemons. Here, you can have one. Shun then tossed it in Midoriya's direction, to which he caught. Thanks. He said as he smiles. Matoi looked indifferent to Midoriya's smile as they headed off again. While they continued to walk, Midoriya continued to look through his phone. Nothing about quirks, or even meta abilities. I guess Blizzard was right. There really are no quirks in this world. As they were walking down the path, a small boy suddenly runs into Matoi by accident. Ugh, sorry about that. He then runs off. What the? Midoriya commented, confused about the situation. Midoriya, follow him. Matoi said, gaining a sharp glare at the direction the boy ran. Midoriya, confused, nodded, following Matoi. She's the only one that I've talked to, so sticking with her sound like the best idea for now. But why are we following a kid? As the kid ran into one of the alleyways, far away from anyone else, he snickers. Hee, that was a piece of cake. He then checked his prize, only for it to be a lemon in his hand. Huh? I could have sworn I grabbed her wallet. Matoi then grabs the lemon out of the kid's hand. Stealing half-eaten lemons from people, nice manners, kid. Are you that desperate to swap spit with chicks? Midoriya appeared from behind her, shocked by the revelation. Wait, she found out her tried to steal her wallet? Wait a sec, he checked his bag, seeing his wallet safe and sound. Phew, it's there. The kid got angry, face turning red. Don't be getting all cute with me, bitch. I get way more action than you. Midoriya blinked a couple of times. What? Good, then you could die with no regrets. Matoi said, smirking at the boy's blunder. Midoriya did not feel comfortable with the language thrown around. Heh, I was gonna say the same thing to you. The boy then raised his hand. Come on out, guys. And like that, 3 other people emerged from the alley. Each of them had a different weapon. One had a metal pipe, the other was swinging a chain, and the last one had a straight-up chainsaw. They quickly surrounded the two, both of them eyeing the kids around them. You even know who you're disdain? Me, Lightning Feet Mataro. That's who. And this is Hano Town's blindest alley. My turf. It's a dead end for losers, hoes, thugs, and scumbags. So if you want to get home in one piece, both of you leave your wallets and step. Midoriya eyed the children around him. He knew he was surrounded, but he wasn't worried. In fact, his eyes held determination. Before he could do anything, Matoi spoke up. Seriously. You know, this whole street punk thing ain't workin' for ya. She then eyed Mataro. Same with your crew. These guys are like the goofiest gang ever. Anyway, if y'all want to pick a fight, that's cool with me. Let's do this. The thugs then charged, with Mataro saying, kick their ass. Midoriya got in a stance, ready to fight, only for Matoi to attack first, swinging her guitar case so fast and hitting all 3 thugs repeatedly. Midoriya watched in silence as they were quickly pounded. He had to admit that Matoi had skill. Once she was done, she turned towards Mataro, who couldn't utter a single word. Then all the kids bowed to her, skidding back. We give up, you win. They all said as they slid back, ignoring the laws of physics. What the hell, what? Both Motoi and Midoriya said in unison. We weren't really gonna do anything. Yo, we're a passive-aggressive gang. Motaro said, which Motoi and Midoriya were just left confused. Then, why the chainsaw? Midoriya thought. Ryuko got out of her confusion first and gave them a small smile. I'm not gonna fight people who can't fight back. We'll let it slide this time. Midoriya gave her a look then nodded, showing a smile as well. They both then walked away, leaving the children to look on. Then the four of them sighed in relief. Before they came breath, a bag then flew in and hit Motaro in the back of the head, throwing him away. Motoi and Midoriya looked behind them, shocked by what just occurred. Hold it. Another girl flew in, cross-armed and slammed into the boy with full force. Midoriya thought the girl had just performed a perfect California smash. They then rolled onto the outer street with the girl sat onto of Motaro. Mugging people at the crack of dawn again, huh? Crap, it's my big sister. Motaro screeched underneath his sister. She then grabbed her brother and forced him upside down in the air, forcing down his legs, almost making him do a full split in the air. How many times do I have to tell you to stop taking people down and take your fanny to school? You got a death wish or something? She then brought the back down and sat on him again, crushing his small body. I'm sorry, I'm going. She then released her brother, making him eat dirt on the way down. He and his friends run off yelling, I ain't got the time for institutionalized learning, you dumps. I'm gonna be a baller. The girl walked next to Motoi and Midoriya looking as the kids laughed. Dumb little jerk. Motoi and Midoriya didn't know what to think. Both of their eyes were wide open, dumbfounded by what had transpired. Sorry about that, they then hear a bell ring, making the sister jump in shock. Gasp, I'm gonna be late. She then runs off towards the tram, leaving Motoi and Midoriya behind. Let me on, please. Oh, I got on. What just happened? Izuku thought as he tried to think about the weird events that transpired today. And it wasn't even an hour. What the hell? Motoi said, voicing both Midoriya and her experience so far. These people are crazy. I would like to agree with you. Midoriya said, as both of them head back onto their trail toward Hanoji Academy. As they make it to the gates, they see someone at the top of the gate, hung from the sides, similar to a crucifixion, with the sign on him. What happened to him? Midoriya asked, shaking slightly at the sight. This is a naked pig, who dared to defy Hanoji Academy. Justice has been served. Must have broken a law or something. Motoi replied. Midoriya felt a knot in his stomach. This definitely wasn't a very nice place. The city's dangerous, but the school sounds even worse. Motoi said, with a smile creeping her lips. Interesting. Something tells me, I'm gonna find some answers here. Midoriya looked at Motoi in confusion, then back up to the guy. As Motoi walked ahead, Midoriya called out, Hey, aren't we going to help this guy? Huh? Motoi looked back at Midoriya, then up to the naked pig. And how are you going to get up there? That's like 30 feet in the air. Don't waste your time, we need to head inside. Midoriya looked at her, then up to the man. His eyes turned fierce as he activated the embers of One for All. Small green spark littered his body, as Motoi's eyes widened in shock. One for All full cowling 15%. And with that, Midoriya jumped from wall to wall, making his way up. Then with a flick of his arm, broke both the chains, catching the man. Then he headed back down, leaving him on the ground. To say Motoi was stunned was an understatement. The boy she just met had jumped nearly 30 feet from wall to wall, without so much as a scratch on him. How did you do that? She asked, almost too loudly. Midoriya was startled by this, getting into a nervous defensive posture. Did what? It was so stupid of an answer, that Motoi's eye started to twitch. You know what, never mind. Let's just head inside. She said, walking in, with Midoriya walking a few steps behind her. Something ain't right with this guy. I don't know what he is. Once they get to the classroom, Midoriya started to overthink in his mind. How am I even enrolled into this school? I was registered, but oh blizzard right. I should have guessed. But why here and not someplace nicer? The teacher came up to the front and said we have 2 new students in Class K today. Please welcome, Ryuko Matoi and Izuku Midoriya. The girl from before wakes up and sees the 2, smiling she waves them over. Ryuko. Izuku. Sit here. Sit here. As she pointed to 2 seats that were open right next to her. These desks are free. Midoriya blushed a little at a girl calling him by his first name, with Matoi just blinking at how fast she was talking. Man, that chick is spazzing out something fierce. The teacher nodded. Oh, that's how Manshokus usually is. I guess those will be your seats. Enjoy. Midoriya and Matoi both sit down, with Mako introducing herself. My name's Mako Manshokus. It's nice to meet the 2 of you again and everything. She gives them a nice smile. Izuku smiles awkwardly back, though was thinking of something else. Man, she has more energy than I do when anyone I've ever known. But the real important thing is what are these red words popping up out of nowhere? At first I thought it was just holograms but they just keep appearing. But Matoi was thinking of something different. That kid the student council purged. Is he the one out front? Uh-huh. That kind of thing happens a lot around her. But you'll get used to it. That did not help in Midoriya's confidence. As she finished talking she then takes out food and scarfs it down in an instant. Midoriya is shocked by this, then Mako fall asleep afterwards, shocking both Matoi and Midoriya. No way, is she asleep already? Then alarms start blaring out throughout the school, signaling free period. As Midoriya and Matoi were walking down the hall, Mako jumped at them, specifically Matoi. Oh, Ryuko. Matoi then dodges Mako as she tumbles through a bunch of trash cans. She gets up immediately afterwards, following the pair outside. Aw, why'd you dodge me like that? I bet Izuku wouldn't have. Midoriya's face turns beet red. Well, that's what people do when weirdos come flying at them. Matoi said, giving a shrug in response. I was just trying to give my bestie a hug. Your bestie? Yeah, we're desk neighbors now, so we're totally besties. You can join in too, Izuku. Midoriya finally calms down from his blush and smiles a little. Sure. Whatever Manshokus. It's Mako. We're besties now. Oh no, not another Azui moment. Meanwhile in our universe, Azui was hanging out with Uraraka in the dorm room when all of a sudden. Achoo croak. Aw, what happened, Tsukachi? I just sneezed, felt like someone was talking about me though. Sure am, Mako. Izuku said. He always tried to be polite, especially towards women. His mother didn't raise no hooligan. Man, this school is so different from any other school I've been to. Oh, that reminds me, why is your hair and eyes green? Hey Ryuko, is that your guitar case? Do you play? Come on, play something. I'll sing, we are gonna run away. God, would you calm down? Matoi said as Mako was balancing herself on her bag, hold a banana as a microphone. Listen, I wanna know what the deal is with this place. Like, who is the top dog around here, and stuff. Sure, it's WOAH, look out Ryuko, Izuku. Bow. Bow. She said, holding on to both of them, making them bow with her. As they both watch, many others bow in a line walking down the aisle of people. A burly man walks down. He looks like a big shot. Matoi said, crouching down. Midoriya didn't know if she didn't like authority or just didn't want Mako to touch her. Probably both. Those spikes should probably be illegal. He said. Yeah, he's a 3-star. That sentence piqued the interest in both Midoriya and Matoi, and the man walked by them. The man's suit was white, with 3 stars plastered over his chest. He had spikes on his shoulders and large gauntlets on each arm. 3-star? Yep, that's Ira Gamagori, the disciplinary committee chairman. He's one of the elite 4 of the student council. He's super elite. 3 ranks above us, no-star students. No-star? Uh-huh. The uniforms her can grant you amazing powers, and if you could get one, I hear it's awesome. You get all like superhuman and stuff. Midoriya's eyes widened. Uniforms that give you superpowers, that sounded ridiculous. Then again, quirks were the same way. They can be extremely ridiculous at times. They're called Goku uniforms, and they go from 1 star all the way up to 3 star. Our student council president, Satsuki Kiryuin, hands out Goku uniforms based on the students' abilities. Long story short, they're awesome. You got all that? Matoi looks at Midoriya quizzically, though unlike the nervous wreck he's been before, here he looked like he was deep in thought. I see, so in place of quirks, there are these uniforms that allow the wearer to gain abilities. I understand, the higher up, the more powerful you are. But the problem there is they're tied to their uniforms, while my quirk, or well embers, aren't. Matoi then looks ahead. So what you saying is, the student council president is the top dog, right? Yeah. As she says this, a blinding light emerges from the top of the stairwell. And speaking of the devil, that's Lady Satsuki. As the person walking down the stair reveals themselves, Midoriya gets a good look at the president. She had long flowing black hair, with a stern pricing expression on her face. Her uniform was pure white with blue lines making their way around, with golden trims around her shoulders and hips. It looked more like a military uniform than a school-sanctioned one. As Midoriya looks at her, someone blocks his way. It was Matoi. Who stands in Kiryuin's path? Midoriya gasps in shock. Was she insane? Sorry to interrupt, but I hear your queen bee at this school. Matoi said. If you are, I have a question for ya. All the students were shocked, Mako and Midoriya included. What is she doing? It's only been 1 day at this school, and she's already picking fights. The 1-star students get enraged by this blasphemy. How dare you? Get her. Then 7 1-stars try to tackle Matoi, only for Matoi to bat them all in one swing, sending them all away. Her case then opens, revealing not a guitar, but a giant half of a scissor in the shape of a sword, as she swings the blade to near perfection around her wrist. Midoriya could not believe what he was seeing right now. A pair of scissors? No half. Satsuki blinks for a second, surprised, then sharpens just slightly. Amused by this. That's the hugest scissor blade ever. Mako said. Midoriya would have to agree with that statement. Yup, it's 1/2 of a giant pair of scissors. Matoi stated. And I've been looking all over for the place for the person who's got the other half. Matoi's eyes sharpened even farther. Hey press, you okay? You look surprised to see this thing. Like maybe you've seen it before. Izuku's eyes widen, looking towards Satsuki. She did flinch a little at seeing it. So that could only mean one thing. You have seen it before, haven't you? Satsuki looks down onto Matoi, her gaze piercing cold. And what if I have? Matoi's eyes widened. You have seen it. You've got the other half of my scissors. Matoi then lunges at Kiryuin, but is punched by a giant red gauntlet. Tenkan Funsai. Again with the red letters AK, no not the time Izuku, who the hell threw that punch? As Matoi is thrown into the waves of 1-stars, knocking them away. Satsuki stayed perfectly still, acknowledging the one would stepped in, Fukuoka. Yes, captain of the boxing club, Takaharu Fukuoka. I'll finish this student in no time, with your permission of course. Granted. Matoi rushes through the crowd of people. Move it. Out of my way. Prow. As her blade hit the boxing glove, it dinks off, leaving no scratch. Is that glove made out of iron or something? Huh, don't you know a Goku uniform when you see one? What? You're not even wearing one. What are you talking about? A boxer's uniform means gloves, and trunks, and other stuff. Plus Lady Satsuki gave me this athleticism augmenting 2-star Goku uniform. It infuses my boxing gloves with their power, making them harder than hard. Stronger than steel. I don't get what you're saying. But if they're that hard, I can stop pulling my punches. Matoi then turned her blade the other side around, with it glowing red as a result. Matoi, I can hell Midoriya was about to say, but an arm from Matoi stopped him. Don't get in my way. This is my fight. But, don't. All this guy, he's nothing compared to me. Damn it, why'd she have to sound like Kaken? He would usually do the same thing, then seconds later get his ass kicked. Well, sometimes, it was a 50-50. Meanwhile in our universe. Damn it, shitty hair, would through Thachu explodes. Holy shit, the kitchen's on fire. Kaminari yelled. Where is there a fire extinguisher? Sato said, trying to search. Fuck. Mr. Aizawa is going to kill us. This is the second time this week. And it's only Monday. Shiro screamed as the rest of the students started panicking. Fukuoka snarls at the girl's remark. You think I can't handle it? Get ready. He then makes multiples lunches sprout out from his gauntlets. What happened was an absolute beatdown of the century. Never in Midoriya's life had he seen a fight end so brutally, so fast, and so one-sided. Oh, sure, he'd seen Todoroki, Kaken, hell, even he did it. But they were never this brutal in fashion. Nor did any of them truly take pleasure in the excruciating pain they have inflicted on others. And Midoriya couldn't do anything but watch. He hated it. It went against everything he stood for. This is getting out of hand, I need to do something, now. I was hoping you would be more amusing. Satsuki spoke on top of the staircase. But you have no idea how to properly wield your weapon. As she was about to leave, she said. Takaharu, take that weapon away. As you wish, Lady Satsuki. No, come back, 2 need answers. Then Takaharu's feet slammed into her, creating a dust cloud. Fool. Don't speak to her in this manner. But something was off, he couldn't reel back his feet, it felt like something was grabbing him. When the dust parted, it was revealed that he didn't actually hit Motoi, but Midoriya had caught his feet right in the nick of time. What? How? Takaharu's shock was heard, as Satsuki turned around. Her eyes widened in shock as she sees Midoriya holding back Takaharu, with little difficulty. Midoriya thought back to the words that All Might had said, meddling when you don't need to is the essence of being a hero. It's not my world, it's not my place, it's not my job. But I can't stand by and watch this unfold. I'm ending this bloodshed. He said, a fire lit between his eyes as they glowed and spark. Detroit SMASSSH. He yelled as he punched Takaharu straight in the gut, sending him careening into the stair, making an explosion. Midoriya felt the sting in his arms, his embers were getting weaker and weaker with every use, but he didn't care. In the panic and dust, Midoriya powered up to 20%, grabbed the injured Motoi and rushed towards the exit. Midori. Save your breath, I'm getting you out of here. He said with certainty as he put her on his back. I'll let go, I can walk myself. She said, blushing a little, still piggyback riding. Sorry, please just bear with me. Wait, what, where are you going? Mako said. Getting her out of here. Seeing an old woman on her cart, he gently pushed her off. I apologize, ma'am, but this is an emergency. He said as he rushed out of the school gourd, making his way down the mountain. Satsuki stared out at the destruction. Her mind was buzzing at what she had just seen. How was he that strong? He didn't have a Goku uniform, did he? But that lightning. And his speed, he was there in an instant. What the hell happened? For once in the student council president's life, she didn't know the answer to her questions. I need information, especially on that boy. Through the windows, their homeroom teacher watched with binoculars, watching the duo leave. As they rode down the mountain, Midoriya looked back at Motoi, now that they were a safe distance away. I have a question, if you won't mind me asking? Motoi looked at Izuku, her injuries were pretty bad but she could heal from them. What? What was your plan? It came to a shock for Motoi for Midoriya to say something like this, he wasn't even doing his nervous spasms. He was very serious and that brought down Motoi a little more. Just take me home. Midoriya could hear the desperation in her voice. He didn't want to push it too much, but sometime today he will get his answer. With a sigh he said. Okay, tell me where to go. You idiot. Slam. Takaharu takes a chair to the head, slumping down to the ground. I'm sorry, sir. Takaharu pleaded on the ground, while Satsuki drinks some tea poured by her butler. You let her mock Satsuki, you let her escape, with the weapon you failed to confiscate, and you got your ass kicked by a transfer student. A mistake made by a member of the club you run, Sanojima. Gamagori stated, as he was furious by the situation. Yeah, I know. Do you think I'd be punishing him for kicks here? And by the way, the disciplinary committee should have stepped in when she dissed Lady Satsuki. And that your mistake, Gamagori. Yuzu Sanajayama, athletic committee chair, said. I found some intel on the new girl. She's been starting fights in high schools in the eastern Kanto region. At school ruined by Hanoji Academy. Apparently they were personal spats, that's why we never received any reports. Hoka Inamuta, Information and Strategy Committee Chair, stated. Such negligence, Satsuki replied. Inform our branches to keep an eye for her. At once, my lady. And what of the boy? Yes, the boy's name is Izuku Midoriya. Through the school records, he was said to be kind-hearted and talented, though not much from that. There have been reports of the boy being bullied but nothing of the bully's name or address. Very well then. Continue searching. I need all the information you can retrieve. Tell the branch to keep an eye on the boy Oswell. He could be trouble. Yes, my lady. How shocking. The toad, the monkey, and the dog, all screwed up big time. Nanan Jakujer, the non-athletic committee chair said, mockingly. Hey, Lady Satsuki. You wanted that blade confiscated. Is it that we should be that worried about? It's a weapon designed to combat Goku uniforms. Satsuki said, shocking all in attendance. How does she have a weapon like that? Gamagori asked. Lady Satsuki then asked Inamuta, what's her name? Ryuko Matoi, my lady. Satsuki paused for a second. Matoi, eh? Interesting. As she put her cup down she then said. Still, watch out for that boy. He had tremendous strength, yet didn't possess a Goku uniform. And even defeated Takaharu in one punch. What? Everyone screamed. That's impossible. How can a normal human reach the strength to defeat Takaharu? Gamagori asked, which was the question everyone was asking. Yeah, Goku uniforms are the main reason we have these incredible abilities. Without them, we are just chumps, man. Sanajayama said. I have looked through his medical history. The only thing odd about him is some scarring on his right arm, mostly due to multiple bone fractures, though they don't say how though. Inamuta said. Silence. I gave you orders, now do them. Yes, Lady Satsuki. It was raining by the time Midoriya and Matoi got to her house. Midoriya used his jacket to protect Matoi from the rain, due to her injuries still needing time to heal. When they got to the entrance, Matoi was the first one of the bike. We're here. Midoriya properly took a look at the place. It was most destroyed house, 'cause most likely had been a fire. The house was collapsed in on itself. Midoriya saw the sign at the front. The House of Ishin Ryuko Matoi. Midoriya didn't know what to say. Matoi stands in the middle of the broken down house staring at the floor. Father, she utters, as flashbacks to the fire occur in her head. Seeing her father dead, fire consuming the house, and only a shadow leaving the crime scene, carrying the other half of the scissor blades. Matoi stabs her blade into the ground, using it to stabilize herself. I'm sorry, father. I was this close to finding out who killed you. Midoriya could be the choking sob starting to form. If only I was strong enough, I'd beat it out of her. Midoriya had seen this before. This was Ida all over again, someone who sought vengeance for vengeance sake. He knew how they both felt. Midoriya tried to reach out to her. That was until a trapdoor opened up underneath them and they both fell in. Wawa! They both yelled in unison as they plummeted into the depths. From up top, our mysterious teacher held a switch in his hand, watching the two closely. Taking off his glasses, he looked drastically different. You should be careful for what you wished for. Ryuko Matoi. Both of them plummeted, but Midoriya charged one for all mid-air and slammed through the floor, breaking through, though Midoriya was cut by some of the rocks on the way down. Matoi tried to use her blade to stop her fall but it didn't work, though just as she was about to hit the ground, Midoriya stepped in and grabbed her. Gotcha! He then landed, allowing Matoi to get off, and stand in the only light in the dark room. Thanks. No problem. Where are we by chance? I don't know. I never knew we had such a big basement. Then she felt something wet moving down her arm, looking to see was bleeding all down her arm. Damn, the fall reopened the cut I got from that boxer guy. She looks at Izuku and sees he's also bleeding, his gray suit shoulder giving way to red staining it. We need to find a way out. Agreed. As they start to head out, there was rubbing within the debris. Wait. Both stop to look around, seeing nothing. More. Gee, give me more. Who's there? Matoi shouted. Show yourself. Midoriya said in return. More, I need more. Give me more. More. Riya smash. Both Midoriya and Matoi attacked it, but it seemed to have dodged. It then slaps Midoriya away into a wall. Midoriya. She's taken off guard when the assailant was. What the hell? Is that a sailor uniform? The uniform then pins her to the wall. Don't leave. Put me on. Put me on. The uniform then starts undress her, fondling her boba s. A rising blush appears on her face. And no, you perv. Wear me, feed me blood, I don't want to just sleep. You can talk? When can sailor uniforms talk? You're wasting time. Don't be scared. Put me on, put me on, put me on. Oh my god, when did you learn to talk? Midoriya, help. That's not important right now. As the uniform jumps onto Matoi, Midoriya is just getting out of the hole in the wall. Blood leaking off the wall and into the pile of clothing nearest to him. Hearing her screams, tries to rush in but hears more rustling near his area. Preparing for battle, he gets into a defensive stance. Then out of the pile, what looked like a blazer appeared. You, green one. I need more. Please. What in the world? A talking blazer, gah. Midoriya was taken down to the ground by the blazer. It was mostly black with highlights of green going up it. It almost resembled his world mission costume, though the green rabbit ear-like protrusions that came out of the neck hole were any semblance. The eyes of the blazer were sunken, with a neon green outline and a scar over the left eye. Come on, young man, stop hogging it. Just put me on for a sec. I need your blood. The blazer then took off Midoriya's gray jacket before going over his head and sliding on through. Both Midoriya and Matoi screamed in agony, as red and green electricity encircled them both. They both roared into the air as their sparks ignited. Midoriya got up first, looking at himself. Okay, this is weird. Then it clicks in his head. Matoi. Activating OFA, he rushes over to where Matoi was last, only to find something he wasn't expecting. His face gets overly red, as Matoi gets pissed off at seeing Midoriya. Oh, what the fuck? He gets a super cool outfit. Will I get this? What is this bullshit? Sometime in the afternoon, Takaharu and Sanajima were standing in the middle of a makeshift boxing arena. Mako behind them on a cross upside down. Hey, new girl. Takaharu said through the intercom. You listening? An hour from now, we're going to execute your little friend. She's an accessory to both you and your boyfriend's crimes of treason against Hanoji Academy. If you want to save her life, quit hiding like cowards. Show yourselves. The homeroom teacher watches from afar, the principal right beside him. Mr. Principal, the student council are acting like animals, do something about it. This doesn't concern us, so stay out of it. The principal stated. Kiryuin's mother is the chair of the academy's board of directors. Therefore, Lady Satsuki is our lord and master. We work for her, so there's nothing we could do about it. Using a hostage is kinda cliché, don't you think? Sanajima said next to Takaharu. If I fail again, my Goku uniform is gonna be confiscated. Since Manshoku's the only one we know of who actually spoke to the two of them, I don't have any other option. It sounds like you got your priorities straight. Good, now get out there, prove yourself. Oh man, oh man. This is bad. Mako said, upside down. Everyone at school is going to see my underwear now. Should have worn my sexy panties today. The doors open and a vat of boiling liquid emerges. Bring out the VAT. Takaharu says. The vat is moved outside and Takaharu takes a shrimp and dips it into the vat to show that it was truly boiling oil. The shrimp fired in seconds. No ho ho. Mako yells as the vat is placed under her. If you dip me in that oil, everyone is gonna see through my uniform. This is bad, this is so not good. Sanajima deadpans, the girl is being either incredibly brave or incredibly stupid. Motaro tries to move closer, but then sees Midoriya and Motoi in cloaks. They both jump up, and incredible wind pressure rocks many of the people around. As Motoi steps on people to make her way over to the stadium, Midoriya uses the incredible wind pressure in his kicks to essentially fly forward. Similar to the way I did it with Eri, control where I'm using my strength. Midoriya was the first one to make it to Mako, smashed through the contraption with blistering speed, all while holding on to Mako in the process. Don't worry Mako, I got you. The one-stars tried to stop his flee but he was too fast, striking them before they could react, knocking them out instantly. Motoi jumps into the ring, another round of one-stars tried to jump her too, but she dodges out of the way, making them fall into the vat of oil, frying the one-stars in seconds. Motoi then lands in front of Takaharu, with Midoriya behind her, holding on to Mako like a piece of lumber. So, new girl, we meet again. Takaharu sneered at Motoi. Using a hostage to get me here is pretty low. You wanna fight so bad, well here I am. So let's duke it out, one-on-one. Motoi said, bringing out her scissor blade. You're not in the club, but I can make an exception today. Get ready. The bell rings. Round 1. Are they seriously doing a boxing tournament? Midoriya asked, to no one in particular, sighing at what was unfolding. Takaharu goes in for a punch. I'm gonna haze you, like a freshman. He then jabs multiple times. Yeah, you like that. The ring is filling up with my juggernaut left jabs. The jabs continue to hit Motoi but she makes no sign of moving. Is this guy being serious right now? And here comes the right strike CK. It's really a corkscrew. Tenkan Funsai. The attack comes straight towards Motoi, but just before it hits, she finally looks at him, as his attack connects only with the cloak. With the cloak destroyed her new outfit is revealed. Hawawahoo. Everyone screamed, as Motoi's new clothing is revealed and her blocking the punch with her blade. She had a large blush on her face from revealing this outfit. She wore a skimpy suit of armor with red top section of the armor covers Ryuko's neck, lower jaw, arms, and upper boba s, and a weird triangular grill on her top armor piece is connected to her skirt by 3 red garter belt suspenders, leaving everything between the underside of her boba s and her waist. Legs are covered with thigh-high boots with shaped crests jutted out from her shoulder that looked sorta like eyes. Her hair becomes even more feathery and is accented with vibrant red undertones and horn-like clips. God damn it, even after all this, I still can't get over it. It's even worse than midnight. Izuku thought, trying to fight back the red that was creeping up his face. What the hell are you wearing? Takaharu said, genuinely confused by what he was seeing right now. And none of your business. She spat, continuing to block the glove with her blade. Why you're cheating? Trying to distract me with your sexiness. It's not my fault it's like this. You slut. How dare you? You're mocking the gentleman's sport. I am not. She says as Takaharu single in on her boba s, drool coming out of his mouth. Alright, in that case I'm stripping down too. Takaharu starts to take off his trunks. Now who's doing the mocking? She yells, and Midoriya just facepalms into his hand, trying to forget whatever the hell just happened. Why is this world so T1 conversation go without making an innuendo? As Takaharu moves his hands down, the chain around his belt breaks. Time to take off the soft gloves I used, and bring out the pain. He says as Motoi jaws opens wide as the glove started to gain more spikes and become sharper. What? Oh no. Behold. This is what the real Hanoji Academy Boxing Club athleticism augmenting 2-star Goku uniform. He then pulls on the chain and suddenly more spikes pop out of the gauntlet. Midoriya and Motoi stare in shock. I bet you're wondering why didn't he wrap them? Well, if I didn't the challengers from other schools would be too scared to fight me. Where are these red words coming from? And how is that legal in any shape or fashion? Midoriya shouts in his mind. His eye was twitching on the outside. I don't know the rules of boxing, but I'm pretty sure those are illegal. But oh well. He smirks at the diminutive man. Bring it on. The bell rings again. Round 2. Takaharu rushes and right fist ready to strike. I couldn't tell what you were hiding under that cloak of yours, he says, knocking away a lady in the process of rushing, readying his corkscrew fist. But now that you're half naked, I'm gonna rip that bikini to shreds, and set you flying. Matoi just stares at the incoming attack, not budging at all. Then Takaharu's hit lands, colliding with Matoi's chest. A few seconds passed, as cracks begin to form. Everyone is on the edge of their seats. Takaharu grins, while Matoi and Midoriya are calm. Suddenly the gauntlet breaks, leaving everyone shocked, except for Midoriya and Matoi. What the hell? Takaharu yelled. MMME gauntlet. Looks like your glove isn't the only thing that turns to steel. So does my outfit. Takaharu rages, continuously hitting Matoi back and forth, different directions, different angles, but nothing seemed to affect her in any way. Midoriya was almost feeling bad, almost. Geez, you call those punches? 'Cause I'm not feeling anything. Whoa, what's she wearing? Jakujur asked, looking down on the fight from above. I think it's a Goku uniform. Inamuta replies, not believing what he was seeing as well. Huh? Satsuki looks down with intrigue, for the first time today actually seeing Matoi as a threat. The homeroom teacher is also wondering what was happening. How is she so strong already? Wow. Hey, I didn't know you knew how to box. Mako said, standing in the crowd of people after Midoriya let her go. Yeah, I don't think she really does. Mataro states. But she's totally freaking awesome, so unbelievably awesome. That last part he had his tongue out for, looking at her other areas. Midoriya, hearing everything, was about to bash that kid over the head. Could you guys just stop? He yells. Ukake, sorry, I won't look at your girlfriend. Geez. What? I ain't her boyfriend. Midoriya says, blushing underneath his own cloak. Matoi takes more and more, getting a little annoyed by this point. Okay, now I get to have some fun. She says, her uniform spewing out steam, the red line of her suit glowing with power. She runs in, dodging each multiple left jabs, scissor blade in hand. She then holds the sword by its blade, using the handle like an axe. Left jab. Hitting Takaharu in the side of his head. And a right hook. She says as she twists the sword back around and jabs it into the man's back. Midoriya wonders how she didn't skewer the man at that moment. And now, it's an uppercut. She yells as she uses the handle and smacks Takaharu into the air. When he comes crashing down, face first, teeth flying out of his mouth, Matoi is ready to end this. And for desert, she says, swinging her blade around, a red strings, she yells as she slashes through Takaharu. Then in a flash, his Goku uniform is destroyed, making spin in the air naked. Sanesai Sashitsu. Okay, why did she need to decloth the man? Midoriya thought as he had given up on this world's weirdness. Impossible. Sanajayama yelled. A Goku uniform Gamagori started. Was defeated? Jakujur finished. Her scissor blade truly is powerful. Inamuta stated out loud. As the outfit was destroyed, a red string floated out of it, flying towards Matoi, disappearing, but making her outfit glow red with power. No one saw this, except for Midoriya, and Satsuki. No, it isn't her blade. She remarked. As Takaharu was spinning in the air, she aims her weapon. Now, it's time to finish you off. She yells as she catches Takaharu in a windmill circle and launches him toward the tower Satsuki was currently standing on. Before he could even hit her, a bunch of 1 stars block his path. His blood, however, goes past him, which the 3 stars try to intercept, only for a small splash to hit her cheek. Everyone gasps in shock. Satsuki, continuing to stare down at Matoi, wipes the blood off her face with no issue. Sanajayama sees this disgrace and jumps into the ring, running towards Matoi. How dare you! Before he could utter any more words, Midoriya jumps in, lightning fast. Sanajayama didn't even see him move from his place, before Midoriya raised a gloving green arm. Air Force 15% smash. He yelled, propelling a bullet of air into Sanajayama's chest, knocking him down. This also sent a shockwave that removes Midoriya's cloak, revealing his new outfit. Unlike Matoi, his was much more conversative. In fact, it reminded Midoriya of his old world mission uniform. It felt like it, as it was a black and green bodysuit that covered his entire body. The top of the outfit resembled Midoriya's old hero outfit with the stripes that went along the body being green, with the exception of black armor pieces being placed around certain parts of his body, like chest, neck, and shoulders. He too had a grill on his back, but it was more square-like. The pants were combat-oriented, with green line running down them, stopping at the lower knee, with his high-tech-looking boots taking up the rest of his leg and feet. His gloves resembled his Air Force gauntlets with them being colored green on the bottom and the rest of it being black. He didn't have his hooded cowl however, instead he had 2 strands of what could be bunny ears flowing behind him, connected to the outfit's shoulders, almost like a cape. He also had what looked like a black rebreather mask with glowing green lines, though it was connected to the collar of his suit. On his upper chest, the outfit had similar eyes to Matoi's uniform but were more sunken, with black scara and yellow irises. Midoriya's hair didn't change all that much, but it did glow similar to the suit. "It's him," Gamagori stated, eyes narrowing. "But that outfit, it looks similar to the new girl's." Jakujur stated, "Could he have had it the whole time?" "No, that doesn't make sense, there was no sign of any green on his person when he arrived here." Inamuta thought out loud again, watching the boy with interest. Satsuki raised an eyebrow at the revelation. It was most intriguing to have one, but 2. Sanajayama got back up, scowling at the 2. "You bitches, I'm going to stand down. Both of you." It was Satsuki that called the order, making Sanajayama look back at her. Midoriya stopped and lowered his hand. "New girl and new boy," Satsuki called out. "Where did you both get your hands on those outfits?" Matoi stood still for a moment, Midoriya looking back to her, before she kicked up the microphone underneath her, holding it up to her mouth. "We got them from my father." Satsuki's eyes narrowed. "Really?" "Yeah, really." "And are you seeing this scissor blade? It was left behind by the same scumbag that killed him. And now, you're gonna tell me who this belonged to?" Satsuki Kiryuin. Both stared down each other. Then Satsuki looked towards Midoriya. "And what about you? How did you get your power?" Midoriya stared down Satsuki, thinking before he said anything. He couldn't just say he was gifted his power. That would bring up a whole host of questions. He needed to respond carefully. What would All Might say in this position? "Maybe, you should think of what you shall say," a voice from under him said. "Huh? What do you mean?" Midoriya asked, looking down for a second to look into the eyes of his suit. "I mean, say what you want to say. It's your power, you should say it as it is." The voice spoke. Midoriya's eyes widened, remembering the famous words he gave to Todoroki on that fateful day. "It's your quirk. Yours, not his." How could he have forgotten his own words? He smiled, whispering a thank you, before opening his hand. Matoi smirked and chucked the microphone towards him, with him catching him and turning it towards his mouth. "I am Izuku Midoriya, my power is my own, and I will use it for the good of the world. I will become a hero who saves everyone, that is my promise. So prepare, Satsuki Kiryuin, 'cause I ain't holding back." Remembering All Might's words from before the sports festival, "Young Midoriya, you have to tell the world, I am here. That is why, I am here." Both teens stared down Satsuki from the ring, determination in their eyes. Their eyes glow within the afternoon lighting. Satsuki whispered something that only she could hear, "This will be most interesting." Everyone was in shock and awe at the two's determination. No one has ever spoken or even thought of fighting back against Satsuki or any of the 3 stars. It was unprecedented. Unless you wanted to be completely beaten down or outright killed, you would keep your mouth shut. Matoi looked at Midoriya with awe, then went back to her usual smirk. "Guess I got a badass partner, sweet. I see, he is pretty charismatic, well after he gets over his whole nervous side." A voice spoke. Though it was only Matoi who heard it. "Yeah, the guy's gonna need to toughen up if he's gonna hand around me. Yes, especially when he blushes from just looking in your general direction." "Waha, shut up," Matoi said, blushing returning to her face. Satsuki then spoke out, getting the attention of Matoi. "Ryuko Matoi, that's your name, correct? Interesting. Then you must be Isshin Matoi's daughter, am I right?" Matoi's anger rises, steam shooting out of her nose. I knew it. You know who my father was. As she gets madder, sweat starts to go down her arm, then she collapses only being propped up by her blade. Matoi. Midoriya yells as he rushes over. You're bleeding too much, Ryuko. The suit said, looking at her with its one eye. You said you wanted blood. You getting full now? No, but in about 5 minutes, you're going to lose consciousness. Why didn't you say that before? And how come Midoriya looks perfectly fine? He must have a lot more stamina than you. Though he doesn't look to be doing any better. Matoi, confused by this, looks at Midoriya, who was helping her up. Now that they were close, she could see he was breathing a lot heavier than normal. He must have just a little left in the tank. We got to end this fast. Matoi thought, hating that she had to retreat. She then looked at Satsuki, who seemed unimpressed. Then, we'll pick this up later. Satsuki Kiryuin. Let's go, Midoriya. Midoriya nodded, as they both jump over the ropes. Matoi let out one last remark before the left. Count on it. Sanajayama signals for his troops to move. After her. She's getting away. Before they could continue, Satsuki slams her sheath onto the ground, getting everyone's attention. Don't bother. My lady. She'll be back eventually. Leave her be till then. And with this final word she left. Sanajayama stared at the location where his boss once was. Lady Satsuki, you're as dazzling as always. Satsuki sat back on her throne, placing her bakuzan at her side. Her butler came forth with a teapot and cup. Your tea, miss. Careful, it's hot. Satsuki takes a sip before she spoke again. So the new girl has a Camui. Same with the boy, but his power didn't come from it. She then smirks. Both Midoriya and Matoi took the tram down toward the lowest part of the town. Matoi was barely hanging on to consciousness, with Midoriya barely being able to stand, much less move. As they get to their stop, Matoi tries to step out but falls, leaving Midoriya to catch her. Matoi. Hey look, it's a half-naked chick. 3 deviants next to them said, leering down at Matoi. The outfits eye wide with concern, but Midoriya gives them a dangerous look, which makes them back off, running away in terror. Then Midoriya falls to his knees, not having the strength to stand anymore. Damn it. I need to move. I need to get her somewhere safe. Move legs, move. Midoriya screamed in his head. His outfit also has its eyes wide with concern. Young Izuku, you're losing too much blood. You're gonna end up like her if we don't find shelter now. Damn it, I know, you're right. But where can we go? We can't just go back to her house, there isn't much of a house there. And there's no medical supplies there either, I checked. Damn it, think Izuku, think. He heard a familiar voice, turning towards the sound, he smiles. When Matoi finally wakes up after so long. She opens her eyes to see an unfamiliar man staring down at her, his body moving in a rhythming fashion, almost like instincts took over, and she socks the man in the face, making him go flying. Rrrrhhhh. Wah, The man hit the ceiling then slammed onto the ground headfirst. Matoi kicks the bed out of the way, holding on to her bandaged arm. The man was writhing in pain on the ground. You stinkin' pervert. Do you know who you're messing with? I'm the crazy bitch for Kanto with the sigh. She then notices her scissor blade was missing. She spins her head around, looking for her scissor blade. Crap. My scissor. Here you go. Mako said, giving her the case. Thanks. She then takes her blade out of the case. Watch it, Mako. He was trying to mess with me. Mako then goes towards the person. Geez, Dad. What are you doing? Matoi eyes widen with shock. Your dad? Wait, that's your dad? She then drops and bows, I'm so sorry. The man, now known as Baraso Manshokus, got up, having blood gush from his nose. Wow, I'm seeing stars. You got a heck of a punch. I'll say she does. Mako says, I was in trouble at school and she saved my life. Baraso wipes his nose and smiles, giving her a thumbs up. Mataro then comes in from the side. You were totally badass. All swinging that scissor blade around, dressed up like a hooker. Only a psycho would fight with their boba-s hanging out. Matoi, pissed, then smacks the little deviant on the head. Shut it. I got my reason for that you. Ow, what you do that for? I helped carry your half-naked ass back here damn it. Then the door behind them opens, revealing a woman entering in. If beating the bejesus out of my hubby and Mataro makes you feel any better, go right ahead. This was Tsukuyo Manshokus, Mako's mother. She was followed in by Midoriya, who was carrying some supplies from the market. Oh, Matoi, you're awake. That's good to see, he said, smiling brightly. He also had bandages around his body but were as many as with Matoi. Matoi then looked at herself, seeing all the bandages around her body. Mako then said, if you want to know who patched you two up, it was my daddy. Her father smiled. Believe it or not, he's a back-alley doctor. His claim to fame is that he's killed way more patients than he has saved. That made both Matoi and Midoriya nervous sweat. Yeah, no, that's not a good thing, Matoi said, Midoriya giving slight head nods. Please. At least the dead ones can't sue the crap out of you, Barasso said. Am I right or am I right? That's right, Tsukuyo said, putting down the pot in front of everyone. I hope you're hungry. It's not fancy but it's filling. She opens the pot to reveal brown liquid flowing out of it. She also put down a plate of croquettes, while Midoriya sit down next to Matoi. Matoi looks at the food and questions even eating it. Mako comes from the side. Dig in, my mother is the best cook in the world. Over there we have some croquettes with I don't know what, and in the pot, there's some miso soup, with all sort of unknown things in it. I don't know how Izuku got the salad but it's good nonetheless. Oh, don't listen to her, dear. I only use non-poisonous ingredients. And Izuku was such a big help in the kitchen and grabbing some supplies from the market. Those spices and herbs really made this my best cooking yet. The compliment made Midoriya blush just a little bit. Mataro was already digging into the food. Hurry, before it's all gone. Then a dog came out from the closet. Guts. It somehow spoke and then devoured Matoi's plate. Hey down Guts, bad dog, Mako said, Barasso opening the window. Your bowl is outside. Then she chucks Guts out the window with Barasso closing it back up. Matoi and Midoriya just watched this unfold. Then Guts jumps back in through the other side, licking Matoi's bowl clean. He eats with a lot of gusto, so we call him Guts, Mataro said. Eat up, lil lady, Barasso said. You two young man, you're both looking pale after all that hemorrhaging. Matoi and Midoriya just stare before Midoriya starts to dig in, with an awkward smile. Matoi takes a few more seconds, to which Mako just stuffs a bunch of croquettes into her mouth. Don't just sit there, eat. They all laugh at Matoi who desperately tried to swallow down the stuffed croquettes. After a sec of swallowing, Matoi finally had a mouth to speak. Hey, how did I end up here anyways? Mako then spoke up. Oh, right, you were passed out. Well, me and Mataro saw you guys near the tram after the fight. Izuku was very weak and you were straight passed out. I told Izuku that my dad was a doctor and he should come with us. He agreed and, with the help of Mataro, was able to bring you back here. Mataro started to drool, remembering Matoi's unconscious half-naked body he held, before Midoriya gave him a look in between eating, which straightened the boy out. He did not want to receive a punch from a boy who could very much punch a guy through several buildings. Really? Matoi asked, not knowing how to feel about this, especially having Mataro being the one to carry her. She didn't like his leering from time to time. Yeah, I told Izuku to take a break but he wouldn't budge. By the time we made it home, he collapsed as well. Dad had to fix him and you together before you both died from blood loss. It's true, Barasso said, smiling through his meal. You two are very lucky. I'm actually surprised Izuku made it that long at all, while carrying you. That boy has great amounts of endurance and drive that no normal man would ever have. Matoi was in shock and disbelief. For the short time she's known Midoriya, she had seen that he was a kind-hearted and driven individual, but to help someone this much, for only their first day of knowing each other, was unbelievable in her mind. She had learned that people would only help others when they wanted something, so for Midoriya to completely throw that thinking away was too unbelievable for her. She looked towards Midoriya, who was finishing his bowl of rice and talking with Tsukuyo, smiling through their conversation. It made a small smile creep onto her face. Then Mako looked at Midoriya. So, Izuku. I have to ask, I have to. How do you do the cool lightning thing? What's your secret? Are you an alien, or a science experiment gone wrong or? Mako, be nice. It's rude to ask those type of questions. Especially if he feel pressured into doing so. Tsukuyo said, scolding her oldest child. Midoriya's eyes were wide. He knew someone would ask eventually, but not this soon. I'm sorry. Mako said, bowing to Midoriya frontally. I just wanted to know. You were so cool today. You beat up a 2-star with one punch, and even knocked down a 3-star. Yeah. Motaro jumped in. You were like a superhero. All that lightning around your body was sick. Though your outfit wasn't as cool or as naked as Ryuko W. Motaro was then hit in the head by Matoi, with a small blush on her face. It's alright, Tsuyuko, really. Two can answer their questions. Midoriya said, trying to calm down the situation. Taking a deep breath, he then spoke, using a cover story that he came up with. My quirk, well, Tu was kinda born with it. He lied, he hated doing that, but they wouldn't understand the full truth. Everyone in the room's eyes widened, even Guts, as they engrossed themselves in Midoriya's tale. Quirk? What's a quirk? Motaro asked, confused by the wording. Ooh, that's what my mom named it. It's just something that make me unique. It manifested when I was in middle school. I was picked on a lot because I was so different to other children, people would not talk to me, and friends would gradually move away. Too mean, someone like me with my abilities defied all logic, I was a freak of nature. But you aren't. You're so cool and nice. Mako exclaimed. True, but you have to remember that people are scared of what they don't understand. My mom, however, loved me regardless. She told me it's what made me special, so she named it a quirk. She must really love you. Tsuyuko said, smiling. I really need to meet her and thank her for such a boy with proper manners, unlike my own. Those last words sent a shiver down Barasso and Motaro's spines. Midoriya's face then took on a frown, the first genuine one that they have seen. I'm sorry, you can't meet her. She's not her anymore. The sadness in his tone can be referred to as the mood in the room soured just a little bit. In truth, his mother was alive, but he could never see her again. He didn't want to be reminded of that fact. It hurt way more than any punch. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know. Tsuyuko quickly apologized. No, you're fine. You were just asking. Izuku replied. As for my quirk, it stockpiles power. Think of me as one giant battery, the more power I stock up, the more powerful my attacks get. That would explain the scars along your arm. Barasso said. I was wondering how a kid your age could get so many deformities on your arms alone. Why yeah, I didn't have control over my quirk when it manifested, so whenever I used it, it would break my bones. Midoriya said, rubbing the back of his head. What? Guts? The entire room shook over everyone yelling. How are you still alive? Motaro yelled. That would explain a lot. You must have maxed out your hospital bill. Barasso joked. What, why would you go and do that? Matoi asked. Don't worry, I have control over it now. I can use smaller percentages without hurting my body. Before it was all or nothing. But to answer your question of why, well, it's kind of like what Motaro said, I want to be a hero. A hero, Guts? Everyone questioned. Why yeah, two always thought they were so cool, using their powers to save lives. It was kinda my dream to become one. Then I met my mentor, he helped me master my quirk. He believed I could be a hero, someone who could save people with a smile. It's the whole reason I'm here in the first place. Really? Motoi questioned, eyebrows raised. This made sense with her about Midoriya's character, how he saved the man at the gate, her against her first spat with Takaharu, and then saving Mako without a second thought. It all made sense. Now would she understand why he would do this? No. It still doesn't make sense to her that this boy would put his own life away for strangers, but she did respect his ideals and strength nonetheless, especially how far he will go if breaking his bones to the point of scarring were any indication. Why yeah. After my master gave up his life for me, I came here. He hated lying, especially since All Might wasn't even dead, just far, 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 far away. 2V noticed a lot of very questionable things, and that's why I'm here. To help. So now you know, I'm a hero in training. So to speak. Then Midoriya released a brightening smile, letting out a huge ray of light. Motoi, who was right to him, had to squint to save her eyes from being blinded by the sheer blinding light, while the Manshokus family all brought out sunglasses, with Guts holding out a Bible and cross for some reason. Well, we don't mind you helping out around here. Barasso said, with a large smile, putting his sunglasses away after the light dissipated. It's nice to have someone looking out for us, especially around here. You're welcome to stay here for a while. Like they say, mi casa y su casa. Midoriya didn't know what to say. He was grateful for the Manshokus family for taking them in, but he didn't want to burden them too much. All he could say is, thank you, Barasso, sir. And I'll try not to break my bones too much. He said, jokingly. Ah, you cares. It's more business for me. Barasso said. That made Midoriya sweat a little. Recovery Girl would not get along with him. Meanwhile in our universe, Recovery Girl was sitting at her desk, checking off the patients she had today. Then a shiver came from her back, with her face darkening, and a glowing eye being shown gleaming. My doctor senses are tingling. She said, with malice in her voice. Where is that stupid successor to All Might? Everyone outside quickly left the scene, not wanting to talk to a very angry Recovery Girl. Well, I'm glad to have you as my partner in crime, man. Motoi said, giving a smirk towards Midoriya. Partner in crime? What do you mean, Motoi? Midoriya asked. Just call me Ryuko, you've earned tat for saving my ass a couple of times. Ryuko said, making Midoriya blush a little. What I mean is you and me, we are against the entirety of Hanoji. We are basically partners at this point. You got a point. Well, Ryuko, you can call me Izuku in that case. Izuku said, raising his hand for a handshake, just like when they met. Ryuko took it, both sharing a determined smile. If you're done flirting with your boyfriend, we still need to eat. Mataro said, getting both teens to turn bright red. We're not dating. Both Izuku and Ryuko yelled, getting a caught from the entire family. The masses, Satsuki said. They're such fools. Pig in human clothes, domesticated by the establishment. They were bound to be governed by myself and Hanoji Academy. The scene shows several sewing machines working on Goku uniforms. Using the Goku uniforms as our weapons, we will carve a path to humanity's future. Satsuki walks past a line of uniforms, hung from machinery. I've always marveled at how our schools make students wear military-inspired uniforms. The boys' high-collared uniform comes from the army, and the girls' uniform comes from the navy. In our country, the uniforms they are forced to wear are just for learning. But at Hanoji Academy, we have designed our uniforms for combat. They will become the symbols of our control over the pigs. As she stares at a giant orb made from machinery, she then turned to talk to the person next to her. You members of the sewing club are at the heart of our conquest and liberation of humanity. Take care as you work. Thank you for your words of encouragement, my lady. The president of the sewing club said. Another person came up from behind, right next to Sanojima. Tennis club captain, Omiko Hakadati, senior class T, reporting. Are you ready for the Hokkaido Interleague match? Satsuki asked. Yes, ma'am. The club members are training hard as we speak. Those northern hicks will feel the might of Hanoji Academy. And you, Lady Satsuki. They'll be shaking in their shoes. We've gone through a lot of trouble to hide the goal of this match. Sanajayama said next to her, looking down at her. If the tennis clubs wins, the academy gets control of all northern Japan. So don't screw this up. Understood, sir. A giant metal container then descends from the top, opening up to be a 2-star Goku uniform. A gift from Lady Satsuki. The president of the sewing club said. A tennis spec athleticism augmenting 2-star Goku uniform. Omiko was in awe of the sight of the uniform. I'm getting my very own 2-star Goku uniform? I'm honored. Thank you, milady. Satsuki turns around, just see to it you succeed. Without a doubt, milady. Satsuki then leaves the room, with Omiko finishing by saying, I'll make sure the tennis club trains even harder. We will win the match at all costs. Satsuki then sits back down on her throne, Bakuzan at her side. Her butler pour tea for her, as always. Then her butler asks a question for her. Why don't you wear a Goku uniform, miss? You're more than worthy. I have my sword. It is more than sufficient for me. Then perhaps it is a question of the uniform being worthy of you. Heh, Satsuki chuckled, then she sipped from her tea like always. As everyone was sleeping at the Manshokus house, Ryuko was the only one awake. She looked toward Izuku, who chose to sleep on the opposite side of the room, as there wasn't much room with everyone else. He slept soundly on a chair, a pillow on his side and a blanket around him. Izuku smiled, the boy was sleeping soundly right next to his living blazer, who also was asleep from what she could tell. Then Matoi looked at her sailor uniform above her. Hey, are you awake? No answer, the eye was shut, most likely fast asleep. She then stared back up at the ceiling. I wish I knew what you were, senketsu. Flashback. After the light had faded, Matoi looked down at her new outfit, in disbelief and in embarrassment. Oh my god, what kind of kinky outfit are you? This is what I am. Senketsu said. Yeah, well, that doesn't answer the question. She then tires to rip senketsu off of her. Come on, damn it. Get off of me. I said OFF. Get off. Get off. Get off. Get off. Get off. If you don't come off I'm gonna rip. Then she jumped, and crashed the ceiling with tremendous force. In disbelief as she stared down at the ground, lodged in the ceiling. How the heck did that happen? This is our power. Senketsu said. I awakened when I drank your blood. And when you put me on, or rather, when I am worn by you, we can activate that power. What are you? Really? I don't know. What? Don't give me that. You were just telling me how you worked. I can explain the current phenomena, but there is still much I do not know. What you call memory, I have gaps in mine. I can't remember many things. Well then what do you remember? I remember the man who made me. He had a beard, an eye patch, and he wore a white lab coat. He was stooped, wore sandals, he used a cane, and he had a mouse on his shoulder. That sounds exactly like my dad. As Matoi got out and landed on the ground. Dad? Senketsu asked. Yeah, he's my father. Ishin Matoi. I'm Ryuko. Why did he make you? Hey, if I got you, then maybe I could beat those assholes. You're coming with me, Senketsu. Senketsu? Yeah, everyone needs a name, even you. And since my blood woke you up, it's perfect. 'Cause Senketsu means fresh blood. Now let's. Matoi. Then, she turns around and sees a green bolt of lightning coming her way. Oh, Midoriya. Shit, I forgot about him for a second. I hope he's alright. Wait, oh no, Midoriya, wait. As Midoriya lands next to her, she notices his new outfit as well. Are you Auric? His voice gets caught in his throat as he gets a good look at her. Then, his face turns beet red, steam popping out his ears and nose. Ah! He yells as he turns around. I'm sorry, 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 he mutters incoherently. Then, it's her turn to get red in the face, but not from embarrassment, well some of that, but more of anger. Oh come on. How come Midoriya gets a cool spy outfit while get the skimpy thing? I said, this is what I am, I can't change that. Senketsu replied. Whatever. Midoriya, what are you wearing? And why are you wearing it? She asked, knocking the boy out of his panic spiral. He turns around slowly, trying his hardest to look at her body, forcing his eyes to only stare at her face. Cute, wait what? Midoriya, come on, tell me where you got that from. Well, it kinda just forced itself onto me. It's alive, so yeah. Wait, you have another one on you? She asked. Wait, there was another one of me here? I wasn't alone? Senketsu yelled. Well, yeah, he doesn't remember much. Only bits and pieces, and how to use him. Oh, and his creator. Do you know a guy with a beard, a lab coat? That's my dad, he created him too? Midoriya then stares down at the outfit, confusing Matoi. Midoriya, why are you staring at it? Can't it talk? What? He was just talking. You can't hear him? He can only hear his own and you can only hear me. We are connected telepathically, most likely they are the same. Senketsu said. Senketsu said we can only hear each other's uniforms. She said, relaying the information to Midoriya. Senketsu? Midoriya asked. Yeah, I have to give him a name, he's sentient, so he's a person too. What about you, gonna give your suit a name? She sees Midoriya ponder a name for a moment, the eyes of his suit looking up back at him. Okay, how about Junketsu? He said. Why that name? She asked. Well, I don't know, it just came to my mind. And also it fits with your name, they are technically siblings after all. I guess so, is it okay with that? Midoriya looks down at his suit, then looks back up and nods. Alrighty then, Matoi said as she grabs a piece of dirty fabric lying around and surrounds herself like a cloak. Time to kick some Hanoji ass. I'm coming for you, Satsuki Kiryuin. She then runs off. Hey, wait for me. He yelled, grabbing his own cloak and chasing after her. End of flashback. As Ryuko starts to nod off to sleep, the scene cuts to Izuku sleeping on the chair as his dream comes forth, thinking back on today's escapades. Flashback. When the light faded, Izuku looks at his body and gasps, the outfit he was wearing looked so familiar, he could almost say that it was an exact copy. Whoa, what? How? I happened, young man. The Junketsu replied. What do you mean? I don't understand what's going. Before Izuku could say any more, he felt a rush of energy coursing through his veins. It felt like a blaze was created inside his body. His weakening embers of one for all now burst alight with rainbow flames, similar to that of bonfire. It was so sudden that green electricity coursed through Izuku's body without him even thinking about it. This is our power. Junketsu said. I awakened when I drank your blood. And when you put me on, or rather, when I am worn by you, we can activate our shared power. Wait, how do you have my quirk? Izuku asked, shocked by clothing having his quirk. It should be impossible, there were no quirks in this world, and the probability of a coincidence was next to nothing. Wait, before that, what are you? I don't know. Huh, what do you mean? I said, I don't know. I'm just as clueless as you are, young man. This thing scarily sounds like All Might. But you were just telling me how you worked and everything. There's got to be at least something. I can explain the current phenomena, but there is still much I do not know. What you call memory, I have gaps in mine. I can't remember many things. I apologize for not being able to answer. It's okay, you're fine, I was asking for too much. Izuku said, what do you remember though, if you don't mind me asking? I remember the man who made me. He had a beard, an eye patch, and he wore a white lab coat. He was stooped, wore sandals, he used a cane, and he had a mouse on his shoulder. Okay, Izuku didn't know anyone with that description, he might have to ask Matoi. But there was another person, he looked like a white rabbit, long ears, purple eyes, black coat with stripes, and a large top hat. He gave my creator a piece of some hair or something, thought that's the last thing I remember. Okay, that was someone he knew. Blizzard was here, how? And why? Then it clicked. Why Blizzard plucked on of his hairs, why he left for about a minute. He didn't say anything after that, but now Izuku realized. He gave whoever created this outfit his DNA. But he didn't have OFA anymore. How was it reignited? Did the god of chaos do something to it? Kid? Huh? Shoot, he was mumbling again. He really needed to work on it. Sorry, I just was thinking out loud. Sorry, it's a habit. Just recognized the second person you mentioned. Really? Why yeah, he's the reason I came to this island in the first place. Now I know why. He then looked down at his hand. Well, you seem to be keeping my quirk alight, so I thank you for that. Not a problem, Ugh? My name's Izuku Midoriya. Nice to meet you, young Izuku. Damn, it's really just a clothing version of All Might. Meanwhile in our universe, Toshinori was drinking a nice cup of tea at his desk, then felt a tingling sensation on his back. Spewing it out, he thought, did I get replaced? No, young Midoriya would never replace me. Hey, is that screaming earlier normal? Izuku took a few seconds, then it clicked. Shoot. Using OFA at 10%, he felt the power rushing in. This time it wasn't draining like it did before. Junketsu also glowed a neon green. Matoi. He sped off towards where Matoi was last seen. End of flashback. In the hall of Elytrium, we see Blizzard and Saria staring at a screen showing Izuku sleeping. Well, Saria was watching while Blizzard was writing in his book, only watching with one of his ear eyes. It seems he has taken his first steps. Good. Saria said, watching with her 6 eyes. Indeed, the boy learns fast, I'll say. It will do him well. Blizzard agreed, finishing the last stroke of his pen, before closing the book. Now, he'll need to gain his power back. That's going to be his biggest hurdle. Indeed. So, who shall go first in guiding the boy's path? I mean, I should. I was the one to grab him, so dibs. Ugh, fine. Just don't break him. I know how you like to do these things. He needs to learn, not be bedridden. Alright. I'll go easy on the kid. He will only have a broken bone or two. Blizzard. Haha. Whoop 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 whoop, and with that he ran down the hall, out of sight. Saria sighs, this was usual for him. Though he has his issues, she still loves him. Then she turned back towards the monitor. Sweet dreams, Izuku Midoriya. 'Cause tomorrow, your training really begins. Just don't die on us this early on. She said as she smiles fondly, then turns the monitor off. As Ryuko opened her eyes to see chaos unfolding around her. Matara was eating breakfast, while Mako was running round the place, trying to put her uniform on. Izuku was still sleeping in his chair. Oh my god. Ryuko, Izuku, wake up. We have to hurry and eat breakfast. If we're late for school again, I'm gonna get expelled. Hurry. And then she kicks Izuku's chair over, making him groan in pain, but at least now he was awake. At the tram, all 3 of them stand inside, with Izuku and Ryuko being the only one that had new outfits than yesterday. Ryuko wore senketsu in his base form, a black sailor uniform, and surprisingly comfortable. Izuku was also wearing Junketsu. He had his thin white collared shirt underneath, with the blazer on top. He looked like a mixture of his old UA blazer and the gym uniform he wore at the sports festival, though in his own color scheme. Junketsu's bunny ears were even folded to make a tie, as the tram takes them up. Izuku was the first to see the difference between the lower end of the city and the higher tiers. Hey, why are the houses so different the higher up? Ryuko also noticed this. Big gap between the rich and the poor here, huh? Mako, waking up from her nap standing up. Izuku didn't know how she could do that. That's because the city's ruled over by Lady Satsuki. The top-tier students live in the ritzy area. Lower-tier students like us get the slums. Your status at school determines where you live? Ryuko and Izuku exclaimed, shocked by this. It's pretty straightforward, isn't it? Mako said, saying it like it was just another Tuesday. Izuku's hand clenched. He didn't like Satsuki before, now he had a mission, to help the people out of the tyranny, and give them something to hope for. As they make their way into school, Mako speaks up. Oh, that reminds me. She then slides over to Ryuko. Hey Ryuko, my mom said that if you need a then, all of a sudden she was pelted by hundreds of tennis balls. Izuku and Ryuko were taken back by this, but Mako just shrugged it off. Another wave of tennis balls headed towards Mako again, but this time Izuku used 15% of OFA and kicked them away, creating a gust of wind. Mako was oblivious to this and continued. If you and Izuku need a place to stay, then it's cool for you two to stay with us, if you guys want. I think we got bigger things to worry about. Ryuko shouted, looking towards the direction the ball came from. Okay, what the big idea? I take it you're the transfer student who was rude to Lady Satsuki, the girl infant of them said. And you must be the other transfer student with the weird power. Well, I'm the captain of the girls' tennis club, Omiko Hakadati. Pleased to meet you, she said sarcastically. As a member of the club, Mako Manshokus hasn't fulfilled her obligations. So, we're purging the girl. This school is insane, Izuku said, keeping his eye on Omiko. What'd she do that was so wrong? Ryuko asked. Oh, she skipped yesterday's club practice, and anyone who fails to come to practice will suffer the 110 million cannonball serves. As she says this, she takes her racket off from her back, it gleams from the sun. But you're not even in the club, so butt out. What? Mako wasn't at practice yesterday cause that jack-off boxer was holding her hostage, Ryuko exclaimed. Yeah, well, she need permission for that. What? Who needs permission to be kidnapped? That sounds like an excuse. Izuku butts in. Anyways, begin, Omiko shouts. Each of the one-star students behind her then starts shooting their balls at the trio, with Izuku dodging with 10% of OFA and Ryuko using her case as a shield. Whoa, these are fast balls, Izuku yelled, barely dodging the hundreds of balls being shot at him. He even kicked some of the balls back, to which the students hit them back even harder. Are you kidding me? Mako, we've got this. You better split or you're gonna be late, Ryuko cried out, barely managing to tank the shots. Okay, Mako then moves around the girls at speeds even Izuku couldn't believe. Thanks so much. See you later. Ryuko had a smug look on her face, as the tennis club watches Mako leave. Izuku was confused about this entire ordeal. So, does this mean you two want to take her place? Omiko asked, turning towards the duo. Might as well, Ryuko said, still smug. I kinda owe her for dinner and a bed. Same, but I'm not letting you hurt an innocent person over something so petty, Izuku said, raising his hands, readying himself into a battle position. Heh, you two are funny, Omiko said, her lens going in and out. But if you both think you're hot stuff just because you beat Fukuroda, think again. Heh, Ryuko points out towards them, I'm gonna shred those Goku uniforms right off your bodies. Yeah. Wait, what? Izuku liked the confidence, but how she worded it was questioning. Come on. Senketsu, she exclaimed, only for a moment to pass with nothing happening. Izuku looked on, waiting for the transformation to happen, but nothing. He then looked down towards Junketsu. Junketsu, what's going on? Why isn't she changing? Junketsu? Then Ryuko hits the eye of Senketsu. Hey, Senketsu. Come on, let's do this. She then turns around to speak with her uniform. Hey, what's wrong with you, man? Omiko is watching the two talking with their uniforms, dumbfounded by the two. They're both talking to their clothes. We haven't even started and I'm already disappointed. Her lens then shifts over from green to red, and finally to blue. Die. Give me a sec. I'm not ready. Her words are cut out when she and Izuku both see a whirlwind of tennis ball heading their way. Ryuko is hit head-on, while Izuku still tries to dodge the best he can. One tennis ball catches his foot while midair making him stumble, then another hits him in the groin. Ack! It was all he got out as he fell to the ground in pain, then another round hit both of them dead on, sending them off of the ledge and into the water feature below. Love, that's it? Wasn't much of a challenge, Omiko said, heading back inside. Both Ryuko and Izuku flowed into the sewerway. They were unconscious, with Izuku belly up and Ryuko being kept up by her case. They were taken down the stream, down a waterfall and continued going down. The homeroom teacher was seen scouring the tunnels until he sees both Izuku and Ryuko being held back from falling into another waterfall by Ryuko's case. MMH? Poor kids. He said as he makes his way towards them. Ryuko gains consciousness again. Her head was supported by a pillow and she had a small red blanket covering her. Welcome back to the land of the living. The man said, looking at the window that had its blinds closed. Orange light filled the room. Ryuko groggily sat up, looking to her left to see Izuku still knocked out on another couch next to her, with a pillow supporting his head and a green blanket around him. He starts to gain consciousness as well as his face crumples before his eyes open. Ugh, that hurts. Yes it does, getting a fastball to your groin would no doubt hurt like hell. The teacher said, still not turning towards the two students. As Izuku started getting up, Ryuko realized who was in front of them. Wait, aren't you a teacher? That's right. I'm U2's homeroom teacher, Ikuro Mikasuji. As her turns towards them. I'm starting to not question the red letters just popping up anymore. You had a big day. Hope you learned something after that beating. Yeah, dodge more to the left next time. Izuku half-joked, still feeling the pain. Ryuko then moved a bit more, her blanket falling off. When she looked down, she realized she was naked right now. Her eyes bulged out and a red blush formed on her face. Izuku, seeing Ryuko's reaction, then looked down, seeing he was also half-naked, only wearing pants. His face turned bright red. Both looked around for their uniforms, seeing them both on a hanger to the side of the room. Oh my god! Did you undress us? Both shouted, sweat dripping from their heads. Yep, and now that you two are awake, it's time to teach you a thing or two about your bodies. He said with a smirk, getting up and moving closer towards them. Ryuko was the first to attack. You freaking pervert. She tried to punch Mikasuji, but he dodged spectacularly. Then he threw a couple of sewing needles into Ryuko's back, paralyzing her. Why I can't move. Izuku seeing this charges OFA in his body and begin his assault. What did you do to her? So his power doesn't come from his Camui. He thought, he was faster than Mikasuji would admit, but his attack was well telegraphed. But his power is far weaker without it, interesting. Mikasuji swept the legs right from under the boy, then threw needles into his arms and legs, paralyzing them. Gah! Izuku got out as he fell to the ground, the wind taking out of him. Izuku! Are you alright? She asked, before noticing his shirtless body. She didn't see it before because she was panicking about where her clothes went, but now that she saw his body, she kinda blushed a little. Damn it, bad thoughts, bad thoughts. Not the time, and not here. 2M alright. I can't move my arms, and my legs aren't moving either. Damn it, this feels just like Stain. Would you two calm down? He said casually, like paralyzing two teens was just a normal boring day for him. Though they didn't notice the small cut on his cheek. Heh, kid got me good. What did you do? Ryuko asked, very much not liking to be a statue at the moment. It's anesthetic acupuncture. He said, wiping the blood off his cheek. He then turned towards the two. By the way, looks like your blood's running hot. Mind if I take a little of it? He said, holding two needles. What no. I hate needles. Izuku and Ryuko yelled, but it was too late as he had taken both of their blood. Ryuko not looking's her fear of needles came forth. I bet you're wondering why your Camui didn't activate when you wanted them to. He said, catching the attention of Izuku. He then squirted Ryuko's blood onto senketsu, which made him glow and transform into his activate state. More. Feed me more. More, feed me more blood. He yelled, while only Ryuko could hear him. Oh, look who decided to wake up. She said sarcastically at the flailing uniform. Then Mikasuji sprayed some of Izuku's blood on Junketsu, with him glowing green and squirming. Gah, blood. Where? Please more. Junketsu yelled. And he's awake as well. Izuku said, sweat dropping from his head. Ryuko, young Izuku? They both said, finally calming down from their frenzy. You dumbass. You totally left me hanging. Where were you? Ryuko shouted. Yeah, what the hell? You were fine yesterday. Izuku said, very much not happy with Junketsu. Okay guys, let's calm down. Mikasuji said, trying to ease the tensions in the room. Ryuko still growled at senketsu, while Izuku took a deep breath and moved his head towards Mikasuji. Then Mikasuji takes off his glasses, seductive-like. With his hair changing from grayish blue to full blue, and it then waves behind him. Now do you understand? Izuku and Ryuko couldn't believe what was happening was real right now. What are you talking about? Both the teens said at once. I'm talking about your Camui. Mikasuji said, your blood wakes them up. I have no idea what this Camui thing is. Ryuko said. Izuku had a puzzled look as well before his eyebrows raised. Wait, are you talking about senketsu and Junketsu? He asked, gaining a smile from Mikasuji. Ah, a fast learner I see. Correct. He said, as he takes his tie off, opening his shirt. Your late father, Isshin Matoi, made them. It's more powerful than any Goku uniform. He then makes a pose, putting his hand on his hip while bent his back, placing another on his knee. And the ones who are wearing them, will be the ones with the chance at beating Satsuki Kiryuin. Okay. Who are you? Ryuko asked. Yeah, I would like an answer for that question as well. Izuku said. First, you two have to prove to me you deserve the answer. Then I'll give it to you. How do we prove it? Ryuko asked, trying to get something out of the man. Beat the tennis club captain, Omiko Hakadati. He said, with his shirt halfway off his body. If you can't master your Camui and defeat her, you don't stand a chance against Satsuki. While he was monologuing, Ryuko's blanket was slowly coming off her body. Izuku had to close his eyes and look away, not wanting to see his new friend naked. The alarm rang, signaling the start of the afternoon. Mikasuji put his whole body outside to see what the time was. Oh, he said, switching on his glasses. You two better get moving. Afternoon classes are starting. As he took all the needles out from Ryuko, her blanket fell down for just a sec, before she quickly put it back on. Thankfully Izuku wasn't watching, as Mikasuji took the needles out from his arms and legs, freeing him finally. And take these with you. Mikasuji said, as he showed two gloves from inside their respective Camui sleeves. They're called senketsu. It makes giving blood to your Camui easier. Fine, we'll go pound her into the dirt. But after that, you're going to tell us everything we want to know, got that? We cut to the tennis fields. 1-star students were practicing destroying targets with just tennis balls, breaking them instantly. With a super small target. Omiko Hakadati uses her lens focus in, then with her giant red racket, shoots a ball at high speeds, hitting it and completely destroying it in the process. Looking good, Hakadati. Sanajayama said next to her, watching the shot. Thank you, sir. It's all because of my tennis spec Goku uniform I got from Lady Satsuki. She replied. The tennis club is gonna own Hokkaido at the match. You can bet on it. As a shot is heard, the two look in the direction. Mako, tied up on a stake, is being continuously pelted with tennis balls, blood coming out of her mouth every time. Explain. Sanajayama demanded. We have an unmotivated club member, so we're purging her. As the ball continue, a gust of wind redirects some of the balls, hitting some of the unsuspecting members, while the rest were tanked by Ryuko, wielding her case like a shield in front of Mako. That's enough of that. She said, as Izuku fall down from the air, energy sparking around him. Mako instantly heals her face. Ryuko? Izuku? Sanajayama looks at them and smirks. The new girl and boy have came back. Heh, here for another beating, huh? Omiko said sarcastically, walking up to them nonchalantly. Yeah, right. As if. Ryuko said, getting off the stake Mako was on. This time I'm gonna knock you all on your asses. Ready, Izuku? He smiles, ready, when you are. Right, let's do it, senketsu. she says as she pulls her pin. You too, Junketsu. Izuku says as he pulls his pin on his senketsu. Sparks ignite from the two of them as they are both engulfed in their Camui. Junketsu grew bigger and grew out from Izuku, blood flying around, turning in a blob of black and green. The middle opened up to reveal a maw of teeth, as strings pull Izuku in. He didn't flinch but allowed the Camui to drag him in. It was uncomfortable at first but then felt the surge of power. As the maw closes, the massive black mass then shrunk, looking more humanoid. Finally, Izuku's head popped out the tops with the sparks igniting as the green stripes started to glow again, finalizing the transformation. Ryuko, however, was having a harder time. Hers looked more painful, as she was chewed up by her Camui, flinching as a result. Then the Camui instantly latched onto her skin, looking a lot more painful than Izuku's transformation was. Ooh, that looked painful and embarrassing, you masochistic stripper, and you wannabe cosplayer. Omiko remarked, as steam came out from both Camui. Oh, bite me, I'm not a stripper. Ryuko yelled, the familiar blush on her face. And don't call me a cosplayer. Izuku also barked back. He had a hero license but he doesn't think they would take that seriously. Could have fooled me. Ready? 110 million serves. Hakodate yelled, as the one star came behind her and they all tossed their balls at high speeds. Ryuko opened her case and took out her scissor blade, while Izuku called forth OFA full cowling at 15%. As the balls drew nearer, Ryuko sliced through all the ones near her in a fraction of a second. Freya! All the balls were finally cut to pieces then blew up into green strings. While Izuku jumped into the air, readying a power kick with shoot style. 15%, St. Louis smash. He yelled, sending a gust of wind knocking all the balls away from him, and into the surrounding walls, burying them within. Steam came out from both their costumes as their attacks connected. Hakodate's eyes were twitching at the power she just witnessed. Before they could do anything, Sangiyama yelled out, foul. You're disqualified, new girl, you two new guy. What? Both yelled, not getting what was happening. I'll give you credit for evading Hakodate's attack, but slicing balls in half is against the rules. At least new guy actually hit the balls back, but using your feet is also against the rules. This ain't soccer. Sure, you both won the fight, but you lost the match. Both Izuku and Ryuko had question marks floating around their heads. This was a fight, right? You do know you're standing on a tennis court, right? As he says this, Izuku looks down and indeed, both of them were standing in a tennis court. So if you didn't win according to the rules of tennis, you didn't win. What? Oh, come on. Now you're getting picky. What about what happened yesterday? Ryuko exclaimed, furious at the unfair treatment they were getting. Izuku nodded in agreement. Yeah, well, that was yesterday. Sanejima said, not budging on the situation. You mother, that was all Ryuko got out before Izuku started to speak up. This is crazy. Is this revenge for yesterday when I hit you in the gut? Sanejima stuttered for a sec. Why no. Don't be ridiculous. And even so, it doesn't matter. You're both disqualified. No, they totally won. All heads turned towards Mako, still tied up as she spoke in defense of her friends. Then as she lands next to them, her ropes magically come off. Hup. As she puts her hands in the air, a spotlight suddenly forms above her. Ryuko won. Izuku won. They won. And I can prove it. Omiko and Sanejima just stood there, baffled by Mako. Okay, go on? Sanejima said, trying to get to the point. Mako then went on a rant about how if it wasn't for them she would be dead right now and the power of friendship. Though Izuku wasn't truly paying that much attention, as he was focused on where the light was coming from, as there was no spotlight to be seen, so it just spawned out of nowhere. Was Blizzard and Saria sure there weren't quirks in this world, because I don't know how to explain this at all? Izuku thought, lost in his mind. Then Izuku came back when he saw a menacing glare from Hakodate. He, if they want to challenge me, the captain of the tennis club, to a tennis match, then it's their funeral. I don't care if it's a 2-on-1, I'll still clobber the both of them. She said, with murderous intent in her gaze, switching from her green lens to her red one. Everyone stands still for just a moment, then Mako hands both of them a racket. Here you go. Knock their socks off. She gave them both an innocent smile, complemented by a cute blink. Ryuko didn't know what to think, neither could Izuku. They both just blinked at Mako, then Ryuko was the first to talk. Alright then, I got you. Let's go Izuku. She then walks ahead, knocking Izuku out of his stupor before he too began to smile. Come on then, let's do this. Right. I got your back. Izuku said, full confidence on his face. Packs of students rally up in the stands, watching and cheering at the three students in the court below. It was not your usual tennis court however, due to the spikes that jutted out from the walls. Sanajima stands up the referee chair. This will be one game and one game only. Got it? He said. Who's gonna serve first? Both Izuku and Ryuko test the durability of the strings in their rackets, while Mako yells from the stands. I got you guys back, Ryuko and Izuku. Heh, if the rookie wants to serve, fine by me. Omiko says, lifting her giant red racket. Awesome. Then let's get this thing rolling. Ryuko says, with Izuku in the front lines. Watch out. Here. It comes. Then she slams the ball, shooting it towards the opposing side. Omiko chuckles, licking her lips with her abnormally long tongue, before hitting the ball back. Back atcha. The ball hurtles over, hitting the ground once, almost hitting the wall before Izuku comes in, crackling with OFA, and hits it right back with tremendous force. No way. Omiko says, not expecting them to be fast enough to get it. You got this Izuku. Mako cries out from the stands. Omiko immediately gets infant and spikes the ball into the opponent's field. Ryuko was the one to get this one. She was able to get the ball, but the strain on her racket barely handled the force of the impact and rocketed back over towards Omiko. Yes, go Ryuko. Mako says from the stands as people take pictures of Ryuko's backside. Izuku was sure to beat the crap out of those people once this was over. She then swats it back, using way more force than last time. Ryuko was just barely able to get to the ball, turning her body like a dime. But the strain from both of Omiko's powerful blows were too much and it broke, allowing the ball to go right through and into the spiked wall, bursting it. Sanajima then shouts out .015. Ryuko then looks at her destroyed racket and chucks to the side. Nice reflexes. She compliments. I'm just getting warmed up. And speaking of warmed up, I hope you two are. Because you're about to feel the might of my tennis spec athleticism augmenting 2-star Goku uniform. Omiko said, eyeing Ryuko, who did the same. Izuku was processing the information in his head. It's the same thing that Fukuroda guy had on yesterday. It must be enhancing their abilities, specifically for what they are made for. That's probably what the giant racket is, like the guy's boxing gloves. This is bad. We are on their home turf advantage. We need to play it smart. There has to be a weakness. Ryuko, not seeing the contemplation frothier teammate, just got another racket and ball. Then served again, yelling. Motor mouth. Sending the ball back over towards Omiko. Omiko then back serves the back, smacking with tremendous force that cracked the court's flooring. Izuku was the first to get there, using 20% to smack the ball away. I ain't letting it happen again. He said as the ball flies, faster than anyone could see. Omiko was shocked by this, having to actually put an effort to not let the ball hit the back wall. Izuku smiled, then immediately felt a stinging sensation in his arm. What? But my limit was 45%. Why is it stinging like before? Young Izuku, we can't process that kind of power. Even I can't control it. Junketsu said, his eyes facing him. I may be able to keep your power running, but only to an extent. Past that and you risk damaging your body. Before he could process this, Omiko gains a confident smirk as she sends the ball back. I'm ready for it this time. Ryuko says as she barely hit it as it hit the rim of the paddle. Go, Ryuko. Mako says, next to some horny spectators. Then the ball climbed up the paddle, up her arm, and into Ryuko's face, sending her flying. Ryuko. Izuku said, rushing over, jumping and catching his partner. They both landed into the wall, making a huge dent. Done dirty. That's 030. Sanajima states, as the smoke clears and we see Izuku taking the brunt of the blow with Ryuko on top of him. Too bad. Omiko says, I knew you were gonna do that. Everyone looks at where Ryuko landed, with Mako hiding her face, while the male spectators' nose gush blood, and extremely jealous. It turns out Ryuko had landed upside down, with her skirt hanging down, revealing her panties underneath, flashing all the people in the crowd. I put a special spin on that one. Omiko says, chuckling to herself at Ryuko's expense. Wow, you're flashing the crowd, Ryuko. And on top of Izuku. Mako says, trying to be polite, but opening her eyes from time to time. Izuku felt the pain from the blow, head throbbing in pain, but the small reprieve gave him time to think. He checked out his arm, still throbbing from pain. It's so weird. I feel OFA being reignited, but my body isn't handling it limit used to. I can only use 15%, maybe 18% if I push it safely without any risk of pain. 20% was pushing myself to the limits, any more and I would have definitely broken something. Damn it, I really did get weaker. No point dwelling on it now, we have a match to win. Now, where is Ryuk? He then looks at where Ryuko was, on top of him, upside down, in her outfit. He then immediately turns his head up around, red face and spirals for eyes. No. Izuku, no. Don't look at her. Aw, the image is in my head. No. I'm gonna faint from blushing. My innocence is gone for good. Mom would be so disappointed in me. I'm a failure of a son. Ryuko then get up, noticing where she landed, and a very red Izuku. She blushes as well. Oh my god. Are you okay, Izuku? You didn't have to do that, I was fine. It's all good. I can't let my partner get hurt. That's what heroes do after all. Hee cough on my ribs. Ryuko, still blushing from the embarrassment, did smile a little bit at this before turning around to face Omiko. She has had enough of this. Okay. That does it. Thread within her costume sparked to life, as steam sprouts out. She throws the ball into the air. Here we go. Her hand alight with red energy, she smacked the ball with full force. So much force, in fact, that the racket crumbles to dust. Ryuko looks at her hand, that had nothing. Steam jetted out from her back as she tried to think of what just happened. And fault. Sanajima called. Ryuko looked at her hand, oh come on. She got ready to serve again, with Izuku at her left, finally gotten out from the wall. She hit the ball again, but she used too little power that time and the ball just landed back in their field. Double fault. Sanajima called, 0-40. The score was now 0-40, they need to get points now. Mako then woke back up, now at the finish line. Ryuko, Izuku. This is your last shot. What are you waiting for? Omiko mocked. Hurry up and serve already. Both Izuku and Ryuko were frustrated right now. Izuku began to think, we can't beat her normally, our powers are too strong for our rackets to withstand, while hers is directly related to her Goku uniform, which means we are at a disadvantage in strength and equipment. Come on, Izuku, think. Use your brain for once in your life. Then it clicks. Ryuko. This gets her attention as she looks at Izuku. Use your blade. He's right. Senketsu said, his eye looking at her. Use your scissor blade. Trust me, it's the only strong enough that can hold up against our power. Got it, Mako. My scissor. Mako then woke up. She was sleeping on the scissor blade for some reason. She then pulls it out of the wall. Catch. She throws it with Ryuko catches it backhandedly. She then uses threads from her own Camui to make a makeshift net on her handle, creating a racket out of her blade. Okay, then I'm back in the game. Izuku smiles at this was their chance. He then eyed Omiko closely, noticing the lens on her eye going in and out. A weak point. That's not regulation. Omiko stated, with Sanajima blowing his whistle. But before he could call a fault, a pairing light was seen from above. The Satsuki's voice could be heard. No, it's fine, Hakadati. Keep playing. Show them the power of your 2-star uniform. At once, milady. Omiko said, bowing to Satsuki. Sanajayama also bowing. Both Izuku and Ryuko stare you at Satsuki with displeasure at seeing her. Ryuko saying, same as always. You standing up there on your pedestal like some queen giving orders to your slaves down below. Huh, what a poser. That earned a snicker from Izuku. Satsuki looked down onto them, smirking the entire time. I'm just here to observe. Let's see how much power you can draw from those Camui. Both Ryuko's and Izuku's eyes widen at that proclamation. She knew what they were. You bitch. Ryuko snarled. How do you know this thing is called a Camui? Oh, please. Your opponent is waiting over there. Mentioning towards Omiko. Both Ryuko and Izuku grit their teeth before returning their gazes towards Omiko once again. Omiko then slams her massive racket into the ground, making a crater, then aims it at the duo. I'm going to use you two as target practice to loosen up for the Hokkaido match. Ryuko turns her blade around, readying it like a racket. Let's get you loosened up then. Again Izuku might need to tell Ryuko to watch what she says. Ryuko tosses the ball to serve, striking it with full force. The red energy surges, shooting the ball towards Omiko, who counters with a backhand. But the ball wouldn't stop its momentum, pulling against Omiko. She then hits the ball back, but Izuku was in the way. He began to spin in midair, charging OFA in his body. If I can just use 20% for a second, I can maximize the power while lower the drawbacks. He thought as green lightning surged into his right arm. Oklahoma smash. He yelled, sending the ball towards her face. In that moment his racket broke from the force, but it didn't matter. Then the ball shatters her lens, before going behind her. If it wasn't for her reflexes she would have lost the ball, as while she was shocked, she barely pulled her arm back to catch the ball. My lens! She yelled, gritting her teeth in how much force she needed to keep the ball in play. That's for earlier. Izuku said, a confident smile on his face, wincing from the pain for only a second. This very much angers Omiko as she uses two hands to stop the momentum of the ball. 2v got my training to fall back on. She muttered to herself. They've got nothing. She then, with all her might, chucks the ball back. Only for her face to drop as Ryuko was right in front of her, ball in her racket. Who needs training when you're pissed off? She exclaimed, a scowl on her face that momentarily reminded Izuku of Kaken. They were scarily similar. Omiko panicked and used her racket as a shield, which was a mistake as the force of the bar was too much for her as the ball and the racket both hit her face, sending her flying from the sheer force of the blow, crashing into the wall. As the wall explodes, the spikes rain down onto the field, to which Ryuko and Izuku smash to pieces with their blade and smashes. Then Omiko comes bouncing out from the destroyed wall, with Ryuko and Izuku looking at each other and nodding. Ryuko then turned her blade the right was around and Izuku powers up to his stable 15%. Both strike Omiko as she was flying by. The 2-star Goku uniform is then shredded to pieces. Senesai Sashitsu. Then, for a second, 2 pieces of string fly into both Camui, making them glow with power. You did it, Ryuko. Izuku. Mako yelled, cheering for her friends. While Sanajayama jumps down from the referee stand. Omiko was found on one of the spikes, completely nude, and unconscious. Oh man, what a bummer. Well, looks like today's game's a wash, right Izuku? Ryuko commented. Oh, yeah. I'm beat, let's go, Izuku says, then noticing Sanajayama in front of them, followed by tens of 1-star students. Not quite. You cocky little bitches. Sanajayama said with disgust in his voice. Before they could do anything. Wait, Sanajayama, they're right. Satsuki admits. It's over, the new students wins. As she appears behind Sanajayama with stairs behind her. Everyone, except Izuku and Ryuko, gasp and move out the way. Lady Satsuki. Sanajayama said, with him and everyone else bowing in her presence. Now that we're face to face again, Ryuko started. I want to know if you're the one that killed my dad. Before anything, Satsuki's blade strikes Ryuko's armor, piecing it. What the? How in the world? Both Ryuko and Izuku spoke. If you wish to know the answer, Satsuki said, showing her bakuzan out of his handle. Fight me for it. Both the teens and Satsuki were in a standstill, not knowing who was gonna make the first move. Before then Senketsu spoke up. Ryuko. Try to beat her within 2 minutes. Any longer and you'll pass out again. Maybe you shouldn't drink so much of my blood. Ryuko said. Young Izuku, you have about 4 minutes before you pass out. Those high-power smashes took a larger toll on your stamina than they should have. Damn, that bad, huh? Maybe it was a little too risky. Izuku says, still feeling the pain from the 20% Oklahoma smash. It didn't break anything, but he could feel the bruises on his arm forming. Secret sword bakuzan. Satsuki said. Its blade is sharper than yours. It can cut through anything. Even a Camui. She then rushes the two, her stature getting bigger and bigger as the strike lands. Ryuko, with the faster reaction time, blocks it with her sword. The blades clash, though the shockwave behind them was great. It almost sent Izuku flying from the sheer impact. Ryuko struggled to keep blocking. I can't keep this up. She's too strong. Izuku, do something, now. Izuku then jumps forward and aims his gauntlet at Satsuki. Air Force, 15% smash. He yelled, though Satsuki was one step ahead, cutting though the gust with her blade, though she did have to disengage with Ryuko, allowing her to back up. Satsuki however couldn't block the second air bullet, hitting her stomach and making her skid back. To say people were shocked would be an understatement, even Satsuki had a face of pure shock. Then it turned into a glare, straight towards Izuku. Oh shit. Izuku thought, not expecting it to actually hit her, and also fearing for his life under her gaze. Ryuko then called out to him. Hey, come on. We're leaving. He nodded and used his power to rush over and grab Mako. She was smiling the entire time, holding on to Ryuko's case. We'll be back to finish this. You hear me? She said, as he steam from her back sprouted, giving the trio an impromptu smokescreen to escape from. Satsuki then lowered her weapon, staring at the place her enemies were last seen. Sanejima came up behind her. Forgive me, my lady. I underestimated both of them. Satsuki took a second before giving Sanejima his orders. Demote Hakadati to no star and set up an interleague match with the sumo club in Hokkaido. She then resheathed her bakuzan. Just as I thought. Camuis are quite powerful. You have my attention, Ryuko Matoi, and Izuku Midoriya. When her blade sheaths fully, the scene cuts to black. Flashback. The scene starts with a white Camui dress being shown, hung up on a display. A very young Satsuki then was seen looking straight at it, with someone else at her side. She was mesmerized by the white Camui in front of her. That outfit was the most beautiful thing I'd have ever seen. Satsuki's eyes sparkled at just looking at the dress. A hand then touched her forehead, getting her attention to the man next to her. My father said. The man's face was hidden in shadow, only the mouth moved. Satsuki then ran up to the Camui. Now seeing it displayed in a high-tech vault. I couldn't wait to grow up, to be the first one, and only one to wear it. I yearned for that. The scene then gets close up to the Camui as its eyes start to open and look to Satsuki in front of them. But I was still too young to know what a wedding dress was, or what it implied. Its name was Junketsu, it meant purity. Both Satsuki and Junketsu stare into each other's eyes. I was such a naive little girl back then. End of flashback. The scene then shifts from a young Satsuki to current-day Satsuki as she looks out through her window. She then clanks her heel against the floor, with all the blinds opening to reveal the outside of her tower, looking down at Hanoji Academy. It's unthinkable that someone else was first, let alone two. So on January 10, 1933, Hitler's cabinet was inaugurated into power. Mikasuji said, writing on the board. Soon after, they aggressively pursued a dictatorial government in Germany. Back in class, Mikasuji was teaching the students about world history. While many of them were bored, or outright slept in Mako's case, two were of a different matter. Ryuko looked outright pissed with her teacher, glaring at the back of his head, hoping she had secret laser beams from her eyes. Meanwhile Izuku was actually taking notes, being the only one actually doing so in class. Remember that he was born way in the future. The 1900s were like a couple of centuries ago for him, so many of this was lost to time in the era of quirks. While he was also pissed off at his teacher, he was too engrossed in his lecture to give him proper death glares in between writing. As lesson ended, Mikasuji walked down the halls in a fast pace, with Ryuko and Izuku close behind. Once he turned a corner out of sight, and Ryuko and Izuku followed, he was nowhere to be seen. What where the hell did he disappear to? Ryuko asked, looking around for any sign of their teacher. Izuku kinda thought this was a level Mr. Aizawa would pull to get away from Class 1A. Ohryuko, Izuku Mako yelled, jumping at the two. Izuku, hearing this first, dodged to the left, making way for Mako to be grabbed by Ryuko, spin her around and drop her onto the ground. Hee, wandering around the halls by yourselves, I see, Mako said, without moving her mouth. Before Ryuko could respond, she sees a note pinned to Mako's back, held up by a needle. What the? See me after school at my place. Ikuro Mikasuji, Ryuko growled, grabbing the notes and crumbling it in her hand. That shift bastard. Huh? Mako questioned, with Izuku realizing that Ryuko was not making a good case for them meeting Mikasuji on the account of information. In the evening, inside apartment of Mikasuji, we see him sitting at his window, looking inside to see the two heroes glaring at him. Sai, we have problem. He started talking. I saw the way you two were staring at me during class, all passionately. It would be bad for all of us if people started gossiping about our relationship. You mean to say is that we aren't making your work as a spy any less challenging? Izuku asked. Pretty much. Ryuko then grabbed Mikasuji by the collar of his shirt. The only relationship we got is the one where my fist is going to have with your face, you freak show. I knew it, you can't keep your hands off me. He said, unbuttoning his shirt. Ryuko was taken back by this, and immediately backed up back to Izuku. Look, I don't know what you want, but what we want is some info. Like, who are you? And how do you know about senketsu and Junketsu? Izuku finished. Yeah, you said you'd tell us if we beat that Hakodate chick, remember? So come on, let's have it. A man's word is only good on the day it's made. Mikasuji said, scooting up to Izuku's right on the couch. After that? Yeah, not so much. That ain't true at all. Izuku yelled. I said man's word, not boy's word, don't get those mixed up. That make Izuku twitch in frustration from the insult. Izuku and Ryuko, tired of this man's bullshit, got up. Ryuko taking her scissor blade out from her case and Izuku powering up OFA to 10% with full cowling. After a standstill, Mikasuji then took off his glasses, pulling up his hair. They're called life fibers. Huh? Both said. They're living fiber woven into clothing for combat. Mikasuji said, his shirt dropping ever more slightly the more he talked. The fabric of a 1-star Goku uniform is made up of 10% life fibers. The fabric of the 2-star Goku uniforms have 20%. See how that works? When worn by humans, these special fibers enhance strength and reveal special abilities, and enhance the user's current abilities as well. Now that you mention it, Izuku said, thinking back to their previous fights. The red string floating into both their Camui after destroying a uniform. Those red strings must have been life fibers. Oh, yeah. Ryuko agreed, also remembering the red string going into her Camui. They were. Also there are outfits that are made entirely of life fibers. These are called the Camui. Mikasuji continued. Izuku and Ryuko then looked down at their Camui, with both Camui looking back at them. And senketsu and Junketsu are one of those? Ryuko asked. Mikasuji confirmed. And the only ones who know about the secret of life fibers are the Kiryuin family, and your father, Isshin Matoi. The Kiryuins wanted the secret all to themselves. But the only way to do that was to get rid of Dr. Matoi and steal the Camui he was developing. How come you know about this? Izuku then piped up, needing answers. Mikasuji then put a hand on his chest. Because I hate the tyranny of the Kiryuins. Dr. Matoi and I were working together to try and put an end to their plans of world domination. World domination? Izuku thought, but was quickly brought back into the story Mikasuji told. Flashback. The flashback opens up to see Mikasuji walking towards the destroyed home of Ryuko. One day I got a letter from him. He sent it before he died. He then pulls out a letter, tears it open and shakes the contents out into his hand. A note and a key were the only things inside. When I die, give you know what to my daughter, also a boy clad in green that an old friend has spoken highly about. Good luck finding the needles in the haystack. Then Mikasuji roped down into the abyssal basement, littered with clothing. Now where would I find a needle in here? He then searched through the piles of clothing. It felt like hours passed in an instant, until finally he finds what he was looking for, a black and red sailor Camui, and a black and green blazer. End of flashback. We cut back to Mikasuji, Izuku, and Ryuko in the apartment, with the three sitting on the couch. Ryuko had a nasty scowl on her face, while Izuku was nervous sweating in being right next to Mikasuji and his half-naked body. So getting us to fall down that hole to find senketsu and Junketsu was your idea? Ryuko said, growing at the end. I had to do something to get the four of you together. Mikasuji said, slowly inching closer, to Izuku's distress. You showed up at the mansion. All I did was open the door. Hate this, why is he getting closer? Izuku thought, inwardly screaming. He's even worse than Midnight. And to think I almost had her as my homeroom teacher for the first year. Meanwhile in our university year. Nope, she dead well back to our regularly scheduled programming. Fine, whatever. So did that Satsuki Kiryuin chick kill my father or what? Ryuko asked. I'm still not 100% on that. Mikasuji said honestly. Izuku looked at Ryuko worryingly, as she looked at the ground with a frown on her face. Then she spoke up. Then I guess I'll have to beat the truth out of her. She then checked her fist. I can't wait. Don't forget about me. Izuku said, I'm your partner in this after all. They both then fist bumped each other. Whatever you do, don't blow my cover. Mikasuji said, cutting into their moment. I infiltrated the academy to find out what the Kiryuins are up to. So at school, you're students, I'm a teacher. Make contact only if it's safe. Then Mikasuji got extremely close to the two of them, making Izuku sweat just a little more. Although when you're here, you're welcome to make contact if you want. Izuku then sparked with electricity, aiming a fist to his groin, with a tick mark on his head. Ryuko also kicked up her blade, cutting his pants fly open, blade facing him. She was showing her threat. How about my fist helps you make contact with your ancestors? Izuku said, eyes giving off a dangerous glow. Huh, you two really need to work on your sense of humor. Mikasuji said, backing away. Trust me man, I had a teacher with the same kind of behavior, and it wasn't funny in the slightest. Oh? You need to get me their phone number, then. This made Izuku shut up, and his face turned bright red. Hold on, I got another question before we go. When senketsu powers up, how come he turns into a sleazy gator-belted bikini? Ryuko asked. And why does Izuku's Junketsu turn into a superhero costume? That ain't fair. I guess your dad was into kinky stuff like that. And maybe he read some comics for Izuku's outfit, I don't know. Ryuko's face turned into a shocked form of disgust. You're kidding. Yes, I am. I have no idea why. Mikasuji said, shrugging. There's a lot I don't understand about the Camui. You'll just have to find those answers yourself. This left Izuku and Ryuko stumped in where to find their answers. Though, I have to ask a question as well, Izuku Midoriya. How did you get your power? Your Camui enhances it sure, but it doesn't come from it. I've seen you use it the first day blowing Takaharu away, and that was before you met your Camui. Izuku then looked towards Mikasuji. Will it make you tell us more? In the future. He sighs. Fine, but you better promise on that, or I punch you in the groin. Fair enough. Izuku then explains his power to Mikasuji, which garners some interest in the spy. Well, I can see why this boy interested you, Ishin. He's an anomaly among man. He will be a great ally to defeating the Kiryuins. But my only question is, who was your old friend that told about him? In the sewing club underground facility, the president of the club and the 3-star hookah Inamuta were watching through a protective viewing glass into the operating room in front of them. As they look in, we can see a man chained down to a table, practically naked, and whimpering, with many 1-stars surrounding him with cloth. We will now assemble a 5-star Goku uniform with a weave of 50% life fibers. The president of the sewing club said. Commence the fitting. The 1-star scientists then stitching the uniform together on the man. When all was done, the activation of life fibers began. The man then bursted forth from the table, breaking the chain that held him in place. All the scientists in the room slammed into the walls. Get security in there, the president said. Then the doors opened to a bunch of armed guards with tranquilizer guns. Fire all tranquilizer rounds. The guards opened fire, firing hundreds of tranquilizers at once. Though it seemed to do little as the man grew in size, muscles expanding, and the chain that once held him are tied to the outfit. The abomination then rushed the guards as they continued to fire, barreling through them like nothing. He was about to rush the window before Inamuta blocked his path. He pulled out a device and started analyzing the man at a fast rate. Before the man could attack, Inamuta was ready to strike. Analysis complete, Inamuta said, jabbing his hand into the weak spot of the abomination, the stomach. Then the uniform collapsed, freeing the individual inside, unconscious. Thanks for handling that, Inamuta, the president said. You stopped it at the test fitting stage, Inamuta stated. All I did was unravel the threads. True. But if a 3-star like you hadn't been here, we wouldn't have stood a chance. The subject's outfit had a liber fiber thread count of only 50%, and he lost control. But if a Camui is composed entirely of life fibers, how can anyone survive wearing it? They both looked down at the man, contemplating their next move. If that Matoi girl's uniform, and that Midoriya boy's uniform are in fact Camui, then, as we head over to the Kiryuin Manor, with Satsuki exiting her helicopter, followed by her butler. Her secret service bowing as she walked past them. Then Lady Satsuki will act accordingly. Inamuta finished. As Satsuki walked down the hall, her maids bowed at her presence. Welcome home, Lady Satsuki. We are then taking down to the bottom of the mansion, a massive keep out sign hangs from above. Please, my lady. You can't. We have order to not anyone through here. Not even you. The guard said. Stand aside. She demanded. We can't, my lady. The guard said with finality, to which she used her sheathed sword and battered the 2 guards in the stomach, knocking them out. She then walks forward. I don't have time to argue with idiots like you. The steel doors then open up, revealing an all too familiar metal case. The one that held Junketsu. Satsuki then heads up the stairs, puts her hand on the hand scanner, and opens the case to reveal Junketsu, wrapped away. I've come for you. Junketsu. A man then runs in. How could you just stand by and let this happen, Saroi? Explain yourself. Well, if it isn't Master Kuroido. Saroi acknowledged. Lady Satsuki, you know your mother has forbidden anyone to remove that outfit. Kuroido said. Now please, return it to the containment unit. I will not. She said. Sigh, this won't do. The care of this matter has been entrusted to me, Takiji Kuroido, steward of the Kiryuin family. Even if you are the lady of the house, I cannot allow such willful behavior. Cannot allow it? Satsuki questioned. Who do you think you are talking to? The lights then dramatically turn on, as Satsuki strips bare. There's a lady trying to get changed here. Get out, you peasant. Lady Satsuki. Kuroido said, shielding his eyes to not look at her naked body. You're not really going to try the Camui on? I'm not just trying it on, she said as her clothes fall to the floor. She then rips the plastic off the Camui. I'm fulfilling my ambition. Please, milady. If you put it on now, you might not survive it. Kuroido begged. Calm yourself. She said, taking out her bakuzan from its sheath. Clothing is meant to be worn. She then slides her pinky finger on the sharp edge of her blade, making it bleed. Then she puts her bleeding finger over the Camui, letting the blood drip onto it. Take my blood, Junketsu. It is the eternal vow between you and I. As the blood falls, it is absorbed into the Camui. Crimson thread of our covenant. Then Junketsu's eyes go bloodshot, and jumps at Satsuki, attaching itself to her. She is nearly thrown back, as she struggled with the Camui. Lady Satsuki! Both Kuroido and Sora yelled. Hold your tongues and watch. She struggled even more, pushing against the force of the Camui. Ask not the sparrow who the eagle soars. You aspire to nothing more than the shallow thoughts of commoners. Blue lightning crackles around Satsuki as she continues her speech. I will not allow anyone to beat me to my own ambition. My will is absolute. The power began to grow, expanding outwards from Satsuki and Junketsu. A Camui is just clothing. And I shall make it bow to my will. And with a large explosion and a blood-curdling yell, her transformation is complete. It was nighttime, and we head over to the Manshokus family house. We can hear Guts bring up a storm inside. Inside we see Barasso, Mataro, and Guts running around in circles, with Mataro and Barasso brushing his teeth. You get a move on. Barasso said, still brushing. Mataro then finishes and take a cup of water, swishes and spits, all in 1 second. It's bedtime. Barasso does the same thing as Mataro. Right on, Dad. Mataro says as he takes off his shirt, followed by his father. The sooner we get to bed, the sooner we can turn the lights off, the more money we can save on the power bill. As they finish this, they clean themselves with soap in second flat, then they both put on PJs. You're so smart, Dad. Then pull out their beddings in one fell swoop. Good night. They both said, with Guts laying on top of Barasso, as the lights shut off. As they snore, we see Tsuyuko and Ryuko sitting in the living room. Tsuyuko then give Ryuko some PJs. Mako's old PJs are all I have. Sorry for all the trouble, ma'am. Ryuko said. Oh, not at all. You two can stay as long as you like. She then turns towards her husband and son. I'm surrounded by these loafers, so having you two around would be a refreshing change of pace. Especially with Izuku helping around the house. That boy has more manners than any boy I've seen. I really appreciate it. Me too. Izuku said, coming from outside with some supplies. I have my own nightwear, so don't worry about me. I just came back from a last-minute trip from the market. Some of my supplies from school were too soggy. The sewers really destroyed some of his notebooks. He had only one left that was okay. I also got some fresh produce. We can have a nice meal tomorrow. He said with a bright smile. Of course, I'll need your help in cooking. I hope you can handle it. She said, with Izuku giving a nod. I heard from Mako that you saved from a beating by the tennis club. She then turned towards Ryuko. And that you were practically naked during the fight. Not practically, more like, pretty much. Ryuko said, with an awkward smile. I don't have a problem with it. She said, while Senketsu looks down at the PJs. But are you an exhibitionist? Oh, God, no. Ryuko yelped. Izuku had a bright red face as he had flashbacks to the fight. I hate being naked. That was super embarrassing. Like for real. I'm not like that at all. Mako then pushed in through the bathroom, scaring the crap out of Izuku and Ryuko, with Izuku jumping a little. She is, Mom. She wouldn't do it if she didn't like it. I want to be an exhibitionist too. Ryuko smiled back at Mako's antics, as Tsuyuko got up to check for extra toilet paper. They're a cool family, but they're all nuts. I kinda agree. Izuku said, walking over next to her. But they were kind enough to let us stay, so I can take their antics, if it means having a roof over my head. He then turned towards Ryuko. You can take a shower first, I still need to unpack. She nodded and then headed towards the bathroom. As she closed the door, she began to undress herself. Then she heard loud banging outside the door. She peeked out and saw Izuku standing over the beaten forms of Mataro, Barasso, and Guts, steam coming out from his nose. He then turned towards the door, seeing only Ryuko's head. Oh Ryuko, sorry for the noise. These guys were about to snoop on you while you were in the shower, so I gave them a butt kicking. Is that why they went to bed early? Just to spy on me? Ryuko yelled, steam coming from her head. Yep, that was the plan. The defeated forms of Baraso, Mataro, and Guts said. Then Izuku's face darkened with a glowing green eye shining through. Oh really? He said. A shiver was sent down the three's spines. He then turned towards Ryuko showing off a kind smile. Go back to whatever you were doing, Ryuko, I got this handled. In a second we see Baraso, Mataro, and Guts tied up in their bedsheets and gagged. They were still struggling to get out, with Tsuyuko sleeping peacefully. The only ones awake were Mako, Ryuko, and Izuku. Izuku and Ryuko were putting their Camui up on hangers. Mako then looked at what the two were wearing. Oh wow, Izuku, rock that tank top. Show off those muscles. Izuku had a nervous sweat go down his face. He wore a black tank top shirt he bought at the market that was the most comfortable shirt to wear, then some blue PJ pants with birds all around it. Oh wow. You look awesome in that, Ryuko. Come on, work those jammies. Cut it out. Ryuko then looked back at Senketsu, feeling something weird. Huh? What's wrong? Both Izuku and Mako said. Nothing, it just feels kind of weird. She said, looking at Senketsu more closely. Izuku then feels the Camui. Huh, strange. He then feels his own. Weird. Mine feels the same way. Mako then touches Senketsu, then touches Junketsu. Whoa, that totally feels like goosebumps. Close can't have goosebumps, Ryuko said. I know, but doesn't it feel like it? Mako said, rubbing the outfit. HHHRRRGHH, Senketsu growled. What the hell? Ryuko whispered. Izuku then turned towards Junketsu, whispering so no one could hear them. What's going on? He asked. Just feeling something bad will happen. Junketsu said. I think Senketsu feel the same way. Izuku thinks about this for a moment, before putting himself on guard. The three then head to bed and before long, Izuku gets taken over by sleep. Izuku opens his eyes to see the night sky. That was already alarming, but the weirder parts was the feeling of the ground. It was coarse and rough, but also silky smooth. Izuku sat up and saw he was on a beach. But the more he saw it, the more he recognized it. It was Dagoba Municipal Beach, the very start of his journey. Young Izuku, where are we? Why are we on a beach? Junketsu said, to which Izuku looked down and saw he was already wearing Junketsu. And when did you put me back on? Now Izuku was on alert. He got up, surveying the area for anyone. Before he had time to think, a familiar voice spoke up from behind him. That's not a great way to treat a friend visiting. Izuku turned around to be the mystical rabbit, Blizzard, standing behind him, swirling the cube on his finger playfully. Especially when you need my help. Izuku Midoriya. Blizzard? But, how? And why are we here? Ain't I not allowed in my world? Hold your horses there, bud, I'll get to that in a second. Just clam down before you have a panic attack. Blizzard, signaling to tone it down. Now for starters, we ain't at Dagoba, this is all in your dreamscape. Dreamscape. Remember your mindscape with the vestiges, well it's sorta like that. This is your memories that connect your mind to us. It allows us to communicate without actually entering your world. Okay then, but why now? Come on, Blizzard signals him to follow. Walk with me, a nice talk on the beach usually helps in matters such as this. Izuku then follows Blizzard, walking side by side. I'll tell you this now that there are some things I can't say, mostly because you don't need to know about them at this moment. Also he then looks towards the Camui. You might want to tell your story to your Junketsu, as you've called him. He'll need to know about all this stuff before we continue. Yes, I am very much confused on what is happening right now. Dreamscape? Different worlds? And him, he feels so familiar. I should hope so, I was the one who co-created you. You can hear himmy. They both yelled. Blizzard laughed like a hyena. Ahahaha. Your reactions are priceless. He then gets back to his clam manner. Yes, of course. Telepathy is a common trait among the realms beyond. Realms? Junketsu asked. I think you should start talking, kid, we might be here for a while. Blizzard told Izuku. Right, well anyways, my origin I told you before might have been a sorta lie. Izuku then took the time to tell Junketsu, well, everything. The source of his power, his original world, the many foes he faced, the friends he met, and including the final battle, where he was taken in by Blizzard and Saria, to current events. At the end, Junketsu was silently processing for a moment, before he spoke up. Wow, that's a lot to take in. Why yeah, sorry about that. You can see why telling people that I'm from another world would be bad. Izuku said. They would think you're insane. Which, you probably are for breaking yourself so much. Exactly. Hey. Ha 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 ha, even your Camui thinks that was stupid. Blizzard barks, chuckling at Midoriya's expense. So, Anyways, are you going to tell us why we are here now? I told him my side of the story. Izuku asked. Of course, but let's start off with some simple questions. Okay then, why did you create Junketsu? Off to the obvious, well I helped make him for you. That's all. No, there's more to it, but you didn't ask for specifics. This got a glare from Izuku, as Blizzard continued talking. The goal with Junketsu is to help you regain your lost power. Yeah, whenever I wear Junketsu, I feel a surge of power flowing through me. Like, the embers of One for All are reigniting in my chest. Correct. You see, when you first wore Junketsu, there was a chain reaction that sorta mutated One for All. Mutated? Both Izuku and Junketsu asked. Yes. You see, I needed your specific DNA in order to help you gain back your lost power. Right now, One for All isn't an ember that will go away anymore. Instead, think of yourself as a phone, with One for All being your full battery. Without Junketsu, you can still use OFA, but the more you do, the more you drain that battery. Now when you fully drain it, it won't just disappear, it will just charge really slowly. I would say it would take about, let's say, 5 days to charge back up fully. Are really, that long? Yes, your body was weakened terribly when I got you. Yes, we healed you up, but that took a large amounts of your energy and strength, setting you back a bit. Currently, I don't think you can go past 15% without hurting yourself severely. This makes Izuku put his head down, gritting his teeth. He was set back. How was he supposed to beat Satsuki, or even be on par with Ryuko if he kept getting sent back to the start again? Junketsu caught this, feeling the distress from the boy's blood. Blizzard also caught this, and his ever-present smile dropped for a second, before picking itself back up when Izuku raised his head back up. But what does Junketsu have to do with this? That's where things get interesting. You see, if we see you as the phone, then Junketsu would be the phone charger. He's the one who will recharge your power by just wearing him, and when you guys transform, he overcharges, making it so that you don't lose any of your charge while battling. Okay, I think I understand. So as long as me and Izuku are together, we can use OFA without losing our power. Junketsu spoke. But now I have a question. How'd you and my creator meet? That is a story for another time, my friend. I'll give you the rundown and just say that he owed me a favor. So when I came to him with a lock of Izuku's hair and told him to make a Camui with the boy's DNA, he accepted. I did tell him that the boy would help in the coming battle. He was a true hero, with a kind heart. This made Izuku blush in embarrassment. It felt weird for a god to hype him up for someone he never met. I have to say, the name Junketsu is not something I would have seen you come up with, especially since you don't know Eldaron. Eldaron? Izuku and Junketsu asked. Yes, Eldaron. Gods have to have their own languages as well, but there was so many and more were forming every day that it was so confusing. So instead, we created the Eldaron language, similar to how you humans created the English alphabet. With it, the gods can communicate through the language barrier. But back to the point, the name Junketsu sounds an awful lot like the Eldaron word, Junketsu, which means helping hand. Ironic, don't you think? Izuku was shocked by this. He had no idea behind the name of Junketsu, it just came up in his head at that moment. Well, I think that would be all the questions I will answer for today. Blizzard said. What? But that was only 2. And I still have more questions. Izuku said. Yes, well, you took so long with your story that we are almost at the end of the beach. Blizzard then pointed at the rocky wall in front of them. They had indeed been talking for quite a while. And besides, now is where the fun part begins. He then waves his hand in front of the rocky wall and then a brilliant light shines through, blinding Izuku and Junketsu. When they open their eyes again they see a shining gateway where once a wall stood. Blizzard looked over to them and smirked. Come on, let's go somewhere more personal for the next phase. Questioning what he meant by next phase, the duo followed behind Blizzard as they walked inside. What they were treated with was a library of sorts. The building was circular, with rows and rows of books everywhere they looked. When they looked up, they couldn't even see the ceiling of the building, like it went up infinitely. There were also small one-eyed robots flying around, carrying book to who knows where. Welcome to the Elytrium's Infinite Library. My personal favorite place in the Hall of Elytrium. Blizzard said, all grandiose. Izuku and Junketsu had to take in the beauty of the place. Whoa, the duo both said, too amazed by what they were looking at to say anything else. This is where I spend most of my days, kid. You may not know, but I'm a writer at heart, with a side hustle of artist. Yeah, a god of chaos being a writer sounds weird, but this is where my creativity shines. I always say that I have my free will for a reason, and it is to write stories, tales, and much more that I can think of. Wait, you've written all of these books? Izuku asked, finally taking in everything he was seeing. Not all of them. Some of them are stories from humanity that I found interesting. Some are ancient tales from long-gone races. Others are journals that I have taken that describe new things I've experienced over my lifetime. Everything your measly human mind could think of is right here. Then Izuku was bumped into by one of the flying robots, books falling to floor. It was small, circular, with gold and white plating, with symbols of unknown origin carved onto it. It didn't seem to have any thrusters that Izuku could see, so he couldn't find out how it could fly. The most noticeable thing about it was the large human-like eye at the front. The robot looked up at Izuku then looked down at the books. Then two hatches on its sides opened up to reveal long, spindly, robotic hands. They grabbed the books off the floor. Watch out. It said in a very robotic voice before taking off again. Sorry about the monodrones. Blizzard apologized. They were Saria's creations. She said that my library was quote a mess of books piled together left and right. So she made these little guys to organize my library. Not that it wasn't organized before, Saria just doesn't know how I do things. If they were in a pile, that means I wasn't finished with them. Izuku and Junketsu sweat dropped at Blizzard's little rant to himself. Anyways, come on. I'll take to somewhere more secluded. He then walked towards the staircase, with Izuku following behind. Junketsu then got the courage to ask a peculiar question. Mr. Blizzard? Just call me Blizzard, we're friends after all. Right, well I just wanted to ask, if you're the god of chaos, doesn't that mean you're evil in some way? Blizzard stopped in his tracks, with Izuku and Junketsu feeling that they screwed up. Yes and no. Chaos is a force that walks the lines between right and wrong. You can use chaos for evil, but you can also use it for good. It's the same with order. What do you mean, sir? As Izuku and Blizzard continue their walk, making their way to the second floor and turning the corner down a hall. Well, chaos can be a use for evil, like terrorism, destruction, murders, you name it. But it can be used for good too. Freedom is a form of chaos, not limited to order. Creativity is also a good example, the freedom to think however you want, build however you want. That's what made chaos so interesting, you get to choose how you form it. It's the same with order. It can be used for good, like with heroes and police officers keeping the public safe in your original world. But it can be also used as a tool for evil, like with the Kiryuin's tyranny, controlling the masses under their rule. Izuku understood what Blizzard was trying to say. It made sense. Everything has a balance, a good and evil, a yin and yang. It's what people do with it that decides where it belongs on the scale. Us gods are not on a good or evil side, we're primarily neutral. We have to be in order to keep the universes intact. A god cannot stay in one universe for any amount of time longer than a few minutes, as our bodies are ironically paradoxes of themselves. We are living concepts, created to balance the natural order of the worlds and the multiverse. We protect what is current, no matter if it is morally good or bad. Sure, we have emotions, but our duties come first and foremost. Now, let's stop talking. We're here. They have stopped at an empty room. It looked a lot older than the rest of the place. Blizzard walked forward, taking up the other end of the room. Now, it's time for your training. Training? Both asked. What? You didn't think I would bring you here without teaching you a thing or two? I wouldn't be a good mentor figure if I just left you alone to figure it all out. Now transform. I've seen your progress so far, and I need to see it in person to personally judge you worthy of the power you hold. What? But I thought I was meant to be the hero or whatever thread going to stop a dangerous threat. And you are, but from what I've seen, I'm not so sure you'll even live long enough to face them. So come on, transform already. Blizzard now had a serious face on, his smile faded. But you're a god. How am I? Oh my lord. Just transform already. Izuku looked down at Junketsu, who looked back. Seeing no other option, Izuku raised his senketsu. Alright, let's do this, Junketsu. Pulling the pin, activating the transformation. Once the transformation completed, Blizzard looked at it with a studying gaze. You may have more of a connection to your Camui than the Ryuko girl, but your connection is still lacking. So then, show me the power of a hero. The cube by his hand glowed a violet light, before it began to change shape. It became thinner, growing more rectangular. Once it could cleanly be grasped by Blizzard, the violet light burst forth from the top and bottom, making a makeshift staff or spear. The eye that glowed on the cube then opened in the middle of the spear tip. Blizzard spun the weapon around till its edge faced Izuku, ready for battle. You want power, we'll show you power. Izuku yelled, as he called forth 15% of OFA, jumping towards Blizzard at lightning-fast speed. That didn't worry Blizzard at all as he too rushed Izuku. When a kick and the staff connected, it sent a shockwave throughout the room. GRHK. Izuku felt the power of Blizzard's attack. There was so much pressure for something that looked too easy for Blizzard to combat. Then the bunny's eye shined, and then a black sludge formed at the tip of the blade. Then a black hand formed and punched Izuku in the face, sending him back, careening into the wall. If that was the power you wanted to show me, I'm disappointed. He said, with a hint of dissatisfaction in his face. I saw that coming a mile away. Get new material, kid. Izuku then rushed out of the broken wall, running around Blizzard. He's stronger than me by a large margin. I need to use ranged attacks until I can find an opening. He then used air force at 15% to fire dozens of air bullets at Blizzard. The god of chaos didn't look fazed, as he summons wall of black ink to block the incoming assault. Seen it before. Spice your attacks up, kid. They're so boring I could just sleep them off. Blizzard then turned the outside of the wall to spikes, then kicked the wall towards Izuku. The boy barely had time to dodge the incoming attack, before Blizzard suddenly appeared in front of him and hits him with the staff. Then, he teleports to the other side of him, jabbing him in the stomach, knocking the boy to his knees, fouled up by planting his staff into the ground, spinning on it, and then drop-kicking Izuku in the face, sending him into a wall once again. You know, I wrote a book about the prophecy. Well, my own version anyway. Shall I tell you all about it while I'm beating the shit out of you? Izuku stumbled out of the wall, out of breath. Well, nobody's told me anything about the prophecy you keep mentioning, so why not? Izuku said jokingly. This put a small smile onto Blizzard's face. Alright, let's start with chapter 1. The hero arrive in a new kingdom, taming a tempered dragon to fight the evil king's army. He then created more ink from his staff, forming it into a colossal eastern dragon. He then pointed at Izuku, to which he ran, with the dragon following close behind, chomping all the while. Chapter 2. After their defeat at the Dark Knight's tower, the hero and dragon discover a cursed power from an artificer of long past. Though the hero and dragon fought against this power to their own detriment. As he said this, the inky dragon then stopped his pursuit, only for it to shoot out purple flames, that twirled into a cyclone, making Izuku duck underneath. He could feel the searing heat from just being close. Chapter 3. An old painter gave the hero a new look on his power, seeing it as a strength, while the dragon learned to not fear what they are and instead embrace themselves. Their power took form of a phoenix's flames that consumed the forces of evil. The dragon then fireball, that took form of a phoenix, exploding the ground and sending Izuku flying. Chapter 4. The hero was then slain by a wicked witch. The dragon in grief used their flames to burn the land. It was only for the angel that gave holy light that healed the hero, that they and their squire could temper again the dragon's might. The dragon then bursted into flames, claws alight with purple fire. It tried to slash at Izuku, who dodged the incoming attacks. Chapter 5. Sadly, the dragon was again tricked by the foul witch, having their scales and power removed from their body. Only after a long journey with the hero did the dragon find the pieces of themselves, to finally take on the dark night. Then the inky dragon fired off ink from its body like a machine gun, making of them didn't make contact, but a few shots did hit Izuku. Okay, what happens after? Did they defeat the dark knight or the witch? Izuku said, trying to make Blizzard continue. How should I know, I never even finished it. What? Izuku was dumbfounded by the response. Yes, I didn't finish it. Now, here's your lesson, Izuku Midoriya, take it as you will. A story only ends when you pick up that pen and write it. He then summons the dragon back to his staff, ink swirling around it. What do you mean, I'm not that strong to change a fate that the gods foretold? Sure, but there's a reason I left it out. There's a reason I never finished it. He then has the ink swirl around himself. It's like I said before, chaos is free will, it's the freedom to choose your life and how you live it. So what if the gods foretold of it? You've already broken fate before. I remember very well that Sir Knight I saw your future, yet you didn't let that stop you. You smashed it to bits and pieces and chose your own fate. So, you choose what happens. Tell me, how would you write it? What would your version of the prophecy end? Izuku took a second to think about this. Should he make a conclusion? Did he need it to end? Then it clicked in. If I had to choose, I wouldn't end it there. There are plenty of stories that could be told afterwards. It shouldn't just end with the hero and dragon defeating the ultimate evil. There's going to be another story to tell, another tale to write. So, I would keep it going. Blizzard's eyes watched Izuku's posture. The boy was standing straight, even with the beating he took. But his words were what he was focusing on. The boy spoke with finality. It was exactly what Blizzard was looking for. He then gave a big grin towards Izuku. You know, if you were more creative with your moves than your words, I might have believed those words. What? I gave you your answer. Was it not what you wanted? No, the answer was good. But words can only take you so far. Actions are where you take life lessons to heart. After fighting you, I can tell you're using your power wrong. What? But I've always used OFA like this. I'm not talking about OFA, I'm talking about your shared power with your Camui. This gets both Izuku's and Junketsu's attention. Good. You're only using your power the way you've always used it, but you never even thought how your Camui can amplify your energy levels. It's only been you fighting, not you and your Camui in sync. It's the same way with the girl. He's right, young Izuku. Junketsu said, looking up at Izuku. We've only fought how you fought before, but my power was not built to be contained inside of me. What do you mean? What I mean is that you were only holding in all the stored power inside your body, enhancing your body's reflexes and strength. But I'm not made to just contain your power, I'm made to draw it out. Blizzard then formed a tornado of ink that surrounded him. You've only grasped the surface level abilities of your Camui. Now, let's see if you're smart enough to bring it out. Come on, kid. You want to beat Satsuki Kiryuin? Then show me what you've got. Then on the surface of the black tornado, hundreds of fists started to form, aiming at Midoriya. Alright, Junketsu. I trust you. Help me out here. Right, young Izuku. Izuku felt the power within OFA, calling upon it. But instead of forcing it inside, he allowed the power to form outside, with the help of Junketsu. Better think of something fast. Blizzard said. Chaos Craft Thousand-Hand Pummel. The hands then were shot forward at blistering speeds. Izuku didn't have time to call upon anything and held his hands forward, preparing to block it. Then the green electricity surged up his hands, and in front of him formed a green barrier. Izuku was shocked by this, but held on as the hands battered into the shield. It held on for most of it, but Izuku could see cracks forming along the sides. Junketsu, we need to up the power. The shield won't hold. Izuku said through gritted teeth. Right. And with that, both Izuku and Junketsu boosted their strength from 15% to 20%, the barrier reforging itself to take the last amount of hits. Blizzard's tornado finally ended, with Blizzard floating to the ground, watching Izuku's new construct with narrow eyes. It's not perfect, but it's a start. He then touched the ground, turning his staff back into its cube form. Alright, we're done or today. Oh, thank God. Both yelled as their barrier finally fell, making them fall to the ground, exhausted. Heh, you'll be fine. Remember, this is a dream. You can't really get tired here. Ooh, right. Izuku said, rubbing his neck, then he looked down at his palms. They crackled with electricity. I have to say, you got to work on your chaos craft. A barrier is a bit generic, but I'm sure you'll get better as you train it. Chaos craft? Yep, that's my technique. To use the power of imagination to form whatever you desire. You just need to write energy to form it. Sounds like Yaoyorozu's quirk. Wait, how can I use it? It's not a quirk. The key is in your Camui. A small part of my power was woven into it. When you wore it, a part of my power surged into you, you reignited OFA subconsciously. Because you thought about having the quirk, when the power surged within you, it gave you your quirk back, well, a weaker version of it. You're still too weak to try and go over 20% at this time, but it was good improvement nonetheless. Wait, I didn't feel any pain from going above 20%. Correct. 'Cause now you're actually learning how to properly use yourself and your Camui. It was perfect synchronicity, but I no doubt you'll get there soon. Trust me on that. A bell began to ring, catching the trio's attention. Well, I guess time is up, you're both going to wake up soon. Blizzard the walks over and looks deep within the boy's eyes. I've got one last thing to say before we separate. Today is going to be one eventful day, I'll say that much, so prepare yourselves. I know you will do great things. Sorry about the insults earlier, by the way. It's alright. But what do you mean? What's gonna happen today? Ooh, no spoiler. I just want to leave you with this important message. No matter what anyone says, never forget who you are. Never forget the journey it took to get you to where you are. And no matter what, you choose your own ambitions, no one else. Izuku could finally see the man in front of him for what he really was. Sure, he was a trickster, a prankster, and someone who didn't take most things seriously, but he had a heart. He wanted Izuku to choose who he wanted to be and not what someone else wanted. Izuku nodded towards his new mentor. I won't let you down. I better hope not. I put 1,000 lumens on ya. Wait, wah, and then Izuku was hit in the back of the head with a bat. God, I love my job. It was another morning at Hanoji Academy. The trio is currently walking up to the entrance. YAWN, both Izuku and Ryuko yawned in sync, both looking exhausted. Oh, what's your yawning for? Didn't you two sleep? Nah, I feel like something bad is going to happen. Ryuko said. I was pretty restless last night. Izuku said, recalling his dream beating with Blizzard. As they make it inside, they notice that people were waiting for them. There was walls of cloth that made a walkway towards the center tower, many one-stars were holding up flags. Then a shining light came from the tower, with the trio blocking the light from getting to their eyes. Only Ryuko continued to look through the light. Mikasuji also noticed the light coming from the tower and turned to see it, revealing to be Satsuki at the top of the tower, with a red staircase cascading down to the ground below. Satsuki Kiryuin. Ryuko growled. Correct. Ryuko Matoi. Satsuki acknowledged. Heh, I gotta hand it to you. This is some welcome. Ryuko said. You got something on your mind, or are you just gonna stand there, looking tough? Satsuki then walked down the staircase, heels clanking. The last time I saw you, you said we would quote finish this. We aren't you the conscientious type? Ryuko said. Hey Mako, you better leave. Things might get ugly. Izuku insisted. Will do. I want to live a long and healthy life. Mouse said, as she ran off the field. Once Satsuki was at the bottom of the stairs, she slammed her sheath onto the ground. Congratulations. You two will have the honor of being my first offerings to Junketsu. Junketsu? Purity? Didn't know there was anything pure about you. Ryuko remarked. Then Satsuki pulled her arm over to a metal armlet. Allow me to show you. She then clicked a few panels. Wait a second, is that Izuku couldn't finish as the sparks of the transformation started. Life fiber override Camui Junketsu. When the light dissipated, Satsuki Kiryuin had transformed. All the 1-stars in the area clapped their hands at the transformation. What the hell is that? What? How did she get one? Ryuko and Izuku yelled. You two aren't the only one with a Camui. Satsuki said. This is Junketsu. I just got used to seeing Ryuko in her outfit. Now Satsuki has an even more revealing outfit. God damn it. Izuku thought, face slowly turning red. Mikisuji pulled up his glasses. Oh. Looks like little Miss Satsuki brought something dangerous to show and tell. Let's do this senketsu. Ryuko said, pulling the pin in her seiki teko. Let's go, Junketsu. Izuku said, pulling his seiki teko at the same time. They both transformed, with the no-stars leering at Ryuko, though when Izuku looked back at them with a glare they retreated. Ryuko smiled at this, her partner always had her back. Both of them then headed towards the middle, with Satsuki doing the same. In the hall of Elytrium, Blizzard is watching a big screen in the control center, sitting on a couch and eating popcorn, like he was watching a move. Saria then comes in. Has it begun yet? She asked. Just started. They all transformed. Blizzard said, in between chewing. Sarai then moves over to the screen. Well, then. Let's hope your lesson yesterday paid off. The kid will be fine, he assures Saria. He's a fast learner. The real problem will be the Ryuko girl. Is that why you were scared yesterday? Because you sensed her outfit? Ryuko asked. I have to warn you, Ryuko. Your opponent is much more powerful than you. Senketsu replied. Thanks a bunch for the pep talk. Ryuko snarked. This is what you were feeling yesterday, wasn't it? Blizzard warned us today was gonna be eventful, he wasn't lying. Izuku said. Young Izuku, even though we had some training last night, our opponent is way more powerful. And we still don't have full control over our chaos craft technique, stay cautious. Junketsu said. Right, it's time we fight. No time like the present to learn on the fly. Rainbow sparks began to fly as the trio made their way closer. Their sheer willpower causing a massive shockwave to form. Even the 3-star elites were struggling to stand. Incredible. Their willpower created a concussive blast. Inamuta said. Ryuko kept moving forward, thoughts a little scuffed from blast. Cool. Now let's see if you could back it up or if you're just blowing hot air. She then rushed Satsuki, with Izuku close behind. Satsuki, however, calmly swiped her Bakuzan, creating an energy blast. Ryuko jumped, using her blade to block it, but it was too powerful, causing her to be pushed back. The shockwaves from the blast sent more people around flying into the air. Izuku was also pushed back, though not by a lot, as he used his energy as a field around him to absorb as much of the shockwave as possible. I don't have full control over Chaos Craft, but I can make very simple stuff. It's not much, but it can help. Ryuko breathed heavily as she held her blade, a cut along her cheek. Satsuki then continued to slice at Ryuko, who parried each move to the best of her ability. Izuku tries to get close but is thrown off by the shockwaves with each slice. Damn it. She's really strong. Almost as strong as I was with 30% of OFA. And she's not even trying. Focus, Izuku, you've worked hard for his. Careful. Try not to lose too much of your blood. Senketsu warned, as Ryuko continues to parry, with blood being spilt each time. The more you lose, the faster you'll pass out. Grr. I know. Geez. Ryuko gritted as she finally was able to get out of the lock she was in. She swings to the back of Satsuki and tries to deliver a powerful slice, but Satsuki backhand blocks it with her sword. A shockwave then erupts from their collision. Impressive, Satsuki praised the outfit. More than I ever imagined. Izuku takes his chance to run at Satsuki, charging up the electricity in his body. But before he could, Satsuki pressed her blade into the ground, shattering it. This knocked both Ryuko and Izuku into the air. Satsuki then used the handle of her blade and smacked into Ryuko, sending her flying into the school. Now, before I go after her, she then turns towards Izuku, still in the air. I want a little payback for yesterday. She then rushes Midoriya, and kicks him in the groin. Ooh, all the boys said, including Blizzard, who was holding his own groin in phantom pain. Squeak as all Izuku gets out before Satsuki elbowed him into the opposite side of the school. Now then, where were we? She said, heading towards Ryuko, almost gliding along the floor. Magnificent. This is the power of a Camui. She said, running up the wall of the school with no issue. But even with all this power, all you can do is run away. She then jumps into the hole that Ryuko created. Ryuko then bursts forth from the broken desks. No even. She yelled, blocking the sword slice from Satsuki, sending herself tumbling into the halls. Satsuki charges Ryuko, clashing swords once more. You're nothing. She then kicks Ryuko in the face. Just a lump of mindless flesh, she then dodged an attack from Ryuko, ending up on the ceiling. Squeezed into a Camui. She then jumps and nicks Ryuko in the face. Before clashing swords again, the shockwave sending Ryuko further down the hall. Ryuko rolls over some tables in the hallway. Oh yeah, what makes you any different? She yelled. I am nothing like you. Satsuki said, swinging her blade, sending the tables out of the way. I've mastered the art of wearing my Camui. The girls then clash over and over, Satsuki having the advantage in all of it. Of wearing Junketsu. She then smashes Ryuko into another wall. Smoke filled the ruins, as Ryuko is flat on her butt, steam exuding from her outfit. She was breathing heavily. This is bad. If you lose any more blood, you'll pass out in 5 minutes. Senketsu said, worried for Ryuko. Haha, then stop drinking so much of my blood. Ryuko barked. She was exhausted, she was outmatched, and she didn't know where the hell Izuku was. And talk about something else for a change. Satsuki's figure was seen through the dust and debris, moving towards Ryuko. I cannot be worn by you unless I drink your blood. Yeah, I know that. When you wear me, and I am worn by you, that is when the power manifests. But you have yet to truly wear me. Izuku and Junketsu already have that, we don't. I'm wearing you, ain't I? She then flicks her strap to prove that he is there. You're guzzling my blood and I'm dying of embarrassment, looking like a hoe. Izuku doesn't have this issue since his Camui covers him up entirely. God, what more do you want from me? Calm down. Senketsu said, steam coming out from him. That just cost you 15 seconds. Then Satsuki appears behind them readying her slash. An explosion happens and Ryuko is launched back outside. The debris falls onto the courtyard below, making explosion of dirt and dust. Ryuko is found on the floor. That's it, I'm done. She then reverts back to her original state. Senketsu, why? Satsuki hovers down next to her, she then picks up Ryuko by the hair. Huh, how pathetic. Your Camui might have spared you from passing out, but in a dormant Camui, you might as well be naked. Not sure how I feel about you laughing at me in your exhibitionist getup. Ryuko said, blood coming out from her mouth. Satsuki then threw her down at the floor. Exhibitionist, nonsense. To unleash the most power, this is the form a Camui must take. You cling to the puritanical views of the masses, proving just how inferior you are. But I won't be ashamed. If it mean I can fulfill my ambitions, I will bare my boba for all to see. I will do whatever it takes. I knew it. Satsuki is on a whole other level than the others, Mikasuji said. He was about to jump out the window when he saw a green light heading towards Satsuki. For I know my actions are utterly pure. Before she could strike down Ryuko, a ball of green energy hit Satsuki in the back, distracting her for just a second. You get the hell away from her. Izuku then rushed out, power encircling his body. He body slams into Satsuki's stomach. Return to sender. This sends them both back into the hallways of the school. Ryuko watched this, utterly shocked that Izuku saved her. Izuku, no. She yelled. Ryuko, you alright? Mako said, running up to her. Mako, what are you doing? I was about to run in front of Satsuki for you, but I guess Izuku got to it first. A shame. But he's such a gentleman. Ryuko looked back at where Izuku took Satsuki. Izuku, you better get her nice and ready for me. Mikasuji watches from the window, utterly baffled. That boy must either be crazy stupid, or crazy in love. And both they start with crazy. He said. Satsuki rises from the rubble, not even a scratch was left on her. She looks ahead to see Izuku, sparking with pure power in front of her. Ah, if it isn't the little hero wannabe. You feeling better after my payback? I would like to say I hit you in the stomach, the groin was a low blow. Satsuki then smirked. Well then, let's continue this little battle. Hopefully you put up more of a fight than Ryuko Matoi did. She then rushed Izuku, slashing her blade. What caught her off guard was the barrier that Izuku formed in front of him. What? California Izuku then makes an X shape with his hands. Smash. He then mashes his own barrier, sending a shockwave towards Satsuki. She used her arm to block the wind, only to be blind-sided by Izuku when he punched her twice, before she swung her blade sending Izuku careening into a wall, and into the hallway. Satsuki's eyes then narrowed. Now this just got interesting. She then left into the hallway. Izuku and Satsuki then have a brawl through the hallway. Due to Izuku's speed, he can dodge some of Satsuki's more dangerous attacks while using small barrier to take hits from up close. He also fires balls of energy to try and throw Satsuki off balance. You, as much as I hate Ryuko Matoi, I have to loathe you more. She said as she swung her blade, Izuku dodging it by jumping onto the ceiling. You have this incredible power, something not seen outside any Goku uniform or Camui. Izuku then jumps down trying to hit her with a punch, but she sidesteps, making Izuku miss. Then she uses the handle to bash Izuku, who blocks it with a small barrier. But you squander it. She then kicks the barrier, making it break and sending Izuku back. You have power beyond comprehension. Izuku rolls before jumping up and firing a couple of air bullets at Satsuki, who cuts them all in beelines for Midoriya. And you do what with it? Play hero? Satsuki makes a slash at Izuku, but he creates a barrier, shielding him. He then uses his power to kick the ground beneath Satsuki, who jumps onto the ceiling and kick-offs, throwing a flurry of sword jabs at the barrier, breaking it. What a childish fantasy. She then kicks Izuku in the chin, sending them up a level. Oh, yeah? Izuku said through gritted teeth, keeping himself moving. What do you know about power? I use it to save people. You use it for fuel your own ego. I know everything about power. She said, clashing with Midoriya's shield in a duel. Power is made there to fulfill my ambitions. If you are weak, you have nothing. Saving the greedy pigs who hunger for your strength won't make you any more powerful. Midoriya then gets kicked away, down the hall again. Satsuki glides on the floor after him, attacking with a sword slash. But Izuku parries it, throwing the shield Captain America style, bouncing off the walls and into Satsuki's face, then firing off an energy blast. Only the strong can change the world, and you Izuku Midoriya, are not strong. Even with a Camui. She says as she dashes through the smoke, uppercutting him, then kicking him into another wall. The kid's still a novice. Blizzard said, looking more serious. Saria questioned. He's using chaos craft effectively, but his creations are rushed. They are simple, too simple. Because he has no time to actually think, they are just energy spheres and barriers. Now, it's enough for a beginner, but not in a life-of-death battle. They are breaking too easily, or don't have enough power to actually harm her in any way. He stares at the screen. He needs to shape up, or he'll lose. Izuku finally gets some time to breathe. His power was running on fumes. He could feel himself shake from exhaustion. Young Izuku, you're very close to ending up the same as Ryuko. You might only have about 5 minutes before you collapse. Junketsu warned. Damn it, you're right. Nothing is working. Our new technique, full overdrive, is draining us too fast, and I can't think to use chaos craft. He looks down at the ground. Damn it, she right. I'm still the same weak Deku I've always been. I can barely fight, let alone match someone like her. Young Izuku. You are not weak. Junketsu said. She's trying to get into your head, planting her thoughts into your own. What we need to do now is figure out a way to stop her. Yeah, I gotcha. As he turns around, Satsuki appears, punching him in the face. This attack sends him outside at the back end of the courtyard. He is laying on the ground, pained. Wow, this is giving déjà vu already. Satsuki said, this is the same thing that happened to your little friend. She then turns away from him. I'm done with you, you aren't worthy of my time if this is the best you got. Who said 2 was done. Satsuki turns around to see Izuku getting back up, only barely. You really are persistent with being beaten down, aren't you? Heh, 2 get that a lot. Izuku takes a shaky step forward. A hero never gives up, even if his life is on the line. You think you're a hero, please. That's the dreams of a foolish child. This world filled with pigs shouldn't be saved. It should be controlled, under my heel. She then went to slash Midoriya, only for him to block it with a shield, eyes darkened by his hair. What? You know. I understand you now. At first, I didn't know what to think about you. But now, after our fight, I can confidently say. Izuku then looked up at Satsuki, fury in his gaze. You are just a whiny, stuck-up, know-it-all, crybaby, prissy rich, lonely ass, little bitch. Blizzard and Saria heard the entire thing and had 2 very different reactions. Saria looked like a mother who had just found out her son did drugs, while Blizzard looked like a proud father who heard his baby say daddy as its first words. What the hell did you say? Satsuki yelled. You heard me. I see right through you. You haven't gained any of your power through blood or sweat. No, everything was given to you. Your status, your fame, your privileges, everything. You throw money at the problem, or one of your goons takes care of it. You never worked a day in your life. Hell, I can say that Camui was given to you, right? 'Cause you very much didn't have that before? Satsuki backed off for just a second, his words stinging more than they should have. You say you're pure, but you are farthest thing from it. You use your power to force people to live under your control. I use my power to give hope for a new tomorrow. You are nothing without your pawns and your fear, while I make strong connections with those around me, people who care and want to do better. You wave around your power to fulfill your own selfish pride and ego, while I use it to uplift people around me. You have no idea what you are talking about. I have expectations placed upon me, upon my ambitions. I have worked hard to make Hanoji Academy as great as it is today. Satsuki barked. This wasn't like her to lose control like this. She seemed genuinely pissed off by what Izuku was saying. Yeah, so what? I have expectations on me too, bigger than you could even imagine. To be the one to help those in need, even if they don't want it. Thoughts from Todoroki, Kota, Eri, Shigaraki, and even himself flash in his mind, pushing his resolve. All Might, Blizzard, Saria, Kaken, even his own mother flash as well, bringing in his will to live up to their expectations. I want to be a hero who can save people with a smile on my face. Someone who can bring hope to even the darkest of days. A symbol that can make people feel at ease knowing I am here to fight for them. The audience was in awe of Izuku's speech. Even Ryuko and Mako watching as Izuku berates Satsuki straight in her face. This actually leaves a blush on Ryuko's face, not that she noticed. She was too captivated by what Izuku was saying. I have been beaten, broken, worked tirelessly to get where I am today. When I got my power, I broke my very bones just to use it. But I worked hard, trained hard, defeated foes more scarier than you will ever be. I am not gonna be talked down on by the likes you. Someone who doesn't care about who they hurt. Because I am a hero. I am Deku, the hero that saves everyone. That is who I am gonna be. With Izuku's final cry, a flash of light occurred. The star aligned in one for all, calling upon its power once again. Junketsu could feel the energy rising. It wasn't a bonfire anymore. No, it was Phoenix rising from the flames. Suddenly Izuku was consumed by a brilliance of glowing green light, with his cry being, Junketsu, now. Got it. With that Junketsu transformed back, and Izuku pulled his Seiki Teko once more. Transformation sequence. The transformation begun, Junketsu growing larger like before, opening the maw in the middle of its body. But instead of string coming to seize Midoriya, he jumps in himself. Green fibers then close around the Camui, bonding the two together. Izuku's outfit goes through a change. It was now more sharper, leaner, and more armored. The boots were steel, rising up just below his knee. The shoe was no longer the iron soles, but completely metal, with a grate-like design on the front. On his calf, a powerful engine roared to life. The black combat pants remained, though with added armor on the sides of his legs. Moving up to the body, shiny black steel covered his exposed points, sharper looking, more aerodynamic. His abdominal region didn't have armor, thought did have the black suit underneath. He wore a black combat belt, with two spikes sticking up, similar to the bottom of his chest plate, forming what looked like a mouth. The arms also changed. The Air Force gloves remained, but in the knuckles were green spikes that glow with energy. To the chest, the glow of an upside-down triangle sat onto of Izuku's heart, with all the glowing lines around his coming intersecting at this point. Junketsu's eyes are also found on each boba plate, with glowing green markings showing the outline of the sunken eyes. Izuku's back was different as well. The grill on the back took more of a trapezoid shape now, and there with two boosters on each shoulder blade. They looked a lot like Ida's on his costume, but fully covered in black armor, with only the exhaust being shown. They looked like wings, with green fire came burning out from them, showing incredible heat. The rabbit ear cape was now back to his hooded cowl again, thought there weren't any eye holes, and the ears were much longer, reaching all the way down to his feet, but you wouldn't be able to tell as they blew behind him like long tendrils. Izuku's neck also had armor all way up to his chin, his rebreather mask was still present. Izuku's head however did have some changes. His green hair sparked with electricity flowing even with no wind. His eyes were much different, having the same triangle shape as his chest. They opened up SND glowed activating the rebreather mask to close up on Izuku's mouth. It extended back, behind his ears, resembling a large grin. With a flash of glowing green eyes, Izuku flexed his muscles inside his new suit. Electricity ran through the entire body. The suit shot off steam, with the engines lighting up with verdant flames, ending the transformation. Life fiber synchronized Camui Junketsu. Satsuki gazed at the new transformation with shock, which only threw her further for a loop when Izuku punched the air, sending a shockwave so powerful it sent her flying back into the school, destroying more classrooms in the process. All the students were shocked by this, gasping at seeing Lady Satsuki get thrown. Though Izuku wasn't paying them much attention, as he gazed down at his hand. Feeling the power surging within, a light with a power he thought was gone, he smiled underneath his mask. He was back. Woo! Yeah baby! That's what I was waiting for. That's what this is all about. Woo woo! Blizzard celebrated, running around the room with delight. Saria watched with a warm smile, seeing the young boy happy made her heart light again. Satsuki didn't know what was happening. One minute she was decimating the two pathetic disgraces that called themselves Camui wielders with ease. The next, she sent flying. She could feel the pain. It hurt. Her face turned into a snarl as she jumped out of the hole. Rarea! She yelled aiming her sword down at the still Midoriya. As she got closer, Izuku finally noticed her, but seemed oddly calm. A clang was heard with Satsuki giving a grin, before turning into shock when she sees her blade was caught by Midoriya with only 2 fingers. You should really learn to not play with blades, he said, jokingly. You can get hurt. He then pulled the sword out of Satsuki's hand and punched her in the face. The shockwave was immense, even more so than the beginning of the battle. Most of the students in the courtyard were sent flying again. The 3-star committee had to hold on for dear life. This is insane. His Camui evolved somehow. And now he's matching Lady Satsuki. Inamuta said, dread in his voice. No, he's surpassing her. Mako and Ryuko could feel the immense power. Though they couldn't see what exactly happened, it was too fast for them to see, they could definitely feel it. Holy crap! What the hell happened? I don't know, first there was a big boom, then an even bigger boom. I might have seen Lady Satsuki flying into the building but I don't know for sure. Wait, really? Ryuko was in shock. Izuku was actually hitting Satsuki while she was on the floor. Damn it, come on, get in there. Mikasuji stared in awe, from the moment Izuku started his speech, to the level of power Izuku exuded. Then, he let a small smirk form on his face. I guess you really did find a good one, Dr. Matoi. He really is as good as you said. He then looks towards Ryuko. Now let's see if little Ryuko can do the same. Then we might have a chance after all. Satsuki was sent back, falling to her knees. She then vomited up blood. She was staring at nothing, her world crashing around her. It wasn't possible, no, it shouldn't be possible for this peasant to be stronger than her ambition. Izuku looked at Satsuki on the ground. Before he did anything, Junketsu spoke up. Young Izuku, even though we now have the power, you are still very low on blood. OFA may have helped lengthen your time limit, but I would say in about 4 minutes, you'll pass out completely. We need to finish this. Now. Gotcha buddy, let's do this. He powers himself up, the engines roaring and spewing out the green flames. OFA full overdrive 30%. Then he moves. And moves he does, cause he instantly makes it to Satsuki and kicks her into the air, before appearing again above her and spiking her into the ground. The shockwave creates a dust cloud, to which Satsuki uses to get up and takes her sword out from the ground, striking with a powerful sword slash. Midoriya blocks the attack, creating another shockwave. Satsuki notices that Izuku's blocking arm are covered in a layer of electricity, almost like a force field. He then knocks the sword away, charging his other hand in electricity. Spikes goring form his hand, creating a makeshift iron knuckle. Full overdrive thunder Detroit smash. Ahahahaha, yes. He's using his brain. Blizzard yelled, Saria looking over to him. He can't create complex constructs like I can, so he's using what he knows best, his own body. He's a brawler, so using chaos craft to augment his body to size up to Satsuki. The boy is getting better by the second. Saria commented. And it's all due to my teachings, you can hold on to your applause. Blizzard said, smugly looking away. I wonder if the kid knows the drawbacks to overusing chaos craft. Saria said, raising an eyebrow at how Blizzard froze up. Shockwaves are felt as the fight continued. Mako and Ryuko were on the sidelines. Ryuko, come on. Izuku needs you in there. You two are partners. Ryuko tries to stand but has trouble. She almost collapses before Mako grants her arm and helps her stand. Damn it, I can't move that much. I really am pathetic. Izuku is fighting my battle and I can just sit and watch. Mako then proceeded to slap Ryuko in the face. Ow. Mako, what the hell? Hallelujah, don't say thing like that. Come on Ryuko. Get naked. Mako yelled. I know for a fact that you, yes you, are not inferior to Lady Satsuki. Your boba-s are way bigger than hers. Way bigger. She got too close to Ryuko for comfort. Mikasuji was sighing at what he was watching. I know because I see them. Ryuko, my family said she's got a great rack. We were all talking about what a slammin' body you have. So perk up. And stop being embarrassed. Rip your clothes off, get naked, and go help Izuku. Ryuko stared at Mako, deep in thought. Get naked. Her eyes then became fierce again. Back at the duel with Izuku and Satsuki, he was thoroughly throwing blow to blow with Satsuki. Each strike, slash, kick, punch, they were all parried, blocked, countered. He used his new technique he created to its fullest, creating knuckles, force fields, and even his shield to break through Satsuki's assault. Finally the two disengage, both breathing somewhat heavily, Izuku more so. Damn, even with our newfound strength, she's been tanking all our hits. How strong is that Camui? Then at that moment, Izuku felt a pain-splitting headache form, making him drop to his knees. Gh. What's happening? Young Izuku. I think overexerted ourselves. It must be because of us using Chaos Craft so much. Our time limit was just cut down in half. We only have less than a minute left. Junketsu said, feeling some of the effects himself. Satsuki noticed the boy's pain and went for a killing blow. So long, Izuku Midoriya. Before she could hit him, she was blocked by Ryuko, scissor blade in hand. What? Heh, Mako really did give me the pep talk I needed. Ryuko said. It's time I stop holding myself back. Senketsu lit up with power. Do it. You got it. She then pulled the pin with her teeth. Life fiber synchronized Camui Senketsu. Everyone gasped at the sight of Ryuko's transformation. The three stars were shocked by another evolution happening in front of them. Mako and Mikasuji looked in awe, seeing Ryuko finally coming into her own. She looks down at Izuku. Don't worry, I got this. Take a breather. Ryuko then activates the jets within her boosters flying towards Satsuki at high speeds, almost matching that of Izuku. Satsuki was put off by this, as Ryuko swung her sword down with full force. Ryuko and Satsuki clashed over and over again, matching pace with each other. Izuku, through the pain, watched with awe and a smile as Ryuko was finally doing sizable hits against Satsuki, parrying every attack thrown her way. Way to go. Ryuko. His heart was beating faster than usual, something Junketsu picked up on, and noted for later. As they clashed blade once more, Ryuko smirked. Now I feel it. She then looked towards the eye of Senketsu. This is what you're really like, isn't it? Yes. Senketsu said, if he could grin, he would very much be. This is our power. Ryuko continued to match blow for blow with Satsuki, before spinning into a blade tornado, making Satsuki struggle to hold it off. I didn't know I was doing it, but I was rejecting you out of embarrassment. Ryuko stated. That's why you were drinking so much of my blood. And the more I pulled away, the more blood you needed to get closer. That's why it's working now. Right? Yes. And the blood I just drank is more than enough. Now, you are really wearing me, and I am really being worn by you. Ryuko swung her blade at Satsuki, only for her to dodge. Then the rumbling of an jet engine was heard and Izuku dashed in, punching the now prone Satsuki in the face. Ryuko, now. Ryuko then turned towards her blade. Senketsu. Right. Her scissor blade extended, doubling its original length. Here we go. Scissor blade decapitation mode. Ryuko then swung the might blade towards Satsuki, who barely dodged T by the skin of her nose. The resulting power carved a large slash into the wall of the school, causing rubble to erupt from the shockwaves. Satsuki stepped backwards. She was being put on the defensive by not only Izuku Midoriya, but also Ryuko Matoi. She should be mad, furious even, especially at Midoriya. But for some reason, she couldn't be. I mean, how could she? For the first time in her life, this was a challenge, something interesting, something she might lose. And she was excited by the prospect, to have actual rival that could stand up to her in strength and ambition. Taking a small breath, she smiled. She then pulled herself back up, sword in hand. Now, it's truly something. Izuku and Ryuko looked at each other. A conversation through just their eyes, before they both nodded. Izuku charges up his jets to their maximum, his eyes sparked with electricity, just like when he uses 100%. OFA full overdrive 45%. All three clashed in the middle, Satsuki and Ryuko with their blade and Izuku with his thundering fist. Breaking off Ryuko was the first to attack with Satsuki blocking, but she couldn't defend herself from the lightning-fast leg sweep from Izuku, knocking her off balance. Ryuko took this chance, swung her downwards, with Satsuki barely countering before gravity took hold, with Ryuko smashing her into the ground. Satsuki jet boost herself up, only to see Izuku now charging in, twin lightning fists in hand. They clash back and forth before Ryuko jumps in, with Satsuki parrying her off just to get punched numbers times by Izuku in the stomach. Damn it. They're working in unison. Satsuki thought, I can't keep them off me. When one attack the other blocks, rinse and repeat. Their clashes rip the ground form underneath them, the areas breaking down form the sheer magnitude of their forces. Students were sent flying again and again from the wind that was generated. In a standoff clash, neither side being able to push the other, Ryuko then spoke. Okay, Satsuki Kiryuin. Here we are. Did you or didn't you kill my father? And what good would knowing do? That wasn't an answer. Izuku said, about to go in and help push, but his legs then felt numb, the pain returned. Gah. And no. Izuku felt the strain of chaos craft was now creeping up on him. But he didn't care. He charges his fist again. Young Izuku, your time is almost up. This last attack may be your last before you lose consciousness. Junketsu cried out. Then let's make it count. He gritted, grinning under with mask. I don't know. Ryuko admitted. But the longer you hold out on me. Both girls then shoulder checked each other. The more pissed am I gonna get? Ryuko then punched Satsuki, who blocked it with her arm, scooting back just a little. The wall behind her then dented inwards from the sheer weight of the attack. You have no ambition. No aspiration. I have nothing to say to you. Satsuki then kicked Ryuko in the chest. The wall behind her also dented formed the sheer power. Ryuko gritted through the pain, putting both hands on her blade. Keep talking that shit, because it pisses me off even more. She then charges in with an overhead strike. I wouldn't have it any other way. Satsuki said, preparing her own strike to finish this. Izuku's jets alights with white-hot fire. He siphoned all his remaining power into them, making them burn as bright as the sun. A figure of a phoenix was seen blazing behind him. He powered up the thrusters in his legs, then leapt off. He had to thank his first ever friend at UA for inspiring this move. OFA full overdrive 50% St. Louis smash. As the speed of light, he bursted, creating a sonic boom in his wake. Go Ryuko and Izuku. Mako yelled. Finish it, heroes. Both Blizzard and Saria yelled. You got this, Mikasuji said with pride. Hooray or aha. They all screamed as they all clashed into one another, swords touching and a boosted kick, all united in the middle. The rainbow sparks formed their collision created a shockwave so powerful that it imploded under their weight with a hurricane of wind cycling out. Students were caught in the shockwave were first sent away, before coming back just to be sent exploding away from the implosion. The three-star committee barely staved off the attack, all trying to block the winds from sending them flying. When the dust finally settled, we see all three in a clashing stance. Satsuki and Ryuko, with their swords still together, while Izuku had his iron foot squarely placed against the blades. None of them were moving, all had steaming coming out from their vents. Then Ryuko was the first to drop down. Satsuki smiled, but she too dropped down to one knee. It was only Izuku who was left standing, as he places his foot down, and raises his hand to the sky. You couldn't tell what his face was making, as it was facing down, mask covering his mouth, while his eyes were covered in shadow by his chair. Ryuko then looked over to Satsuki. I'm gonna smash all of them. All of what? All that crap you've been talking about. Ambition this, and aspiration that. I'm going to take them all, smash every last one of them, and shove your goddamn face in it. Ryuko then grinned. And then you'll be begging to tell me what I want to know. Right, Izuku? Izuku? Izuku's Camui then reverted back to normal, leaving Ryuko stunned. He had passed out standing up, holding his hand up to the sky. The entire battle was a draw. Satsuki noticed this too, as she got up from ground, using her blade to prop her up. Ryuko looked back at her, before the Bakuzen was right in her face. Satsuki stared into the eyes of Ryuko, then chuckled, before dropping her blade. Satsuki then walked back up the stairs. So you're going to crush my ambitions, are you? Amusing. She then turned around halfway up the stairs. Hanoji Academy is my kingdom. Then the 3 stars got in front of her. If you and your friend think you can topple alone, then I accept your challenge. Then all the 2 stars joined them, going in front of the highest tiers. Starting tomorrow, every club will be after your heads. Still think you can win? You bet your ass I do. Ryuko said. Getting up from the ground, pointing her sword up at Satsuki. And if Izuku was still awake, he would say the same. As you wish. The defeat each and every student who challenges the both of you. If you manage to do that, Junketsu and I will face you again. You and only you. And if I beat you, you tell me everything. You have my word on that. Ryuko and Senketsu looked towards Satsuki, determination in their eyes. Then you're on. Mako was seen tending to Izuku, who collapsed in her arms. Now that the light was shining on his face, even with blood dripping down his mouth and unconscious, he still had a smile on his face. Mikasuji was witnessing this from the window above. I can't believe she's forcing Motoi and Midoriya to fight the students. What's she thinking? I wonder. Well, that was awesome. Blizzard said, watching his student fall. He'll need more experience if he wants to better use my chaos craft technique. But it wasn't a terrible first showing. I agree, but I'll be taking him next time. Saria said. Hey. Wait just a sec, a glare form. Saria shuts him up. Of course. Good, I should be going now. Some of the monodrones and duodrones forming a revolution for pay increases. I need to encourage them that their pay is just enough. Sure, whatever, they're your creations. Izuku's dream. Izuku was panting, out of breath, down on one knee. He was covered in cuts and bruises, his costume torn and ripped. His mask was still on his face, with his respirator broken in half, showing only half of his mouth. Littered around him were bodies, all dead. Class 1A stood out among the sea of corpses. He could also see his teachers at UA, even heroes like Endeavor and Hawks were found among the dead. Though the worst were the bodies of his childhood friend Kaken, Todoroki, and the worst of all Might. Ha ha ha. Well now, Izuku Midoriya, a mocking voice called out at the top of one of the corpse piles. His voice was eerily soothing, but contained a hidden danger in it. Have I broken you yet to give me back my baby brother? Or shall I continue to slaughter everything you hold dear? You'll pay for this, All for One. Yes, in front of Izuku was the malignant figure of All for One. His black two-piece suit was stained with blood, though his body remained composed. His white hair flowed within the wind, his face covered in shadow, though his red left eye and malicious smile could be seen. That sound awfully familiar to your mentor, and where did that lead him? Oh yes, broken in half like a toy. But even after all of this carnage, you still fight against me. You couldn't even save one person. Shut your mouth. I will stop you here and now. Izuku then tried to power up, but he couldn't feel OFA calling to him. What? He could move in general, his body wouldn't listen to a thing he did. Still not giving in. I see. Well then, maybe I should go for someone more personal. He then used his warping quirk, teleporting something into his grasp. Izuku could only watch in horror as his mother was now in the clutches of AFO. Now you get to watch your mother take her final breaths. Any last words for your son? Aye Izuku, please help. She said through the strain of being choked to death. No. Izuku yelled out in protest, trying to will himself to move. Then out from behind AFO, 7 different colored stars shoot out, heading straight towards Izuku. Then everything turned blindingly white, with only one last thing Izuku could hear. Ninth, wake up. Izuku's eyes open wide, he gasps for air and immediately sits up. He takes a minute to breath before he looks around. He is back at the Manshokus family house, what appeared to be night, with the rest of the family still fast asleep. Izuku then flinches in pain, looking down at the bandages that wrap his arms. He can also feel a bandage on his left cheek. He then looks to his left and sees Ryuko, who was sleeping right next to him, very closely. Izuku blushed at the thought of a girl being this close to him. Though he had a saving grace when on a hanger on the closet, Junketsu woke up. Opening his sunken eyes, he sees Izuku up and awake. Ah, young Izuku. I'm glad to see you finally woke up. That's good to see. Izuku smiled at his friend. Yeah. What happened? And how long was I out? You were unconscious for the rest of the school day. Mako and Ryuko were the ones who brought you back here. Barasso fixed you up. Okay, and what happened after I clocked out? Well, Ryuko may have brought you into a fight with the entire school. If you want to face Satsuki again. The entire thing ended in a draw from what I could see. So, all the clubs are going after your heads. Izuku took a moment to gather his thoughts. Him having to fight through entire school sounded a little too much for him even with him and Ryuko side by side. But the confidence in attaining their new transformation and even drawing with Satsuki took over. Sounds like her. Alright, I guess we're fighting the school now. He then had a flash of his best friend Kaken. He would have enjoyed fighting all of the Hanoji students. Hell, he would be on the same level as Ryuko with her confidence. Then his mood turned somber as the nightmare came back into his mind. Izuku then stood up, feeling a little sore in his legs. Junketsu looked at this with concern. Young Izuku, you should rest. Your body is still healing from the battle. Izuku then heads for the door, turning his head back towards Junketsu. I'm fine. I'm just going for a walk to clear my head. I'll be back soon, I promise. Junketsu didn't really like this idea, but didn't want to push Izuku any further. Clearly something was wrong and he needed time to think on it. Okay, just make it come back soon. Don't worry, I'm not going that far. Izuku assured, then leaving the house quietly as to not wake the rest of the people inside up. As he walked along the empty roads, his mind had time to process the events from the past few days. All the craziness had distracted him from his own world. His friends, family, teachers, all of them were gone, out of reach. After his battle with Satsuki, the sting of loneliness and grief started to form, and the nightmare made it so much worse. As he gazed into the ocean from the fenced ledge, he finally had a moment all to himself. No gods, no Manshokus family, no Ryuko, just himself. His mind takes him back to the classroom of 1A. Seeing his friends talking, laughing, smiling. In that moment, Izuku starts to break down. Tears rolling down his face, his lips quivering to hold back a loud sob. He misses them, dearly. He wishes he could go back, to see them safe, to just see their faces one last time. I think I came at a bad time. Izuku jumped at the voice next to him, revealing itself to be Blizzard leaning against the fence, having an awkward smile on his face. Izuku was in shock at seeing him here, before he rubbed his face with his shirt to clear any tears from his face. Hi Blizzard. What are you doing here? Wait, what are you doing here? You can't be in this dimension. Cool it. I'm technically not here. I'm just a figment in your brain. He then tries to touch Izuku, only for his hand to clip through his body. See? Okay, I'm seeing things, great. Izuku muttered. Why are you here then? Wanted to check up on you after your big fight yesterday, but it seemed I came at an unfortunate moment. Oh, right, yeah. The fight was rough, to say the least. I'll say, I watched the entire thing. I give my condolences to your would-be grandchildren. This made Izuku's face bright red with embarrassment, which made Blizzard chuckle before continuing. Though I also saw your new transformation and use of chaos craft. Even with you only learning it that morning, you and your Camui did pretty well with it. This made Izuku smile from the praise, his blush lessening, but still present. It wasn't perfect. You'll still need to work on using your imagination more, but it was a good start. We'll train on it soon. Izuku slumped from hearing training. He didn't want to do that again. Blizzard then continued, I also wanted to apologize on not warning you about the limits of chaos craft. Yeah. You could have warned me. I felt like my head was about to split open. I thought you knew what was going to happen since you warned me. Izuku yelled. Hey. In my defense, at the time, you were barely able to use it. So I didn't think I would need to tell you about it until we properly trained with it. But hey, it worked out. You got a cool transformation, and you're starting to use chaos craft effectively. Also, I don't see the future, that's Saria's sister's job. I just saw all of the students making all the preparations the night before. They were waiting the whole night for you too. It was hilarious. Izuku sighs at Blizzard laughing his ass off, before leaning back onto the fence, eyes looking back towards the sea. Blizzard takes note of this, facing the water as well. You miss them, huh? How could I not? I fought for them, all of them. And now, I can't see them again. I know it isn't your fault, but that doesn't mean it doesn't hurt now that everything has calmed down. After a few moments to let the words sink in, Blizzard releases a heavy sigh. You're not the first that has felt this way. Many who are paradoxes long for their lives back. It's a sad fate, something I hate to do, to take away someone's choice to live. But I have a duty for the multiverse first and foremost. He then looks at Midoriya. I know it's hard, trust me, I get it. Your situation is something I've seen plenty of times, and it never gets any easier on me. And I've also seen what happens when someone goes back. What? Izuku turned towards Blizzard. It happened not too long ago. You're not the one that has felt homesick. Sometimes, paradoxes can't take the fact that they should just leave everything behind. But the consequences of going back are catastrophic. Blizzard's face turned sour. He was a fool. Someone who couldn't take his actions. He was too prideful to think about the consequences, only wanting to see his family. Blizzard looked down at the ground, shadow covering his eyes. In the end, he was the undoing of his world. I can still hear the screams of all those that were taken by the erosion of spacetime. Izuku was horrified by what Blizzard had said. What happened to the guy? Did he die? Ironically, no. I saved him just in time. But he witnessed it all happen. I was furious. I told him the consequences, yet he chose to ignore me, and so I banished him. He now just wanders aimlessly. I haven't heard from him ever since. Izuku didn't know how to take this. Hearing that an entire world was destroyed because someone just wanted to go home made him feel queasy. Blizzard could sense this. But I could get something from your world. Maybe a picture or something, just to give you something. That perked Izuku up, and Blizzard smiled at this. Though he then looked at his watch. Yikes, I need to get going. Time's almost up and I got a book that needs writing. You should also go back home. They might get worried about how long you've been out here for. Wait, what time is it? Izuku asked. The Manshokus didn't have a clock at the moment. It's close to 4, so you'll need to get going. He then brings out his cube. I'll make sure to get you a souvenir from your world when you visit us again. Oh, also Saria chose to see you next. She may be motherly, but she can be a war general when it comes to training. Good luck, don't die. And with that he disappears, leaving a frightened Izuku. Ryuko's dream. Rainbow sparkles glitter within a block void, before forming into senketsu. His expression is one of dread, eye bulging from the cloth. Don't. He cries out. Please don't. For God's sake, stop. He is then sliced up into pieces, as Ryuko's eyes open. End of dream. Senketsu. Ryuko yelled, jumping from the nightmare. Her quick breathing slows down when she sees the bedroom. All the Manshokus were asleep, with nose bubbles rising. She then turns towards where Izuku was, and found that he wasn't there. She quickly turned her head around the room to find him, before hearing the ringing of the alarm from Hanoji. Aya! Mako yelled, jumping from her sleep. She then immediately got dressed in no time flat. We're gonna be late. We're gonna be late. We're gonna be late. We're gonna be late. Hurry up and get dressed, you guys. Ryuko, seeing this, is questioning how she has so much energy in the morning. Geez, chill out, Mako. It's like 4 in the morning. And where is Izuku? The door to the front then opens, revealing Midoriya, who had come back from his walk. As he goes into the bedroom, he also sees Mako running around the room. Ah, he said, dumbfounded. Where the hell were you? Ryuko asked. I went out for a walk. I needed some stress relieving after the wild week we've had. Okay, fair enough. What are you two doing? We need to get ready for school. Mako yelled. Help me. Senketsu and Junketsu yelled. Both Camui wielders then noticed that their Camui were not on their hanger on the closet. Ryuko rushed out first, followed by Izuku. I'm being murdered. Help. Senketsu yelled, being scrubbed down. Please help, young Izuku. I don't want to be next. Junketsu yelled from the hanger next to the basket, looking down at Senketsu's torment, unable to move. Izuku and Ryuko were flabbergasted at what was happening, their mouths wide open. Mako, I have your lunch all bagged up and waiting in the kitchen. Tsukuyo said, brushing Senketsu very hard. Senketsu Junketsu. The teens, minus Mako, yelled. Good morning Ryuko, Izuku. Tsuyuko said, not hearing the pleas of help from either Camui. Did you sleep well? Especially you Izuku. When you said you were going to be a regular patient, I didn't think you meant it so literally. As she says this, she then takes Junketsu off the hanger and throws him into the basket of water and proceeds to scrub him, with Junketsu making gurgling noises. Why wise ma'am, I did. Ryuko said. Excuse me, but is that my uniform you're washing? Why yeah, I slept well, thank you. Izuku said. I also wanted to know if that was my uniform you were washing as well? It sure is, dears. I'm just giving them one last sub for good measure. I can't believe how filthy they were. Thanks ma'am, but think we can take it from here. Ryuko tried to say, only for Tsuyuko to frown at them. No you won't. She then twists Senketsu, squeezing all the water out. Ryuko's face was concerned for her friend. What's your job as students? To get educated. She then takes Junketsu out and proceeds to do the same with him. Izuku was horrified for his friend. What's my job as a mom? To do the laundry. Is that clear? She then put both on the drying hangers, smacking them both with a stick. Now eat your breakfast, OW. And get to school. But I can't go to school without my uniform. Ryuko pleaded. Yeah. I can't go to school without my blazer too. All I have are my pants and dress shirt. Izuku added. Then alarm then rang again, with all teens now focused on it. This made Mako jump in the air. Ah. I totally forgot to keep panicking. Come on guys. It's the big day. Big day? Both teens questioned. No way, it's your big day? Baraso and Motaro said, coming out from behind Mako. Mako then proceeded to push the two teens out of the house with Ryuko's guitar case. You'll fight in your PJs, just move. What, I have clothes. I just need to put them on. Izuku said. No time. Here, Izuku. Motaro yelled as he threw his clothes and backpack in Izuku's face. Thanks. He said to Motaro. Don't worry. We'll drop your uniforms off later. Baraso reassured. Yeah, we got this. Motaro added. Wait Ryuko. These assassins can't hear me. You're the only one who can. Senketsu cried out. Young Izuku. These wicked fiends can't understand us. You're the only one who can communicate with me. Junketsu also said. Ryuko held on to the doorframe, launching Mako over her while Izuku is launched outside. Huh? Senketsu was then placed onto an ironing table. Please don't leave me here. I'm begging you. Ack. The iron was then placed onto him, as he screamed in pain. Junketsu looked traumatized, watching his brother be absolutely annihilated, with him next. Hang in there, Senketsu. Ryuko yelled. You too, Junketsu. Izuku added, yelling from down the hall. Senketsu? Junketsu? What's that? Mako asked, getting up from the floor. Now Wei, did you two give your uniforms a name? Boy, you two must be pretty lonely. She then grabbed the two, with Izuku being half-dressed, only having his pants on, as she rushes out the door. Ack. Wait. Both yelled. Even more reason to get to school. We need to find you two some friends. Quick. But everyone wants to kill us. Both yelled. As they make it down the stairs, Mako throw the two teens into the sea of kids. I'm sorry Senketsu Junketsu. Both teens said as they try not to drown in the oncoming waves of students. Ryuko's abandoned me. Senketsu cried out, but then felt the soothing heat from the iron. Oh, that feels nice. The wrinkles are melting away. Oh. Hey. Don't leave me hanging. I want to try. Junketsu said, seeing his brother having the time of his life. Mako, Izuku, and Ryuko finally found some high ground by using the guitar case as a makeshift platform for them to settle. What with everyone? Ryuko asked. They're all acting like a bunch of lemmings. Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing. Izuku said, finally putting on his dress shirt. I didn't see this during my walk. Today's when the no-stars of Hanoji Academy risk their lives to get to school. Mako stated. It's a day of reckoning, it's a day of death. It's no-tardies day. Huh? Both students questioned, as the light from the sun starts to come out from the horizon. Wait, no-tardies day? Ryuko asked. What the hell is that? Suddenly building burst forth, homes were destroyed as a metal fit rises from the debris, with Ira Gamagori standing atop of it, laughing. Ha 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 ha. Do I detect some confusion, Ryuko Matoi and Izuku Midoriya? Gamagori said. Bite me, elite jerk. Ryuko barked with Izuku gaining a fierce determined face. My title is chair of the disciplinary committee. And my name is Ira Gamagori. Gamagori yelled. Pay attention, new students. You are participating in no-tardies day. Once every semester, you will be required to run an obstacle course, designed by the disciplinary committee. It begins at 4 a.m., when the siren goes off in the slums. No-star students will then have to evade the disciplinary committee's traps on the way to school. The objective is to make it to the academy by the time the first bell tolls, at 8:30 a.m. But, if you happen to be late, you will be expelled on the what the hell? Gamagori finally noticed that Ryuko was just wearing PJs. That is not a regulation uniform. This makes Ryuko flush red with embarrassment, her hair standing up. But MMY Camui is still in the laundry. She explained, trying to cover herself up. IIT's getting delivered. Also, why am I the only one getting shamed when Izuku isn't wearing his either? Izuku felt it a little betrayed for being outed like that, but could see the bias. Spare the excuses. At least Midoriya looks presentable, he gets a pass, for now. That didn't make Izuku any more comfortable. The evidence is clear. You left for school in a Slovy outfit. You're a disgrace, to the academy, and Lady Satsuki. It's a mortal insult. I am sick and tired of these red letters, Izuku. It is so not. Mako said, defending her friend. Gamagori's eyes narrowed as he looks over towards Mako, who somehow got onto his platform. SH was asleep till a minute ago. It's normal for people to wear pajamas when they sleep, isn't it? It is, and you know it, and you can't deny it. As Mako talked Gamagori's ears off, Izuku and Ryuko sit down and watch it unfold, with Izuku bringing out some popcorn from his backpack. He's starting to learn how the world works, I'm so proud. Blizzard he gestures to Ryuko if she wanted any and she takes a bit and throws it in her mouth as they watch this like a movie. Don't you wear them when you sleep? Mako asked. No, I sleep in the nude. Gamagori said, getting a gasp from the audience. You sleep like that, you'll catch a cold. Even Izuku knows that. What happens if there's an emergency and people need punishing? You'll be in bed. Well, from now on, please wear pajamas like everyone else. Gamagori's eyes looked down at Mako. No star, what's your name? My name is Mako Manshokus. And my jammies have MT Fuji, 2 hawks, and 3 eggplants on M. Okay, he didn't need to know that much, Izuku said, finishing up his snack. Manshokus, I'll remember that. Matoi. I've decided to overlook your choice in wardrobe for now. He then gained a smug look. But I'm curious as to how you think you'll both be able to reach the school without your precious Camui. He then pressed a button on a trigger in his hand. Behold. As he says this, metal roads start to appear from the building of the slums. The disciplinary committee's impregnable barrier. Oh. My. God. Mako said, quivering, as the three saw the horrors before them. Look, you guys. It's like the city has been turned into an amusement park. I've never seen anything like this. Yeah, a not-so-fun amusement park at that. Izuku added. I mean, how many spikes can one committee need? Ah. Mako yelled, looking at her watch. You see what time it is? We've only got 3 hours before our first period. Ryuko blinked, before gaining a smirk. Huh, the way you talked it up, I was expecting something scarier. Alright then, I'm up for this. She then took her blade out from her case and pointed it at Gamagori. You hear that? I'm gonna bust through all the lame traps you've made. We'll see. Gamagori yelled. Students, your commute begins now. All the students went running up the stairs, with Izuku, Ryuko, and Mako in between them. Stay close to me, Mako. Ryuko said. She got a cute okay from Mako, who followed behind her. Izuku, you ready? Izuku looked at Ryuko and gave her a determined nod. I have a limited supply of energy now that Junketsu isn't here, so saving up and using as low percentages as possible will be my best bet. The stairs then folded in onto themselves, creating a slide that the students were sent down, back to the start. The only ones not caught up in it were Ryuko and Mako, who the former was using her blade to stab into the metal, and Izuku who used OFA full cowling at 5% to punch a hole into the ground for him to grab onto. They're not wasting any time on the traps. Ryuko said, holding onto a screaming Mako. Yeah, this trap was very much to trip everyone up at the start. Izuku added. Ryuko then threw Mako all the way to the top, where she landed on a red button, signaling a checkpoint. Ahahaha, congratulations on clearing your first checkpoint. Gamagori said, riding a gondola up. I forgot to mention, use of the no-star cable cars is prohibited. We then see the cable car completely destroyed by red vines. Obey the rules and stick to the prescribed route. See you at the academy, maybe. 999 more traps to go? Mako said worryingly. That's more than usual. He's trying to psyche us out. Ryuko growled. Come on guys. She then bounced into another student. That student dramatically dropped to the floor. Oh God, my arm. She yelled, as she had an arm wrapped in a sling. Look, it's our classmate. Miko Ogure. Ara, you're okay? Ryuko asked, not trying to hurt someone. Can you get up? Can you move? Izuku asked, dumbfounded by what just happened. He was going over to help the girl up. Why, if it isn't Manshokus, and your Matoi, the new girl in class. And your Midoriya, the new boy. She said. Two got my arm in that horrible trap. It hurts, but I'll live. She then tried to raise herself from the ground, ignoring Izuku's attempts at help. It'll take a lot more than this to stop me. She then stumbled a little, which Izuku grabbed a hold of. Whoa, take it easy. Ryuko said, her and Mako very worried about the girl in front of her. But Izuku looked skeptical. The girl was being very dramatic, and he should know, he used to cry over the slight praise. Something was fishy, but he'll go along with it for now. Hey, Ryuko, Izuku. She can't make it all by herself. Come on, let's take her up to school with us. Mako suggested. Leave me. I'd slow you down. So just leave me here and go. Miko said, now that sounded suspicious to Izuku. Yeah, you got a point there. Ryuko nonchalantly said. Welp, guess I'll be seeing you. Come on Izuku. Oh, the pain. Okay, now she was trying too hard for Izuku's taste. Even Toga was a better actor, and she was freaking insane. Got to block it out, I can make it on my own, damn this useless arm. Ryuko. Mako pleaded. Geez. Alright, you win. Ryuko said, giving a soft smile. She then propped Miko onto her back. Hang on tight, okay? We'll all get to school together. Thank you. Matoi. Miko said. No worries, you're a girl who doesn't give up. I got to respect that. Look. You see what I see? Mako pointed out. There was a giant loop-de-loop in front of them with several students climbing and some falling off. That's the second checkpoint. How are we supposed to get up there? Is this even legal, like, at all? Izuku asked rhetorically. Oh, we're so screwed, Ryuko said. This would be cake if I had senketsu. Will you have me here? Izuku said with a confident smirk. He then charged OFA to 5%. Hang on, I'm going to pull off a sonic here. And like that they were off. As they started, a car with senketsu and Junketsu in it was driving down the street. Coming through. Back alleys making a house call. Barasso said, driving with Guts inside and Motaro on the outside. Unless you want a car up your ass, get out of the way, man. Whoa-ho. Motaro yelled out, pointing at Ryuko, Mako, Izuku, and Maiko hanging from the road. That's Ryuko and Izuku up there. Hey! We got your uniforms. Barasso yelled out, as he drove his car up the walls of some house and onto the rooftops. I can't hold on. Maiko said, holding on to Ryuko's midsection. Maiko, don't let go, okay? Ryuko yelled out. Damn it, I should have known I couldn't hold this many people at that percentage. I'm so stupid. Izuku berated himself while hanging from one of the spikes. It's no use. As Maiko slid down Ryuko's body, she catches onto the first thing her hand can hold, which would be her pants, pulling them down and revealing Ryuko's panties underneath. And no. Grab something else. Anything else. As the trio in the car see this, their noses gush with blood, fixated on what they were seeing, and driving right past the students. They then drop from the rooftops onto another car, which sends Barasso, Junketsu, and Senketsu out the front glass. You maniacs! Senketsu yelled. Why don't you watch where you're driving? Junketsu finished. Barasso's head then slammed into a pole sending him down, with Junketsu and Senketsu landing on the wall next to him. Motaro and Guts fell onto the floor. Barasso's head gushed with blood. Don't die on me, Dad. Motaro said, as he got up to his injured father. Too late, son. I'm done for. Barasso said dramatically. Listen to your poor, dying old man. One last favor. Take these and. You got it. Motaro said, dropping his dad onto the ground. I'll take these uniforms to Ryuko and Izuku safe and sound. He then cries to his dad. I love you, Dad, rest in pieces. Gut then came from behind, barking their dying dad. Motaro then takes his bike and speeds onto the road, with Guts in the front basket and the uniforms on his shoulders. Hang on, you guys. I'm coming. As Izuku, Ryuko, Mako, and Maiko navigate through many traps on their way to school. From spiked logs, boiling pots of lava that Izuku has no idea where they came from, to a giant Indiana Jones-style rolling ball that the Quadrio somehow rode on top of instead of getting crushed, and into an explosion at the end. They were walking towards their next trap when Mako got excited. Ooh, Swiss cheese. She then followed the cheese to a basket with a stick. No, Mako. Look out. Ryuko then moved her out of the way, only to hit the stick coming in. Move. What's the pie doy squish? He was then cream pied in the face. A bizarre trap in Izuku's opinion compared to the other death traps, but not unwelcome. As they crossed crocodile-infested waters, Izuku started to take notice in Maiko's unusual behavior, with her actively getting in the way of them, making it by conveniently misplacing her footsteps, or getting pain spikes in the middle of a boiling vat. He only wished he had Junketsu here to keep himself recharged, as then he wouldn't be so careful with using OFA as much. I'm coming, guys. Motaro yelled, riding his bike at fast speeds. He then sees Ryuko holding out her hand for Maiko, as Izuku and Mako hold her back from falling. Whoa. Speak of the hottie. Going up. He then bikes up the walls and onto the rooftops. Maiko then jumps but then feels pain in her arm, making her a little short, and instead of reaching for Ryuko's hand, she grabs a hold of her pants again, revealing her panties again. Izuku had to put a foot on one of the spikes to prevent the two from falling off. Motaro and Guts are transfixed by the sight that they fly by the teens again. And then they crash on top of another car again. This sends Motaro into a similar pillar like his father, with his head bleeding from his scalp. Does anyone watch where they're going around here? Senketsu asked rhetorically. Why is this deja vu? Junketsu asked. Guts got up to Motaro, similar to Motaro and Barasso. That's it, I'm done for boy. Motaro said. Listen, you're top dog now, so do me a solid and… Guts. Guts barked, taking the 2 uniforms from Motaro. He then bites down on the 2 and starts running. Guts. Ow, that hurts. Senketsu yelled. Don't bite down so hard, you vile beast of hell. Junketsu yelled. After a while, many no-star were on the floor of the roads, beaten and broken. The team was far down the road ahead. What time is it? Ryuko asked. It's 8, Mako said, worryingly. There's only 30 minutes left. We'll never make it. We can't quit now. Mako protested. If we don't get there, I won't be able to go to school anymore. Izuku then spots a group of students together below them. Hey, Mako? What are they doing? Pseudo homeroom, it's where all the kids who gave up trying to make it to school gather. They can't face the reality that they'll be kicked out of school and their homes tomorrow. So they sit there like zombies and take roll call. Izuku hated the sight, hated seeing people in pain. He wanted to help them, so badly. But there was nothing he could do at this point, and that was what hurt the most. He could do nothing. Those poor bastards. Ryuko said, before looking at the buildings ahead of them. Okay, by the looks of those condos, something tells me they're gonna be super tough to get past. They then see a school bus moving in front of them. Look, it's a school bus. Mako yelled out. Great, a minefield. She said as she watched the bus go through it. It can take it. It's armor-plated. That's 1-star privileges for ya. It's passing the checkpoint. Mako yelled. Oh, man. They got it so easy. I want to ride in it too. The 3 others then gain a determined look as they look at each other, conveying the same thought process. Mako dramatically drops in front of the bus, making it stop. Oh, the pain. Damn it, get out of the road, no star. The 1-star said, before getting beaten over the head by Ryuko's case. She then spat on the man. All aboard. Ryuko said, as she, Mako, and Izuku rush in. They then beat up all the 1-stars inside the bus and toss them all out. With Mako taking the driver's seat. Quick question, Mako, do you have a license to drive? Izuku said, not liking this. They Kiryu and family own everything in Hano town. So unless Lady Satsuki says otherwise, I don't need a license to drive. Mako said as she turns the bus into drive. I'm not losing this thing. I'll show them all what a no-star can do when they push him far enough. Okay, let's move out, Miss Badass. Ryuko said, respecting the confidence of Mako. Izuku also had to put some respect on her, maybe he judged her too early. A woman with her child then took out a military phone. I got a hijacked bus, with no stars at the wheel. They're clearing mines with it. Over. Explosion are heard as the bus rolls through them. Copy that, you have permission to eliminate with extreme prejudice. Over. The voice on the other end said. Okie dokie. The woman said, smiling, then took out a Tommy gun and started firing. All the other people in the condos fired upon the bus, using automatic weaponry. The bus took the shots with its armor, but the sheer amount bullets were piercing through. The team were ducking from the bullet fire, with Izuku barely being safe as a stray bullet ripped the bandage off from his face. Gore, you gotta be freaking kidding me. Ryuko yelled out. Gamagori enters the surveillance room, with it being dark. The only light was the giant monitors in the back. How are preparations going for the last trap? He asked, getting no response. He then looks around, seeing nobody at the controls. Where is everybody? The bus continued to be pelted by incoming fire from all angles. Ryuko moved up to Maiko's spot to try and keep her safe. They're not letting up. Ryuko stated. Thank God this thing's armor-plated. Time for a counterattack. Mako said. Ryuko questioned her as she pressed a button near her. With this, suddenly Mako rose up from the seats, on top of a mounted turret. Izuku and Ryuko could only watch as the turret started firing, destroying a large amount of the condos. Ha ha ha. Guys, you got to get up here and try this. Mako said, having the time of her life. Get down, Mako. Izuku yelled. It's not safe, you could get shot. Ah yes. Mako was in her own world, and Izuku started getting freaked out by how much she was enjoying this. One of the grannies in the condos then fired off a RPG at the group. RPG. Mako yelled, with everyone ducking down. Retract the turret. Ryuko yelled, as Mako pressed the button to retract it. A bad idea, because the turret was still firing, and now bullets were flying inside the bus. So much so that the roof of the bus was now completely off. I like riding in convertibles. Mako said, not caring about everything else. A little further, and we're in the 2-star district. Mako said. More RPGs were shot at them. Incoming RPGs. Punch it. Ryuko said, slamming down on the gas. Izuku, now. Got it. Charging up 20%, he yelled out. Detroit smash. Suddenly a massive shockwave sent all the bullets and rockets out of the way, making them be able to get to the other side, though the explosion, plus the shockwave, then rocketed the bus up, and up, and up, right into the entrance to Hanoji Academy. Crashing into the school gates, the bus was completely destroyed with everyone surprisingly intact. Hey guys, look. Ryuko said, pointing out. It's the school. We did it. We made it. Izuku thanks the gods that gave him all the luck in the world for surviving that torture. We still have 15 minutes before first period starts. Mako pointed out. Awesome. Piece of cake. Ryuko said confidently. Piece of cake. Mako copied. Ryuko then turned toward Mako, with a very genuine smile. Mako, you rock so hard. Couldn't have done it without ya. Ryuko said. Not at all. I was just backing you up. But still, you're sweet. Mako replied. Now we're friends, yay. All of them group hugged, well except for Izuku, who watched and smiled. He couldn't get this nagging feeling that something was wrong. It was like he had danger sense again, but he couldn't have. He lost it. It was probably just a gut feeling. That's it. Guts. Guts came running on in with Junketsu and Senketsu riding on the back of him. Look at that Ryuko, Izuku. It's Guts and he's bringing your uniforms. Mako said. Hey, Guts. Over here. Why is Guts bringing it? Ryuko asked. Didn't Baraso and Motaro said they would? Izuku pointed out. Where are they? Just being lazy, probably. Geez, Mako, your dad has the goofiest ideas. Oh, the pain. Mako then screamed. Before falling over and ripping down Ryuko's pants again. This makes Guts gush blood from his nose, sliding on top of it. We're sliding. Stop, you curse, stop. Senketsu said. Gah, I can't hold on, brother, ahhh. Junketsu was sent off of Guts' back and into the air, only for Izuku to catch the Camui. Gotcha. Thank you, young Izuku. No problem, bud. He then put the Camui back on, feeling his drained power coming back to him. Ah, that's nice to feel. Wait, Guts. Stop. Where you going? Ryuko cried out, pulling up her pants, as Guts spins out of control with Senketsu still holding on. Guts is then kicked in the face by Mako. As she takes the Camui off of Guts' back. The hell? Ryuko was just confused at this point. Izuku turns around and gains a fierce expression. Why'd you do that, Mako? Hehehehehe, you shouldn't have let your guard down, Ryuko. I mean, Ryuko Matoi. Mako gained a crazed expression. I've been waiting ages for this moment. But Mako tried to say but was interrupted by Maiko's rant. You fell for my injured, no-star classmate disguise. But my true identity is the head of trap development for the disciplinary committee, Mako Ogure. Trap development, huh? Ryuko said, gaining a fierce expression as well, with Mako carrying Guts in her arms. Yes, exactly. I'm an undercover operative at the academy, whose job is to spy on students and develop diabolical traps to trap them. My world revolves around designing traps, but after doing it for so long, I'm so over with that life. When I heard your conversation with Gamagori today over the surveillance feed, I had a flash of inspiration. The only way to challenge Lady Satsuki is to have a Camui that's as powerful as hers. I decided to steal your Camui right then and there. I may not have Izuku's, but yours will do just as well. With your uniform, why, I could be a 2-star. No, be one of the 4 elites. Wait. No. I could steal the throne from Lady Satsuki herself. I'll be the new Empress of Hanoji Academy. And I will gorge on all the luxuries the Academy has to offer. I can hardly wait. Ryuko then drops her case, which was open, and takes her scissor blade out from it. Mako, if there's one thing I can't stand, it's a fricking liar. Hallelujah Mako, give it back. That's Ryuko's uniform, not yours. She needs to have it. When she puts on her uniform, she transforms like this. She acts all shy but she really like it. In fact, she loves it when it happens. Oh right, her transformation sequence I'm gonna try. Miko then notices she doesn't have the outfit in her hand. Wah. You know, I was going to give you the benefit of the doubt back there when you helped us get out of the 1-star district. Izuku said, an ominous aura around him as he appeared behind Miko, with senketsu in his arms. He was glowing with energy. But the klutzy nature through all those traps now makes perfect sense. I've known actors, and you're certainly awful at it. How did you? I didn't even see you move. Miko was shocked at her plan falling apart so fast. Oh, your monologue left you wide open. Your daydreaming might have made you forget that there was nothing in your hands. Now, would you do the honors, Ryuko? Gladly. As Miko turned around, she saw Ryuko cracking her knuckles, with a fiery background. Hey, I was just kidding, I swear. It was a joke. Miko tried to back out but the image of Ryuko got bigger and bigger. I'm sorry I tricked you. You dumbass. Ryuko then uppercut Miko, blood coming from her face as she fell back down. Now then, can I have senketsu back? Sure. He then lets go of senketsu who jumps over to Ryuko. I'm sorry I was late. Nah, it's cool. It's not like you cheated on me or anything. Ryuko said with a half smile. Ah. Mako's screams brought them all back. Look what time it is. We've got only 10 minutes before the bell rings. We have to hurry. The group then rushes towards the school. I don't want to be late, I don't want to be expelled. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Mako then bumps into something solid in front of her. Owie. I hit my head on nothing. She then tears the wall in front of her to reveal that the school was just a painting. Oh, what the both teens said as the entire walls came down, revealing the platform they were on. What the healing is going on around here? Ryuko asked, before hearing Miko laugh behind her. Ha 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 ha. I gotcha. I had a feeling you'd get past me, so I designed this trap as a contingency. A fake school. She then brings out a remote control. So long, suckers. She then pressed the button. The platform begins moving, rolling down the street at a fast pace. Ha ha ha, it's all over for you. I call this trap, begin at the beginning. My masterpiece. Once it starts rolling, there's no stopping it. Like hell, it's over. Ryuko then got up, fighting back the violent winds. I'll just come over there and beat the living hell out of you. And I'll keep right on beating you till you tell me HW to stop it. Not if I'm dead. I won't. Miko then went over to a wooden stick at the side. Are you crazy? Get back here. Ryuko yelled. I might have failed to steal your Camui, but I'm still member of the disciplinary committee. My work here is done, and I die knowing you'll have a tardy on your permanent record. It's my final act of defiance. You didn't beat me. She then jumped off the platform. For Hanoji Academy. Before she released her parachute. Kidding. She then disappeared within the clouds. Izuku and Ryuko didn't know what to think at that moment, before the wheels of the platform started to break, causing them to go flying. We're running out of time. Senketsu said next to Ryuko. The thing's coming apart. Help me guys, help. Mako was hanging onto a piece of rebar. I gotcha. Izuku said, pulling his senketsu, transforming and using OFA to grab onto Mako and jumping off with her. Life fiber synchronize Camui Junketsu. Hurry, put me on. Senketsu said. Oh, right. Ryuko then changed into senketsu. Then she pulled her senketsu to transform herself. Life fiber synchronize Camui senketsu. Ryuko jumps off, taking Guts with her. The platform then crashes into the ocean. Cough cough, what the hell, how'd we get all the way down here? Ryuko asked. This ain't nowhere near the starting line. She definitely didn't make this fair. Izuku growled. I don't think even with my power we can make it. Even with my help, you'll never make it up there in time. Senketsu said. You'll be late. Oh my god. Mako screamed out. This is the state where the non-stop express rope thingamajigs are that only the rich kids can take to school. Oh, I always wanted to ride in one. It's non-stop? Ryuko said. Well, that's convenient. Both Izuku and Junketsu said. Hey, you know stars aren't allowed. Her the one star was then punched by Ryuko's scissor blade handle as she stabs close to the control panel. Shut your hole and get this thing moving. She yelled. Step on it. The machine then started, going at a fast pace. Izuku got in with Guts, as Ryuko used her scissor blade to keep the cart still. Hurry Mako, get in. What, but we need to pay to ride the fair. Crap's no money. Oh well, I'll just leave some of my mom's yummy croquettes. Oh, who cares? Just get in here. With that, Izuku picked Mako up and threw her inside. Ryuko then took her scissor blade out from the ground and the trolley was launched out at a fast speed. Yay! I'm riding it. It's like a dream come true. Mako said as she and Guts bounced on it. How much time we got? Ryuko asked. 2 minutes. After that, we're late, then expelled. No way, we're going to be expelled. I'm gonna get us to homeroom on time even if it kills us. Ryuko said. Let's not die here. Please? Izuku pleaded. Mako was seen flying down, going behind one of the pillars. Damn it, I had all that power in my hands. Oh well, it's cool. I'll just play the good subordinate. Another chance will come along soon enough. I saw and heard everything. Gamagori then popped out behind the pillar as well, his stars and eyes glowing a vicious red. Ogre. G. Gamagori. Miko said. So, you wanted to overthrow Lady Satsuki, eh? Gamagori said, walking away from her. You have more ambition than brains. Please sir, I was wrong, forgive me. Gamagori then turned around with an angry scowl on his face. Never. You're expelled. You don't deserve to attend Hanoji Academy. Get out of my sight. Miko dropped to the ground in utter shock and dismay. Gamagori then turned his sights onto the gondola, seeing the trio riding it at a fast speed. Damn her. We've only got 30 seconds. Mako yelled out, holding on to Guts. Then in that case, Ryuko then used her hell and kicked the door open. We won't stop at the station. She then got to the top of the cable car and cut the line. Using the forward momentum, the car went past the station and heading for the gates. Though it seems that it wasn't enough as the car started to fall short. Crap. What now? Izuku started thinking at a rapid pace before one of his ears hit him in the face because of the wind. That gave Izuku his eureka moment. He breaks the glass to the car and hops onto the front. Mako, Ryuko. Hold on. He then channels his electricity into his town ears, making them come alive. Taking inspiration from Aizawa, he bends them to wrap around Mako and Ryuko's waists, then he jumps into the air, using OFA at 30% to rocket them through the gates. All of them were screaming. In the classroom, Mikisugi was taking attendance. Okay, next is Matoi. Ryuko. Matoi? Then Izuku, Mako, and Ryuko burst into the classroom at Mach speed, causing all the other classmates to fly back. Mikisugi was not fazed by this in the slightest. As Ryuko and Mako got up from the ground, thankfully unharmed for the most part, with Ryuko de-transformed. The same cannot be said with Izuku, as he was twitching on the ground, taking the landing for the girls, but detransforming in the process. Both Ryuko Mako took seats, while Izuku laid on the ground in pain. Ryuko Matoi? Ryuko then raised her hand with Mako already asleep. Here. Okay, then Izuku Midoriya? Present. Izuku weakly said as he raising his hand, twitching the entire time.